there's too many intelligent analysts that can cut it down and say, hey, look, wait a minute, the petrodollar went way down. Israel didn't get their objectives accomplished. But if they fracture the country, whether it's that nuclear weapon or the contamination, they don't have to lose many troops to accomplish that. And they can just pick up the pieces and look at the strategic value of a fractured Iran, how many pipelines they can put in the future once they convert us, and I do believe this is going to happen, to digital ID. When that happens, there's going to be almost no activism because people will be so afraid of being debanked or not even being able to have any type of resources other than what they can beg, borrow, and steal.
One second. Do you speak you speak Indian, okay? Ashtu, Dari, anything? You understand any of
No,
them?
my father died when I was young, and
Do you
his family
understand?
got slaughtered by
Yeah,
Okay,
we're not going.
do you
Hold on.
understand any
We're not.
Pashto, Dari?
I just want to.
Asking if you understand
America
any Pashto,
winning or
Dari,
losing?
Indian.
Fighting two fronts, China and Iran. That's the question. Stay on topic, please.
Can I say something here? Okay, so I think you asked the question whether it is winning or, and then you asked what the winning for America looks like. I think the winning for America, very, very impactful, a complete win, which I think it is achievable, is that the Islamic Republic is no more in power in Iran, and the power is in the hands of the people, and the Lion and Sun Revolution. This is not because I want that. I'm just telling you, I think the picture for the win for America and the whole world, in fact, is that it's like when you ended the World War II. When you enter that war, the winning picture for you wouldn't be like, some appeasement policies in the middle and just say, like, you know what, we fought for 1 year, okay, well then, that's enough, we come back like 10 years later. You had to finish it. The Hitler had to be ended. The Nazi had to go. And so you finish the job. And so with Islamic Republic, I think because the issues are beyond the border. So for me, the winning of this effort going after Islamic Republic, from what we know after the 7th of October, prior to that 9/11, throughout all the lies and the killings and everything, the January showed that they don't have any mercies for Iranians, and it was open to the world. Everybody saw that. So I think that will be a big win for America, for Israel, for the world, and it will be a great win for Trump. And I think he can earn it. I think that will be the big win. Now, anything else less than that is not going to come out right. I mean, I'm just sorry. There is no other way but not having Islamic Republic in the picture.
That's been my biggest reason for why I was against him attacking Iran. So, and the reason being was not because like the IRGC fucking sucks. We all know that. Horrible pieces of shit. I hope they all get stomach cancer and AIDS. But at the end of the day, it's just like, okay, we start this conflict, then there's obviously they're lobbing rockets and drones everywhere. They take the Strait of Hormuz. Now the problem is, it's like, okay, well, now it's almost like there's a predicament where Trump kind of has to finish it, or else it's what is he actually accomplishing?
No, but the reward of finishing it, though. Pepe, think about it.
No. I said if he finishes it, and that's where people like myself are incredibly skeptical, and we're like, and first of all, we can see how he keeps on delaying with these so-called peace talks. Do I think that he actually? My prediction is that he's not going to put forth the amount of troops and he's basically not going to be willing to do what it takes to finish the war, and so it's just going to be a prolonged shit show, and I don't know what else. To me, this is why it was a lot different. Like when we invaded Iraq in 2003, right after a couple of years after 9/11, that America was still pretty patriotic at that point. Today we're just so different, and you can look at the polling. The president is like not doing well. I think Trump wants to personally. I think Trump wants to find an off ramp out of this conflict as quickly as possible. He does not want to be involved anymore.
100%, you're absolutely right. And before we know if United States is winning, we have to know why United States was got involved in this war. Was that the war of choice? Or was, according to many Republicans, pro-MAGA movement, was actually drawn to this war, dragged to this war? According to Mark Rubio, the Secretary of State, he literally said that on the record, the United States acted because Israel was going to strike Iran.
I do agree, and I agree that this has all been published by both the New York Times and Wall Street Journal. Yes, there was, which by the way, Israel was very conflicted. The Mossad drafted up an idea. Bibi liked it. The ANAM, or AMAN, I forget which one it is. The military intelligence in Israel is like, no, this is fucking retarded. You guys, no, it's not going to work. Bibi went and pitched it to Trump anyways. Trump asked his intelligence services to draft a report for the next day after the meeting with Netanyahu. They largely advised against it. Pretty much everybody, they were unwilling to say no to Trump, but pretty much all of them, everybody.
Now, Pepe, can I say something here? Hold on one second. So you said it was Israel influence. Stop, Kate. Please hold on one second. Let me just finish. Okay, actually, you speak. I'm sorry. I'm not a moderator. I shouldn't say that.
Well, no. So I was just gonna say.
All right.
No,
so I'm saying Pepe.
no. It was an idea. It was an idea that was pitched, and this is the part that the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, all of them, they all got the account of. Now, this Joint Chiefs of Staff, all of his advisors, with the exception of Pete Hegseth, were basically they at least showed reservation.
Okay, no, I got what you're
the
saying.
idea. That's where it's he's a big boy. And he's the president of the United States. He gets to make his own decisions.
So I understand what you're saying. May I? So from for nowadays that has been decades, many of the presidents of the United States, they have all agreed that Islamic Republic needed to be taken care of. Now I wanted to tell you something about this Israel influence. It's Pepe. Okay. This Israel influence situation. Let me just give this. It's okay to have an image that the war should take place if the people are right at your border. It's okay to have that image. But it's also important for us to understand we're in the 21st century, third decade, and the war, that you have seen it when the two towers came down. The terrorists, it can be off the border war. So I think the war that all the presidents prior to Trump also mentioned that Islamic Republic needed to be taken care of. This terrorist, the head of the octopus, whatever it is, it has to be done and ended. So I think that is itself, within itself, it creates the terrorist. So no, I don't think it needed the Israel influence. I think Trump is doing this for the security of United States. And you know what? So better. Because Israel is alone in Middle East. It is the truth. I mean, we cannot deny that.
Sure, I think that I
Do you
don't
get
think
what
that.
I'm trying to say?
One second, I need everybody. Mods, JAALE is trying to get up. I've been sending him invites. He's been raising his hand. Can you guys try getting him up here, please?
I'll look at it.
It's too rich to accuse Iran of.
Well, hold on, Soren. I wanted to respond to her really quickly. So, when it comes to, okay, I get it. The IRGC has been problematic. They've killed at least a couple of thousand of troops, almost all in the Middle East. They tend to only, at least so far with the U.S., they've only targeted military or government, buildings or personnel. Which obviously is inexcusable. I'm not saying that makes it, better.
But Pepe, if they were in reach of civilian infrastructure, would they think would go for civilian infrastructure?
I don't know because we haven't seen it.
Well,
We've only seen it with
9/11.
Israel.
Hold on. Forget about 9/11. Forget about 9/11. During Ramadan, where did Iran send its rockets and what building did they hit in Dubai?
I don't know. It was the U.S. Embassy.
No, it was a hotel. It was a random hotel for regular civilians. So if they can reach random buildings, they would hit random infrastructure. So if they were in reach of American civilians, innocent civilians, if they were in the reach, because as I always said, Israel is basically the shield for America. As long as Israel there, all the rockets are gonna fly towards Israel. Israel is gonna be gone. The next rocket they're gonna be trying to build is the one that's gonna be able to fly to America, and that's when you guys are gonna have to go. And so, if your hate is more harder than if your hate is so strong that you would rather see Israel eliminated than to take out Iran, that's already a problem on you. But Iran needs to be taken out today, or it needs to be taken out tomorrow.
I think that's what.
So the question is, when are you gonna do it? Which government that you guys are gonna put in place has the balls to actually say, let's fucking do it?
But I see this
That's
is
the difference.
this is where there's like a fundamental difference between our beliefs or at least opinions. I do think that Iran doesn't like us, but I'm going to say the level of hate.
Doesn't like you?
Yeah, they don't like the United States, but the level of hate they have for Israel in particular is the next level. They literally want you guys fucking dead and out of the Middle
You
East.
think that
You guys are enemies. I think people look at Israel as enemy number one.
Did they start their
Hold on. So I agree, Pepe, the way that you're saying it. But let's think about it this way. When you say that they hate us so much more than America, so why are we called the little Satan and not called the big Satan? You guys are called the big Satan. Right.
We're a lot bigger.
So trust me, you're the big Satan. So the hate of Satan is going to be the same. You don't hate one Satan more than you hate the other Satan.
Put it like this.
I'm asking you, and I'm not controlling people. But if the government is evil, the way that they had it, doesn't matter.
No, I get it, but I think the IRGC is smart enough to realize this. Americans can wake up and become very patriotic like they did after 9/11. What we can do is if you decide to launch a rocket at us, do anything to us. Your officials.
Pepe, hold on. I agree with you. 100%.
You cannot have
Listen, you have to be retarded to go after America. But they showed you. America. They're not the truth. So, I know that
Genocide. I don't think.
No, Pepe says that Iran is not hostile enough to America. It's very hostile to Israel, but not hostile enough. So he feels that way. So I tell you, Pepe, again, I said at the beginning, the image of the war that actually can be actualized, can happen, has to change a little bit, maybe in your mind. That, maybe, yes, they're not hostile as much as America.
No, I agree. I agree with you. No, I agree with you. I don't know more, but the bottom line is they realize we're the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and you just don't fuck with us because we will absolutely fucking destroy you if you put us in a corner.
Look, Iran was actually cooperating with the United States in 2001 with the Bush administration. winning of these invasion was actually helping Americans.
Oh, be
Yeah,
quiet.
and-
That's
and
another
also-
story. That's a big like job.
And
No,
that was
you
a
don't have a
mistake.
point. You're Java Sarin
The
18.
point is very clear. But you can't just have an equal camper. This is not a fucking Israel. Iran was helping
Yeah.
at the beginning, and the reason was very clear because Iran. So that's why
Can I
Iran.
say something?
Guys,
And in
don't
return,
mute
the axis of evil.
people.
They put Iran as an axis of evil. Iran was cooperative.
Yeah, they were cooperative, but
Iran
that was the
was
mistake
not
because they created
cooperative.
vacuum
And
in
that's a
both in
big.
Iraq.
Okay, all right. We can talk about that if the people want. We can talk. I have documentation. That's a big.
It was a fact.
Can I say something?
I have something to mention to you, man. Okay. Hold on.
Wait, let Far's not talk. He didn't get his turn.
Yeah, sorry. It is true. The enemy of my enemy is my enemy and all that. That Iran, the IRGC might have helped the U.S. in Afghanistan and Iraq, but that was our mistake as Americans because we created this power vacuum in Iraq, and IRGC, they knew what they were doing. They wanted to destroy those governments in both Iraq, as Saddam Hussein, and in Afghanistan so they can fester their terrorism there. And look what happened. No, I agree. I agree. Because IRGC has been funding all these terrorist groups.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you there, Farzad. I like when it comes to in Iraq, which it had been at a civil war at was it the 70s or 80s with Iran, and you had the people that were coming in from Syria and all of these other places, and then you had a lot of these militias that were trained by the IRGC in Iran, and of course you had Iranians coming in. And yes, I 100%
Iraq
get
was
it.
a bridge to Syria and Lebanon, and that was how Qasem Soleimani was able to create all these terrorist entities around Israel, right?
Because you saw American invasions.
Okay, Soren, listen to this. No. Listen to this. If Islamic Republic didn't exist, Iraq wouldn't end up like that. Afghanistan wouldn't end up like that. Islamic Republic was part of that problem making. Don't you sit there and say, oh my God, it helped the solution. If Islamic Republic didn't exist, the situation with Iraq would be by far in a different stage, by far better. And Afghanistan, even Jawad Zarif himself said that. Oh, we were at the table when they were making the decision for Afghanistan. I mean, you better know what happened there. And about Iraq, the same thing. I mean, Islamic Republic lives off of chaos. Okay? Now you're telling me he helped with the solution. I'm sorry, they create the problem.
He didn't deny that he fueled it. We can look at the revolutions. We can look at
Pepe, Soren, 1 second. So everybody, calm the fuck down. Hold on, Katie, shut up.
The monitor saying calm the fuck down, so everybody have to calm the fuck down so Ravi can talk.
Love the ocean. Okay, fucking.
put the Hebrew hammer down. Just say your piece.
Everybody, simmer the fuck down. Hey, shut the fuck
Shut up. You dropped the Hebrew hammer, faggot. Shut up.
Fuck, you're bugging him. Yo, I'm gonna fucking shoot him down right now.
Can I
Okay,
clear out
guys,
something?
first do it. I wish you can do it. Are you guys all retarded? Like, I don't get it. Did you guys start drinking the water that gentleman, like, Herc, recommended? Hold on. Let me talk to Father. Father, are you here right now?
Yeah, right here.
Can you do a quick room reset? And I want to go back into queue. We got some new people on the stage. I just want to go and ask what their opinions on the title before we go back into popcorn style.
Sure, let's take a moment and if you have a pink ticket to go up to the up there reason you don't join the war room, I can still ping you. So, anyways, the topic here is America winning or losing fighting two fronts, China or Iran? That is the topic, and that's what we will speak on. And we actually do have some new people. We have Alan, Grace, Joe, Marzad, Cyberpunk, and Kay again. The one rule that is, is kind of one of those, is one speaker, one mic at a time. So let's just keep it as simple as we can, okay?
Thank you.
Alan, you can go. Alan, you can go.
Okay, hold on. No, it's Grace. I'm gonna go by my PTR right now that I'm looking. The queue is Grace, Alan, Joe, and Cyberpunk since we already spoke to Farzad. Grace, how you doing? Welcome to the stage. In your opinion, is America winning right now or losing? Since they're fighting two fronts, they're fighting in Iran, but it's really a fight between Iran and China for America. And what do you, in your opinion, win or loss?
Well, we're always going to be on the loss side because we should be taking our time and creating a coalition and seeing what we can do with others as opposed to the past as we have, the United States, we're going to win, well, you know what? There is such upheaval throughout the world right now that who are allies, who are enemies, who's going to do coalitions behind people's backs, are we willing to let these countries fold? Are we willing to put our troops out there right now? I mean, there are incredible amounts of questions before we jump ahead and say, what should we do? We need to have a coalition. We need to meet with others who are allies and start talking about strategy before we just walk in and start shooting. And we have made many mistakes in the past 50 years of running inside and start firing. So I think that better heads need to prevail, and I think that there needs to be backroom discussions of how we're going to handle things, what are the ways in which we're going to proceed, and what are the guardrails to not just get in there and start shooting.
By the way, one of the things I want to say real quick is if Christopher Freeman wants to come up to the stage, what I would recommend is get out of the room and then come back. Same thing with Jebediah Smith. I see you got a green check mark, but for some reason you're not up on the stage, so that's.
Yeah, guys, if you're having issues and we've been sending you.
Here, I'll just turn off the hand raising right now for whoever that wants to come up. Hold on.
Hi, here, beat me again.
Good morning.
Hand raising's off. Hey, what's up, guys? Hand raising's off. Whoever wants to come up, and then I'm going to turn it back on. So, yeah, okay.
Yeah, everybody will get the opportunity to jump on stage. Anybody wants to.
Go ahead, please.
Alan, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, Pat,
Yeah.
be nice.
Pepe, were you just coming right then? It sounded like you.
I did. That's the only reason I had a man. It's the only reason I had a man voice it for one.
Yeah.
One time you've heard me.
Sound like me at all.
It sounds like the testicle has finally dropped.
Who said that?
Right here.
That was a good.
Now you have 10 minutes. Go.
Okay, all right. Between 1984 and about 1987, look up the Tanko Wars. We kicked Iran's ass then and forced
Khomeini said, this is a bitter pill, it's worse than taking poison to be forced to stop the war. However, during that war, the IRGC was laying mines throughout the Gulf. One U.S. warship got hit and literally almost split in half. A tanker was hit, though because it was so big, it barely caused it. I mean, there was a hole in the hull, but they're so big, the fact that that compartment flooded didn't do anything to its ability to continue to sail, and it continued on. Um, there were other skirmishes. They were attacking, the U.S. attacked some of their offshore oil rigs. They attacked other ships. There were some air skirmishes. And then at the end of it, the U.S. won. They did it before. We did it before. We can do it again. And we will do it again. Because as has been pointed out in some other rooms, yes, the IRG has advanced its technology, but guess what? So has the U.S. And in this, when you look at it objectively, you look at who's fighting who, how they're fighting, what the losses have been so far. When Trump says, I don't want to do it, but I can destroy a civilization, which is what he meant was destroying the energy structure and destroying the bridges, not killing everyone in Iran. That's what he meant, destroying bridges and energy. He can really do it. And that would be the end. Right now, I'll end with this. Right now, it's the economic war. Gee, who's going to shut it? Who's going to shut off the Strait of Hormuz? Well, back in the 80s, 60% of the oil of the world's oil and natural gas came from the Strait. Now it's 20%. The economic fallout from this will be much, much less. So yeah, Iran is screwed.
Let me ask you a question.
Alan, at this point, dude, hold on, Alan, at this point, not even 20% anymore.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia is pushing up to 7 million barrel a day in the Red Sea pipeline, so it's not even the 20.
The Saudis are
Yeah, I mean, let me respond. What I got back when I did my search is that they're still straining to get that output. So the other countries kicking it in, it's still not enough to make up for it, but in the long term, he could bomb Karg Island tomorrow, and yes, it would affect the world markets, but they would recover, and other countries like Saudi Arabia would be able to do it. The issue is that, and this came up, Iran produces not light and not heavy, but middle of the road, and each of the refineries is geared towards and set up for the specific heaviness of each oil coming out of a particular country. So we could get oil from Venezuela, we get oil from Saudi Arabia, et cetera, but there would be that period where, okay, we need to readjust these refineries, but that would be overcome.
I have a question.
Just ask a question, because I think what I heard Alan say is America's got all this technology, the biggest military in the world. We could destroy that civilization if we want, and also we don't need the oil because we can get it from other places, right? And I'm just trying to connect that with reality right now, which is that, the technology or the military difference between Vietnam and America. You went in there to kick out the communists, you left with the communists in control. Afghanistan went in there to kick out the Taliban, you left with the Taliban in control. We can go over and over where America's been like, do you see how big my military is? Hold my beer. and then
Yeah,
mission
but we don't
accomplished.
have the Soviet. Okay, we don't have the Soviet Union.
To the topic, I'll speak to the topic.
We don't have the Soviet Union though anymore.
I disagree that China is one of those fronts. China and Russia are America's closest allies. The two fronts America is fighting is between Iran and all of the Western allies. Those are the two fronts, and they're losing on both of the fronts. And I'll add with this, Al, I agree, it is an economic war, and guess who's going to win? Iran. They're holding all the cards.
So hold on,
Trump
no,
can't bomb.
Mike, so
Fucking
because-
retarded.
Turning on increasing Venezuela's oil flow is going to take at least 10 years, and that's if you can find an oil company that wants
Okay, I'm gonna mute you for a second.
Third worldist retard.
Pepe, quiet, first of all. You're gonna get your
Watch
share
you
of
go.
cyberpunk.
Yeah,
My question is, Alan, to you, what is a win to you in this war specifically? That's the question. What is America's a win? So if they do claim victory, what is the victory that they're claiming?
Okay, shut your mouth.
Like you putting you in the
I haven't. I'm
speaking to Alan.
speaking to
Alan.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna tell him to shut the fuck up. You're going straight to the. I'm gonna start teaching you how the IRGC would teach you. Just like you were not in Tehran Square, I can't hang you there. Go.
Did Cyberpunk leave? Oh, you're still there. First of all, one bombing run would just completely destroy Card Island. Second of all, I said it would take some adjustment. I think I spent about a minute talking about the problems that would occur if we stopped getting oil from Iran. But, you know, humans have this weird adaptability put into their genes, and I said we would figure it out. So if you want to continue to promote this gloom and doom that it's at the end of the world, thank you. You can believe that. I don't believe that. Now, to answer your question,
And Cyberpunk, I'm trying to bring you back up on stage. I don't know why you went down. Send you the invites if you want to come back up.
To answer your question, the first and foremost, the win is when, and Trump has made it very clear multiple times, we want that nuclear material back. That's the first one. He keeps harping on that. I don't know why people get like, well, geez, why are we there? Why are they there? He said it multiple times. Maybe you don't like listening to Trump. That's the first condition that I've heard. Second of all, and I've been in enough rooms, and this speaks to the other point. Oh, the communists, we didn't win against communism. We didn't win in Afghanistan, et cetera, et cetera. That's all bullshit. Specifically in Afghanistan, we had, for 20 years, it was a much freer society. And because, you know, and this I have to pin it on both Trump and Biden. If we had stayed there, and we only had 3,500 soldiers there, we've got like 35,000 in South Korea. But if we had stayed there, they would continue to be a more open society. But to the larger point, I'll make this quick. Iran was a Western-style country before the IRGC came in. The Persians, Iranians never saw themselves as the more religious-based society that other countries like Saudi Arabia do. So if you eliminate the IRGC, the Iranian people themselves want a more freer society. You can't say that necessarily about Afghanistan, though they did, while we were occupying there, they did see some of the benefits of that. So the difference is the Iranian people themselves. They overwhelmingly want those freedoms. And as a side benefit to everything else that Trump is trying to get out of all of this, if as a side benefit, if the IRGC is gone and we have, and a new, what's the word, constitution And I think as human beings, we should want that for the Iranian people. And I think it is absolutely, positively disgusting of the left that they hate Trump so much that they would rather see, 47,000 Iranian people murdered by the IRGC, and they would rather see Trump fail. They would rather see this military action fail than to give Trump credit that he actually freed the people of another country. And for that, they are total scumbags. They are the most sadistic, sick, fucked up, self-hating people on this planet, and they should all be put underneath a prison for the way they are behaving now. And this is the true colors of the Democratic Party. Never forget what total scumbags they are.
Thank you.
Not that I have an opinion.
Yeah, we're
Not
yeah,
that I
this is
have
not
an opinion
this is
either
not
way.
this is not political or sides. This is again, this is about politics, but this is not political in that sense. Let's move on. First of all, Gabriel, welcome to the stage. And Rahman, you were here before Gabriel. I'm gonna go to you quickly. So right now, this is America fighting two fronts, basically in Iran. They're fighting also a war with China. It's basically a ripple effect. And do you think this is a win for America or a loss?
So about China, I cannot say anything. I don't know anything to say it if he's winning or America's winning or no. But towards Iran, economically, military, America now already won because IRGC cannot pay the salary, cannot pay the salary to his own people, cannot pay the salary to the nurses, cannot pay salary to doctors, and the rest of the society. So the people in Iran right now, they didn't get their salary for several months. They didn't get their bonuses for several months. So it's already lost for Iran right now. So I think it's the end of it, for IRGC. They're gonna keep pressure on it till everything will be collapsed. And from the manufacturers, petroleum manufacturers, it's already everything is shut down. So they cannot produce any oil because they cannot stand it.
Hold on, Bree, 1 second, Bree. Rahman, land your plane quickly, please.
So that said, they cannot produce any oil because their capacity is full, and they have to shut down all the
So what's the win that you're seeing America has right now? What's the win? My question.
They collapse their economy at all. They don't have even money to pay the salary.
Their economy was collapsed before America even went in. That's why they had the protest. That's what.
No, it was not this. It was not this much. It was not this much.
Doesn't matter. The people were already sucking dick. I'm sorry to say. So my question is, what did America win right now?
America has
We're gonna go in a second. Bree, you're gonna go in a second. We have a queue here.
Till now, America has a military victory and economical victory. So at least these two Americas right till now they have.
Okay. Thank you. Gabriel, you wanna just mod with it, or you wanna answer the question too?
I'll just.
You were next in queue.
I'll answer a little bit, and then I'm going to listen a few minutes. I'll add a few more things to add, but real briefly, China gets about 33% of its crude oil, crude import from Russia, Iran, and Venezuela. So two of the three of those are currently in jeopardy and or will be under U.S. control or significant impact. So I think that's kind of one way the U.S. is being strategic about what it's doing with its conflict with China.
Thank you, Gabriel. Okay. Next we have in queue is Wakas. us to the stage. Alan, you flashed your mic. You want to go?
No. Oh, I was trying to get to them.
Sorry, no problem. Walkus, welcome to the stage. Always a pleasure. Same question goes to you, Walkus. Is America winning this right now or losing? They're basically fighting Iran, but America's fighting two fronts. With the Iran war, they're basically fighting the China war, the future war to come. What do you think America's winning or losing right now?
Well, I believe America could not achieve the goals that they really want to achieve at this moment. See, the point is, who is benefiting from this war? If you think Iranian regime is losing it, I don't think so. The Iranian regime has nothing to do with the people of Iran. You know how many of they killed on the streets when they were protesting against the same regime few months ago. So whatever losses the regime suffer, it doesn't matter to them because they know that the public, the Iranian public, will not support them and they'll lose it either this way or that way. So they would definitely expand this war as long as it would go. But America, being the global hegemony, needs to understand where they are going with it. The whole world is suffering. Whether they were able to achieve the goals they really wanted to achieve out of this war, I don't think so. Because the goalpost has been changing now and then. So I personally believe America is winning this one. I'm not saying they are losing it, but they're not winning as well.
Right, can I add something on to what the gentleman just said?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's some truth to what you said in the sense that I don't think the war is won. I think that is correct. And I think there's also truth to what you said, where the war is certainly not lost and the U.S. is not losing. But I think the United States is massively winning, as is Israel. And I'll say that, this war started, you can argue that it started 20, 30 years ago. You can also argue that it started on October 7th, because the Islamic regime of Iran openly, on video, like top senior leaders have recently, again, confessed that October 7th was an extension of their policy, that this was their people, right, their proxies that started October 7th. We also know that they, of course, trained the people, on paragliding, and they provided weapons. So just go with me for a sec. Let's say on October 7th, the Islamic regime of Iran took its ring of fire strategy. We're going to have a ring of fire with the Houthis, ourselves, Hamas, Hezbollah. We're going to, attack Israel, and everyone's going to join in. Maybe even Turkey. Well, that didn't quite work out, right? Hamas has barely any control in Gaza, although they're still fearsome. But they don't control most of Gaza. All of Hamas's leadership that used to, be alive is unalived. All of Hezbollah's leadership is unalived. Thousands of Hezbollah members are dead. Much, not all, but most of Hezbollah's arsenal has been deleted. The Islamic regime of Iran spent billions of dollars, doing this. The influence of the Islamic regime in Syria is gone, right? The influence of the Islamic regime in Iraq is much smaller. Lebanon, the government of Lebanon, is begging the Israelis and anyone else who will help them get rid of the rest of Hezbollah. The Christians in Lebanon are wanting to secede. There's a whole area of Syria which just voted of the Druze that voted to join Israel. And I don't know if that'll happen or not, but they want to be an autonomous region that's pro-Israel.
We're trying to stick on America.
Yeah. No. I get it. But this is a huge win to America. That's my point. Because America spends billions and billions and billions of dollars fighting threats, right? Yeah, fighting threats all around the world. we spend so much on intelligence, as do the Israelis, and we have lost certainly hundreds of millions, if not billions, on attacks and foiling attacks and preventing attacks. So this is actually a pretty big deal. And we spend so much money, like, protecting against the fucking Houthi pirates. This is mid to long term, this is a pretty big win for us.
Or the Houthi fucking fucktards?
All of them. Both of them.
Donald Trump for eliminating cross-Islam money. One second, Sam, you're gonna go right after me right now, guys. Welcome to the war room. Great to have you all, guys. I need people to cash in their tickets in the audience. The ones with a little pink ticket, yeah, please go cash it in. Top right-hand corner.
No, you need to know to do it. It's at the top of the room where it says the war room. There's a little arrow. You gotta click on that. It says join. You'll be able to exchange your ticket in there. Please cash in your tickets. If you're up on stage, the only way you'll be able to speak is if you cash in your ticket and you're a member of the house.
Yeah, and on the topic of some people, well, you know, usually it's the same people. It's the IRGC supporters and the Hezbollah and Hamas supporters that are saying this, where they're stating that America is coming for the oil and that is their only objective. As we know, there are surely America does have interests there to do future business with Iran concerning oil. But we should not forget that the Islamic Republic right now, for the past 47 years, has used this oil money not for the people of Iran. More so, they have used this oil money to fund proxy militias and fight proxy wars in the region, which you can see now. Saudi Arabia is not happy at all, right? Yemenis are not happy at all. The people of Lebanon that do not support Hezbollah are not happy at all, right? In Syria, same thing, and in Iraq, the same thing. So where did that oil money all go to for 47 years? So, you know, the point is, their children are living abroad, living lavish lifestyles. You know, while people in Iran get suppressed for not wearing their hijab properly or not being able to wear
What was her name? Messa Massini? Messa Massini or something like that? Like, she got killed at the police station. She didn't wear a hijab. Like, what? The front door?
No, she got thrown in the bus so hard, probably, in those buses. And
Because she wasn't wearing it right.
She was wearing
Guys, stop interrupting her. Oh,
Yeah, and Sam, we're trying to keep it on America right now, for at this moment. I want to see people.
America is in Iran, so this is the same thing, dude.
1 second, we have a queue. 1 second, let Sam just land her plane. Yeah, please. We're trying to keep it right now more in America.
So these proxies, that is where the oil money has gone to for so far, and of course the families that are living abroad and living lavish lifestyles.
Thank you, Sam.
Can I add something very important to what Gabriel said about the Ring of Fire? We should thank Donald Trump for killing Qasem Soleimani for Ring of Fire not working. As well as the IRGC other
What do you think about like all the generals taking over the IRGC and like Iranian control?
I'm coming to you. I don't care right now for the IRGC and the Iranian control. My question, you're on stage. This is your turn to speak. And stay on topic, because I need you to stay on topic. Is America winning or losing? Fighting right now in Iran, it's a fight basically on two fronts. It's a China and Iran war right now for America.
Rafi, can I answer within 30 seconds?
Beautiful.
Alright, within 30 seconds. Alright, so our blockade of what they're doing right now, like, the Kursk Island, like, where they have all their reservoirs, where they pump all their oil and reservoir it in the tanks. But, like, their tanks are full. but now they're about to have to shut down their pipelines. And if you shut down a pipeline on an oil rig, like, you know, it may never turn back up on.
Okay, but again, it doesn't tell me, are they winning or losing America? And
Yeah, economically they're winning.
And again, was the word to go in economically, or was the word told that you're going in to free the Iranian people?
Well, I mean, the generals that are the IRGC that try to control it.
The war basically a switch bait.
Dude, I hate the freaking Shia, bro.
Again, forget about Shia, forget about who you hate. I asked you a question, is America winning and losing? Because then I usually follow up with a question.
Hey, Pepe, I'm gonna tell you right now, when I use the word hate, I think about you when I think about Shia.
I want everybody to continue to frustrate Rafi. Nobody answered the question. Nobody answered the question.
I love how you said you think of hate and you, because of me, I'm not, like, you think of Shia, but I'm not even a Muslim. It's weird.
I know, you're a Corsican that's also French. I know where you're from.
The Corsicans are probably the most anti-Islamic people in Europe.
Pepe, can you continue to not answer the question for at least 10 minutes? I want to see if we can make Rafi explode.
This is crazy. Nobody can answer. Okay, I want to go to Muhammad. Muhammad.
Let me respond. Rafi, let me respond to Gabriel quickly.
Go. Hold on.
Thank you. Okay. Gabriel, I agree with the fact that the current Iranian regime is the least perpetrator of terrorism and militancy in the world. There's no doubt about that. But what about the 90 million people? They do not want them to represent that as a Persian civilization.
Well, of course. I don't think anyone's arguing with that.
Okay, so let me tell you why I believe America is not winning this war until now, for the last 50 days. America couldn't achieve what they want to achieve. See, a regime change means that you dig into the grassroots level, eliminate the whole mindset of administration.
May I ask you one quick question? I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to have a quick question. No, but was America's official goal regime change? It never was. No, I understand, but if America's stated goal was not regime change, then why would you say that they're not winning the war?
It was the enrichment, the Iranian enrichment. Then we heard multiple times from the American administration that we are going for the whole regime change.
No, actually, we didn't officially say that was our primary goal.
It was the uranium enrichment. But with this regime, do you think the uranium enrichment will stop? It's not going to stop.
Actually, it has been massively disrupted. I don't believe they're further enriching, and I think uranium, and I think we've been able to destroy some of it.
I mean, they did kill like all of their scientists and like bomb, you know, a lot of their facilities. I think there's no doubt they definitely sent them back.
Does it matter anymore?
Yeah, it does matter. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
It does not matter unless and until the whole purpose is eliminated.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. People like me who've been against this joint Israeli-American attack on Iran, I do think that if you cannot get rid of the IRGC, you ultimately it's I wouldn't say that's a loss. We killed a bunch of their leaders. They couldn't do anything to us. We fucked up their navy. We did all of that. When it comes to the winning bullshit, that's stupid. But I guess somebody's like, wait, like what I hear about is, did we actually affect any kind of permanent solution or change? And that's the part that's pissing me off. Is that these people are, if they're still in power, they're still going to fund, you know, all of these terrorists and launch rockets and drones to all of their fucking neighbors and their allies. They're obviously haven't defeated them.
Dude, Pepe, you know, the sad part was, like, when were fighting the Jaish al-Mahdi. Like they were the Shia that were in Sadr City, and their main leader that was on boots on ground, like he was coming against us, and the guy that wasn't boots on ground was Muqtada al-Sadr, and he was a bitch. He was in Iran trying to do it, but he had a dude that was boots on ground. But his dude that was boots on ground that I used to fight back in '08, that motherfucker just joined the fucking IRGC as a Shia.
Well, I would say, one of the things though is that you have to appreciate the IRGC's ability to resist.
I'll get to you in a second. You guys will
Oh my God.
You guys go back on, but we're getting new people on the stage. I just want to question. You can always question the new people too. Mohammed, welcome to the stage. I just want to know your opinion. You're with us, Mohammed? Muhammad 1, Muhammad 2, Muhammad 3. No Muhammad. Okay, Pepe, there you go.
Okay, Muhammad struck out, the number 9. Yeah, so, I don't remember what I was saying. I was going to say, I remember.
Yeah, he let him complete.
The IRGC, they are, the one thing I will give them credit for is that they are obviously very resilient, butchers that are in power of Iran. Like, there's no questioning that, I would think, at this point. And it's just like, how do you, even after, and one of the things that I found impressive, not because I valued it morally, but after we wiped out the senior leadership and killed the parents of the leadership, their actual parents.
Agreed.
They ended up going still with balls to the wall. These are people that are I don't see how you stop them without absolutely devastating.
Dude, if you had a picture of King Shaw in your house, they would kill you.
The IRGC has turned so they've divided into two groups. The top leadership is gone. IRGC doesn't need to listen to mankind. They are divided into two groups. One who are continuously supporting the war to continue. The other, the negotiating team who are trying to conduct us to make a breakthrough or make a deal out of it. But all IRGC leadership are not listening to what we are saying. I mean, the command from the leadership, the remaining leadership, does not reach them.
Well, you have
Hold on.
I had heard today that there's a good chance the Ayatollah, the current Ayatollah, possibly lost his leg, and his hand was seriously damaged.
Cypherpunk, I wanted to come to you, but you kept running away off the stage. So again, you're not gonna just come in and start asking.
Slap him with the Hebrew hammer. Slap Joe off.
This is not a Hebrew hammer. This is gonna be, we're gonna teach you proper etiquette right now. So Cyberpunk, since you're on the stage, are you ready to have a little conversation dialect? Because the question is America winning and losing or fighting this war with Iran? What is your opinion?
I'm happy to answer the question if this isn't kind of like a popcorn round where I can respond to what Wagner said.
Again, you saw how we're running.
But I respect the mod, so are you saying I can't respond to Wagner and I can only speak to the topic? I'm happy to do whatever you want me to do. I respect the meeting.
It's not that you're happy.
I just want to make sure I follow the house rules.
Okay, so I'm going to explain to you. We first ask the question, you explain yourself, so we know where you stand, and then it goes popcorn style. To be part of the conversation, we have to know where you're coming from. So the question to understand you is America winning and losing this fight right now, fighting in Iran? Because realistically, fighting in Iran, they're really fighting in China too. Because it's basically a ripple effect, this war. So my question is
So-
America winning and losing in your eyes? And if they're losing, how are they losing? And later on, we can have popcorn style.
I would ask that. America is losing this war because America is hurting more than China is even hurting for this war. America
You're
is
not a
large producer
Canadian
of
cup
gas
that
in the
does
world.
the room.
Pepe.
No.
Quiet. Sorry, go.
America is the largest producer of oil in the gas in the world. They don't produce enough to meet their needs, especially with the technology they have, because they have to import. They only make 60% of what they need. And that doesn't even touch fertilizer and plastics and all the other things that are held up in the industry right now. So Iran can wait 5 months. Even if their ships aren't going through the market, they can import it. China has reserves. China has the biggest natural, they have other sources for that oil. And so when America is letting Chinese oil go to China and India oil go to China, Iranian oil up until the blockade, like that shows how much they're not fighting in China. They're fighting, and again, they let Russian oil be bought, and Russia's making millions off this war. China is killing it off this war. America is suffering. American farmers are paying how many more tens of thousands of dollars to fertilize their crops? Some of them are choosing not to. This is a ticking time bomb, and the Ayatollah knows that all he has to do is wait 3 months, and Trump is gone, because he will be slaughtered in the midterms. I mean, Iran's holding all the...
Okay. Now we know where you stand. And,
So I wanted to say,
he doesn't really speak English. But
yeah,
go on.
right. I wanted to. What does winning look like, Cyber? Wait. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Real quick. He just lied. He lied to the room.
That's why I asked him what winning looked like.
No. Well, yeah, he lied about the oil production. Yeah, so I just Googled this. There's a simple Google information you can find on your phone. The U.S. actually produces more than 60% of its oil consumption. In recent years, it's been much closer to 90%, and sometimes even more. The United States is the largest oil producer in the world, ahead of Saudi Arabia and Russia. The U.S. production typically covers most or all of its domestic demand. So why do we still import? Even though the U.S. produces a ton of oil, it still imports because refineries are optimized. The U.S. exports a lot of its own lot of crude oil. It's often cheaper logistically and better long term. So you lied. That's all.
Do you understand the nuance of that? Like, and speaking down, I'm just saying that the reason why Canada supplies you guys with all the oil that you can't use yourself, that you pull from your own wells, is the answer to what I was trying to say before. Is it take tens of years to create new refineries. You can't just turn that overnight. And so the oil from Venezuela, the oil from Canada, all your refineries are to refine our oil, not yours. That's why you are the, and this is the outline of this. This is why you are a major exporter of oil. And
yes, but they own all the companies. It's American-owned companies that are pumping the oil.
The thing is, I think you need to see that America looks at.
They're using.
Yeah, but we also look at.
Canada sold a lot.
It's also about looking at the long-term perspective. If I know that oil is.
Sorry. You're pumping the oil in Canadian dollars, paying Canadian wages for America, and then Canadians have to buy back their oil in gas, basically in U.S. dollars, or you get fucked on the exchange rate. I mean, you're Canadian oil. Just to let you know. Welcome to Canada.
Well, I mean, guys, we pay the same oil as Californians. The only place we're getting screwed is where you guys are getting screwed, which is we're all paying twice as much as we did a few months ago before your president started an illegal and unjust war. That's just a fact.
I think my point is that you make it seem as if America cannot play the long term game. The fact is that they can, because I rebutted you with facts that we produce much of our own oil. You implied that we only produce 60%. But the thing about America in importing oil is because if I realize that oil is a finite source, that means one day oil will run out. And I understand that I have enough money where I can borrow your sugar and not use my sugar. So I, as the biggest neighbor in the neighborhood, and the biggest house in the neighborhood, I'm going to borrow everyone else's sugar in the world until they no longer have sugar, and then I'm going to use my sugar, right? So it's about the long-term game. Those are things you have to consider. If I know that my neighbor will willingly give their sugar away if I pay them, then I'm going to do that first before I use my own sugar.
Canada's doing. Canada's basically selling off everything now to China. They're selling off, basically, they're coming to eat the rest of our sugar that we had left. That's what Canada's doing.
Hey, Ralph, I just have one quick sentence about, I just want to jump in for 1 second.
Can I need to leave. I need to leave. So if I need to add something. I'm so sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah, I hear some guys say like China, it doesn't affect China because China is getting his oil from Russia or any other sources. But the important thing is China doesn't need only oil. The oil has other, like what the other materials that they get from the oil for the factory to run their factory they need, like ethylene, propylene, methanol, aromatics, I don't know, bitumen, lubricants, paraffin wax, and a lot of these things are coming, they are taking from the oil, and most of these things, it will be so costly to ship them through the land. They have to be shipped from the sea, and the price of these things, it got so expensive. So John, you can laugh as much as you, but for example, the sulfur, okay, the sulfur for a factory before this war started was each ton was $240, but now each tons are $600. The price got triple time. So and China need this for their factories. So when the raw materials got expensive, the cost of their stuff, what they are building, it get more expensive. So it's a big lose for China because the, the things they are producing is getting more and more expensive, and people less buy from them. So it's a big lose for China also. It's not only oil that they use in the cars or these things. So this.
Thanks, Rahman. Super quick, and then we'll go to the next person. Rafi, if you don't mind. Thanks, man. So I did hear someone, I think it was Cyberpunk, say when the U.S. started this illegal and unjust war. So I just respectfully I disagree. So A, it's not an unjust war. Number two, the United States didn't start it. Neither did Israel. This war, again, you could easily say that this war was started after the Islamic Revolution, when our embassy staff were taken hostage and held hostage. It was started when hundreds of U.S. Military were murdered in Beirut, right? And this was an IRGC plot, you know. You could also argue that it was further started on October 7th when over 40 American citizens were murdered by Hamas, which was funded, encouraged, and partially led by IRGC goons, right? One moment. I'm speaking. Excuse me. Did you not hear? I'm speaking. Wait. Thank you. Murdering 40 American citizens, can easily be considered an act of war. Holding hostage, right, multiple American citizens, and then murdering some of them, including Hirsch, right, is also an act of war. And then further, also trying to kill our president or former president, right, 2 attempts to assassinate Donald Trump, is definitely an act of war. And then also putting out a hit on Nikki Haley is an act of war. And then going after American citizens on American soil. Masih Alinejad is an Iranian woman who's an American citizen, I believe, and she's living here, and there was a plot to kidnap her and murder her. And this is just a fraction of what the Islamic regime of Iran has been doing to Americans, right, across the globe. So the U.S. doing this, and by the way, if you also vow to destroy the great Satan and the little Satan, and you promise to destroy America while doing all of these acts of war, the United States is perfectly within its right at any point, to take action against such a regime. So it's not unjust. It's not illegal. And according to international law, it's actually perfectly justified what the United States has done so far.
Yeah, and I just quick. Yeah, I wanted to respond to that as well. First of all, if Canada's exporting all this oil to the United States, why are you complaining? Where do you think all the money for your free health care comes from? From the benevolence of the Canadians who are paying their taxes, or the fact that you're a country the same size as the United States, but you've only got 44 million people, not 330 or 335 million people. So it seems weird that you're complaining that you're exporting that oil. Second of all, if you're paying the same price as California, California has probably one of the highest gas prices in the nation for a few reasons. One, there's the taxes per gallon are over $1. I think it's like $1.12, $1.13 per gallon in taxes, and all of barely of any of that goes to actually upkeep of the roads. And the other issue is California Democrats unwisely, because we're global climate change, et cetera, have closed down refineries in the state. So it's just it, and I could be wrong about that, but they have closed them, and we are importing our gas and oil. So it's created a mess. So yeah, I can't see why a Canadian would ever oppose this war unless it's just because they hate Trump.
Gabriel, if I can respond to you, and then I'll really quickly respond to you, Al. Gabriel, it's back and forth, and guys, my mics aren't working, so I can't hear you guys when you come off mic. So someone, and I know someone mute me if I'm talking over someone, because my mic.
Go ahead, go for it.
But I'll try to be really succinct. Gabriel, this back and forth thing is the problem with the Middle East, right? Because if we go back to the original problem, the reason why the regime is there, the war, all those deaths, it was because the CIA and the M6 went in and overthrew the only elected leader in that nation. Over 3,000 years, only once there was an elected leader, Mohammed, and the CIA and the MI6 took him out. He was assassinated, and they put in the Shah, who was America and the UK's pawn. Right, and so if you want to go back to the origin, that's it's still.
I hear you. So let me just counter that really briefly, and I do appreciate you engaging on that. So I wasn't speaking about back and forth though. I was addressing your point. Your point was this is an unjust and illegal war. So I'm not addressing all the history of the region or the United States and Iran's history forever. I'm saying that under international law, the United States, right, has been at war with Iran. Iran has declared war on the United States through its actions, which would be considered acts of war for any country to try to assassinate the leader of another country multiple times, put out hits, and actually, bring online assassins on sovereign territory to murder secretaries of state or other representatives. Any country, training and helping take hostage dozens of people and murder 40 plus citizens of another country, like all of that, and then murder hundreds of its soldiers, and do this for decades, right? For decades, because the U.S. Has, through Israel's help and Great Britain's help, has foiled, and by the way, some help from Pakistan, weirdly, because they're like the whore of the Middle East, right, and Asia, so they just work for everybody. Dozens and dozens and dozens of plots, right, have been foiled. Some have succeeded, unfortunately. So my only point was that the United States is not doing an unjust war. The United States is simply engaging an enemy who has been at war with it for several decades at least.
And if I can go into the CIA started this. I'll try and make it brief. There's an article, it's called The CIA Coup That Never Was. The idea that we took out a duly elected leader, prime minister of Iran, created by the IRGC. At that time, the Shah had the constitutional right to hire and fire the prime minister. Now, it had become the tradition that when he appointed someone, he would go to the parliament and say, oh, by the way, this is the guy I'm making the prime minister. And the parliament would say, thank you for informing us. That was the procedure. There was no election. The people didn't vote on him. It was just a courtesy between the monarch and the
That's a lie. That's a lie.
No, that is not a lie.
It's by constitutional law.
Well, here's the thing.
We had the constitutional right to hire and fire.
Yes,
The prime minister. Okay, let Alan finish, and then you can reply.
He appointed him twice to prime minister. Now, when he's prime minister, what does he do? Aside from lobbying to nationalize the oil production in Iran, at one point he dissolved the parliament. Does that sound like someone who believes in a democracy? I don't think so. In any event, after that, now we're in a country that is full of civil unrest. I think within the following the removal of Mossadegh, from then until 1980, there were something like 13 different prime ministers, some of them only lasting as long as 2 or 3 months. And then somehow between whatever it was, 1957 and then 1980, somehow the United States is responsible for, quote, removing a duly elected leader of Iran when he was never duly elected. He was appointed by the man who had the Iranian constitutional power to appoint him and removed from that same office. That's what happened.
And these documents are available among the monarchy, and the Shah still has these documents. So, you can make propaganda when you take over a nation and spread that propaganda like it's the truth, but sooner or later the truth will come out again.
And I'm really wondering, you guys, because I was listening to you guys for like 15 minutes when Cyberpunk was talking, and he was just spreading all those lies, and no one said anything except Rashad. Because, like, Cyberpunk, are you doing this like intentionally, or you have lack of knowledge?
What part of what I said don't you think was...
Because, okay, so what you said was China has the biggest natural oil reserve. That's what you said.
It wasn't. I said they had the largest natural resources. Like they have the largest wind power. They have the largest solar grid. They have the largest natural power. So they're reducing their requirement.
First of all, brother, you talked about oil. China uses somewhere around 16 to 17 million a day. They only produce about 4 million of it. So they have to import 12, almost 11, I don't know, 11 or 12 million of it. 2.5, somewhere around 2.5 million of it comes from Iran and Venezuela. And that is a fucking huge number.
I know, and Canada had just built a pipeline to Vancouver because America's threatened to attack us. So we're going to say, we're not going to send you our oil, we're going to send it to China. So they're fine, man, we're fine. You guys are screwed.
What do you mean you guys are screwed? The U.S. produces more than 60%, about 65% of its own oil. What are you even talking about?
Cypherpunk, let me ask you a
No,
question.
hold on a second. When you say you guys are screwed,
You know, Cypherpunk, hold on.
no, this guy watches TikTok. Bro, I'm exposing a guy who's just watching TikTok.
Don't expose them. There's a better way. Let me ask you a different question. Cyberpunk, 1 second. You said that they're going to give to China. Have you noticed anybody who has been dealing with China? What happens to the leaders of those countries and what happens to those countries? Venezuela, Iran. So you think the Canadian government is going to just give it to China without America selling it? If these pipelines do exist, I'll bet you anything there are American companies building them across Canada. Because Canada is a food country. They sell to the highest bidder. And
You realize, Rafi,
those
Canada has no
pipelines are going to
military,
be
right?
those pipelines are going to be American owned and American operated. They're just
You
going to use
realize
the Canadian
Canada,
labor.
Rafi, you realize Canada has no advantage like any of this.
Again, if Canada tries to go against the U.S.,
Hezbollah is stronger.
Gentlemen,
Hezbollah is stronger than Canada's military.
gentlemen, I think the only like I've been real quiet on the stage because I just no I'm saying like I wanna say I love the conversation and I've been pretty quiet on stage. I just don't like when people say things that are not true. So, and this is to the room. This gentleman just said China has the largest natural resources. That's not true. Who actually has the most natural resources? And this is Google information. It is Russia. Is considered number one overall. They have massive oil, natural gas, coal, timber, and minerals. United States is number two, extremely resource-rich oil, gas, coal, farmland, and fresh water. Saudi Arabia has the largest huge oil reserves. Canada has oil sands, minerals, and fresh water. China's strength isn't total volume. It is rare earth minerals, large coal reserves, and significant mineral production. You lied again, sir. Like, I get, and this is just like, I get you're twerking for China, right? You know what I'm saying? Because we had a conversation before, and I get it. But the thing is, you're twerking so hard for China that you're just blatantly lying on some things. Now, I get you're probably going to say, ooh, I didn't mean largest natural resources. You're going to try to change your words. But just make sure when you make a statement of how insufficient the U.S. is, that you have some level of like maybe a cited source that backs up what you're saying. Because actually what I did was I actually tried to look up a source, right? Because this is my second time kind of correcting you. I actually tried to look up a source that advocated for what you said. I couldn't find that either.
Bro, it's beyond obvious, Rashad. But here's the thing, I don't understand if he's intentionally doing it or it just suffer from lack of knowledge.
Let's assume that he's doing it in good faith. He has a different set of information from us, and let's just move on because it's not going to be productive.
Okay, so Gabriel, I really respond to what you said, Mish. And sorry, I misspoken. Naturally.
The fuck, can you hold? Yeah, the thing is, he goes on a rant and I fucking start getting confused. What the fuck? He confused the shit out of me.
Can I speak to Alan for a moment?
Yeah, you can speak to Alan for a moment. Fuck, this guy, I wanted to say something and he fucking literally confused the shit out of me.
Well, maybe I'll come back.
Oh yeah, I remember why I said it. Why he's booty clapping for China is because he hates Donald Trump so hard that he has to justify the prime minister that is in power right now that is leading his country is getting into bed instead of with America and he's trying to stick it to the man. He's getting into bed with China. And China's a communist party. And this is one of those sleepers that they groomed in Canada. This is a perfect example. This person's not a leader, he's a follower. You'll hear something and he's gonna regurgitate it. That's what I wanted to say, guys. I'm sorry. So how about you tell them how in Canada, the cyberpunk, how you guys already have Chinese police stations within your own country. What the fuck are Chinese police stations doing in Canada, if that is normal?
We have one in New York as well.
Well, yeah, look at New York. What's happening in New York, Kirk? New York is very fucked up. Tell me what's happening in Canada. Tell what else Canada's in investing. Oh yeah, Canada's investing into a space station with China. A stupid amount of fucking money. I forgot the amount of money they allocated to.
Honestly,
Hold on,
like,
listen.
absolutely irrelevant,
No,
brother.
no.
It's irrelevant.
It's not. No,
It
it's
is,
not.
bro.
Ocean, I'll tell you why it's not. This is gonna be a reason for America, if something, to attack Canada, because they're letting China, a communist country, is basically to get into bed right next door to them, which America is not gonna stand for, and the Canadian people are gonna suffer for it. And he's not understanding that his government is fucking playing the whole fucking country at the same time, while he's fucking around with America as a big brother that is next door, where China is very far away from Canada, unless they start building and adapting in Canada. And he's very clueless on it, and it's a very scary thing, how people like that think in Canada.
Hey, aren't you getting two pandas next week? And you guys near Trump going to fucking China next week? You guys are cucking China more than Canada. What are you talking about? You guys gotta read the news.
A group of SEAL team, a group of SEAL team can take down Canada in hours.
Well,
Canada don't even have military.
Ocean. So just to let you know, there's a funny joke about this. That the actual New York State Police Department, like all the way to Buffalo to New York City, the New York State Police Department is actually larger than the Canadian Army. I think there's more people in the New York State Department than the Canadian Army. I might be wrong again.
My thing is just if you're gonna lie,
but there's always a joke about that.
my thing is like if you're gonna lie, I'd rather you just lie on your own country instead of lying for like a country that really don't give a fuck about you either.
Oh yeah, that's the
caveat that also I want to say that he said they're number one in renewable resources. They're not. They're not number one in renewable. China is not number one in renewable resources. That was a lie too.
How snuggly are you with China Cyberpunk? I just really want to know how close are you?
It's like it's a Friday.
It's the pillow in bed.
It's Friday night.
You mean like as a nation, or like are you talking about myself personally?
I don't know. It sounds like you're taking it for the whole nation.
No, I would actually like to know like why do you advocate for China so much? Because like the three things you said have all been lies, and you know that at this point because every time I corrected you, you said, "Oh, I didn't mean that." "Oh, you're right, I didn't mean that." So that's like saying, "Oh yeah, I lied, and I know I lied," and you corrected me. Right? It's never like, oh, I didn't know that. You're literally saying, oh, yeah, you're right. I totally lied on stage. Oh, yeah, and this is what I meant. And then that's a lie, too. So I would ask you, right, and, you know, it's Clubhouse.
And brother, I promise you, this will be the last thing I say. If anyone comes off mute and tells me that I'm lying, can anyone just Google the following? Go to your favorite AI. It says, what country generates the most renewable energy in the world? And if anyone comes off mic and says it's anything but China, I will just go to the goo and bust y'all a good night.
Well, that's the thing. You didn't say that. You said that they're number one in renewable resources. You said that. The room hurt you. No, wait, no, sir, we're challenging the statements this man said because he says it to the room. And what I realized on Clubhouse is we're so anti-American that we'll let someone come off and just blatantly lie, right? Especially if it's a pro-China, and no one takes the time to just simply prove what that person does. That's why I was shocked you guys were just listening. Like, bro, Canada is not even a sovereign country. Like, what do you think? Right, and I get it, right? Like, listen. Seriously, not even a sovereign country. Like I get it, like. You have to answer to England. Like, I'm in the military, right? So I defend the freedom of press, right? Freedom of speech, and the freedom to lie, right? But I also defend the freedom to correct somebody, which is kind of what I did. So that's why I would ask you, why do you lie and blatantly lie for China so aggressively? Like, what is that?
Oh, there's special bills in Canada for freedom of speech and, for what content you're allowed to watch, what news you're supposed to get. So there's a thing in Canada, special bills for that.
If someone broke into your home, give them whatever they want. Well, I know, but I'm asking. I'm asking Cyberpunk. I'm gonna fuck you if they fucking
fuck you talking about? Is there a lot?
Wait, but Ocean, I wanna ask him though, since he knows, because every time I corrected him, he acknowledged that he was wrong. So that means he know he lied. That's like he's basically saying, hey, I know I just lied about it.
Watching TikTok.
Yeah. Why do you blatantly lie for them so aggressively?
If you let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
We were having a conversation about the oil and the dependence on oil and the comment that and you listen, it's late, we have legal marijuana in Canada, so the comment I meant to say is that listen, China is killing it in renewable energy generation. I know that's not what I said, Rashad, and you got caught up on that, and I get that. Autism is rampant in America. But we were talking about China's dependency on foreign oil, and I was making a comment that they are killing it on generating renewable energy, which they are. They're the largest generators of renewable energy. And I know you don't want to talk about what you want to say, hey, Canada, fuck you, Canada. And you want to attack me, and I'll go full circle, Rafi, because you want to talk about two fronts, China, Iran. I'll say it again. And you muted me up the first time when I said it. You do have two fronts. It is Iran and all of your former allies. So you want to ask me why I'm going to China? Brother, China never attacked us. America has gone to war with us 3 times. We kicked your ass twice, and now you're threatening us again. China's never threatened us to go to war. No one threatens to kill in Canada except America. Why the fuck wouldn't we want to fucking run away from you, psycho?
Quiet. First off, China already attacked you. They already infiltrated you.
If I could.
Wait. I know.
Yeah, when you're done.
I know. Wait. I know. Hold on. Listen, guys. Listen. Let me answer the gentleman. So for one, autism is just rampant around the world at this point. 2, I don't hate Canada and I don't hate China. Right? I don't give a fuck. My point is that, right? If I said fuck Canada, which I never would, I have no malice to Canada, right? You would probably defend it like, why are you saying that, right? Because you're from there, right? So the thing is about when you lie about another country, like you said, America barely produces 60% of its own oil. So it is burning more oil than it can produce. Well, a simple Google search shows you that that is a lie. That is not just a lie, sir. That is a blatant lie. So I'm okay with you pushing China propaganda, but I'm really just here to make sure that people, when they talk on stage, that they're telling the truth. Because a lot of times what we hear here is people would display gross negligence and not say anything when you just tell a lie. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, you told something that was.
I know. Respond to that as well, Rashad, because again, you keep calling me a liar. And everybody Google this, and anyone who comes up with an answer that isn't this, I will go to the goo. I want you to check this. How much oil resources that USA uses comes from the USA? And the answer is 66 to 68%. I'm sorry I was off by 6%, Rashad, but this is the problem when you don't have free access to higher education in America. This is the fucking problem, guys. Stop requiring $200,000 to get a higher education. It costs my kids $2,000 to go to the university, the best universities in Canada. This is the problem.
Yo, hold on. Wait. Let me finish this. Let me finish dialogue.
Guys, give it to Rashad.
So I'll surmise to you that the best schools are in Canada. You win. You have the best schools. We're in terms of best schools, maybe we're number 9. You win. Okay. That's what you just said about renewable energy. I looked that up too while you were talking before. You are true. That's the first truth you've told on stage. Congratulations, you're 1 and 3. You're the Warriors against Cleveland. So I would tell you right now, you're 1 and 3 in telling truths. I guess that means that we're supposed to pretend like you didn't lie 3 straight times in a row. You win. I concede, sir.
Yeah, actually, Rashad, it's halfway true. Because I looked it up, you made a valid point, Cyber. You said look it up. I looked it up. Yes, China's the largest producer of renewable energies in absolute terms. However, when you look at what percentage of that they use for their energy needs, they
I said when I need you to, I'm not even attacking you,
Rashad,
but I need you to.
I heard that, and then I guess, let me limit this to where he said if you Google it, it'll.
No, you're missing the entire thing of what he said. He said renewable. Wait, he said America. Wait, listen. He said China is number one. His original sentence, right? I've been sitting here listening this entire time. He literally said, and I cannot tell you that Rafi heard the same thing. He said China number one in renewable resources. You just said, and I saw this when I did my own research on what he said. They're up there and close to number one in renewable energy. Now, that renewable resources and renewable energy are two different things. Yep. Now listen, don't even answer the question.
Yeah.
Right? Because because no one on Clubhouse wants to admit they're wrong, even if they blatantly fucking lie, right? So what I'll tell you like this, and I'll challenge this to the room. If we agree that you can Google a definition of both, you can Google renewable resources and renewable energy. If you agree that they're both two different things, then that means Cyberpunk lied. That means he lied because his first statement was they're number one for resources. And they're not number one in renewable resources. They're number one in renewable energy thing. That is an entire lie. That's not half a lie. That's an entire lie. If he meant what he said, you say what you meant.
I said I misspoke. We were talking about energy requirements and how much China was doing on the oil.
You lied.
My only response was Rod, and again, I misspoke. It's late.
You gave me speak, you lied.
I'm not sure how much
How you mad at me
you guys
because you
understand
lied?
the importance of legal marijuana in Canada.
How you mad at me
It's
because
like
you
drinking
lied?
coffee. I can just stay up all night, Anyways,
Lying.
I misspoke. We were talking about independence. I mentioned I tried to mention that what I meant to say was they were the greatest generators of renewable resources and energy, and I think again that's relevant because of the conversations. That's why they don't care, and they have so many other sources for that oil, like Canada. We just launched another pipeline, and by the way, Rafi, it's built by Indigenous First Nations and Canadians. With 100%, not like the bridge that you guys want to try and break, which we built for you guys.
Hold up. Indigenous companies might have got the contract. Who actually sits on the board of those pipelines? Go take a look. It's going to be all American companies. They're using Canadian labor. They got the fucking brands or whatever it was. They're all fucking playing games on words. I know you guys fall for it. It's, again, look, there's a board that basically is going to be profiting off of this pipeline. Go see who's sitting on it. Which companies own the most shares?
Canadian companies. I get why you think that, Rafi, because you're an American. You think that business gets to decide everything, that they rule the government. This is Canada. It doesn't work like that, dude. It doesn't work like that.
I actually live in Canada too. I have a Canadian citizenship.
That's the difference, right? Because clearly you were not born and raised in Canada. I know it because I can hear you. It's like, yeah, good for you, because we let in a lot of people who we regret. But you weren't clearly not born and raised in Canada. And if you were, please tell me. Because I'm saying as a Canadian, I know that you were not born and raised in Canadian, sir. You might have married into it. We let a whole bunch of people in. We don't let in like illegal folk. We don't have a fucking unopened border like you guys. But we let in a lot of refugees, even from...
And who opened that border, Cyberpunk? It was the Democrats. Who involved the government?
Who's bringing in all the garbage into your country right now? Those are your liberals.
Those are Americans smuggling guns into my country. American guns that are killing our people. Stop it. Keep your guns to yourself.
Hold on. Alan, that's correct. It's those American guns that are getting smuggled into your country that are killing the people. I agree with you. But why are they going after the law-abiding citizen that had to do a very, very hard test to acquire a gun license? They had to go through gun training. Okay.
That's a great question. Can I
answer those guns? But now the liberals are giving these fucking bails, 24-hour bails that they're giving out to these guys that are bringing all these illegal guns.
I'm really mad at you.
They're not doing nothing about it. Sorry, I love you, Bill.
No, but I'm surprised. You know, I've been doing with
respond if I can.
The guy that could have protected the family, he's not allowed.
He's talking about some big cash.
Okay, I want him to respond.
By the way, thank you so much for the time, sir.
I was checking.
Blessed day. And make sure everybody buy guns. Everyone buy guns. For your family. For your heart. For your fucking.
Ocean. I just want to say, this bill is going to be sent to you via email, okay? You got to pay for this little psychiatry class you just had here. Moment.
America is fighting for its interests. US is fighting for its interests. Everybody is fighting for its interests.
Cyberpunk is fighting for Chinese interests.
True. We're all fighting for.
Let me respond really quickly, right? Let me respond really quickly, right? So with the gun thing, right? Yeah, we do get a lot of guns that come in and kill some of our people, right? And this is relevant, right? Because last week America had its 100th mass shooting. Canada is 1/10 the people of America. Right? So by definition, we should have 10 mass shootings. We've only had one.
You have to mute them up.
That have all your interests.
It was OpenAI that caused it, that one mass shooting. And I'll land with this. Please don't ice me. I'll land with this, I promise. The leading cause of death in America for children is gun deaths. You guys are fucking sick.
Hold on, everybody. I'm gonna mute everybody. Hey, buddy, your little girls in Canada are getting fucked and raped by fucking terrorist Muslims. Go do something about that, you dumb idiot, fucking pussy ass bitch. How about that?
Ocean. None of that.
I'm very energetic tonight, guys.
I can tell.
Thank you so much, Tommy. What is the opportunity that fights for your interests?
I don't or condemn any of this. Agree with what has been said on this stage. Letting everybody know. But moving on.
Nobody's talking about Africa. Who are dying in Africa? Not all these resources.
I know.
And why are you gay?
We're gonna tell what's it called? What are those ones in Nigeria? Boko Haram to stop killing the Christians there. We're gonna try to end that too. Very shortly. Give us a second. Cyberpunk. So the killing right now in Canada. Killing in Canada. Yeah, hold on. We're gonna deal with Boko Haram after. The killing right now in Canada with guns, legal compared to illegal. What is the number?
No, we don't have gun shootings. We just have guns. People don't die from guns up here. So we're not America.
We don't have gun shootings? Hold on. We don't have gun shootings, you said?
We have 1% of the gun shootings, you guys have. We have 10% of the 10% population. We have 1% of the gun shootings.
Hold on.
Our kids don't die of guns, they die of natural causes. The leading cause of death in your country, kids, is guns. And Ocean, that whole shit you just said, that doesn't happen in my country. That happens in your country, unless they get shot by a fucking gun, dude. Google it, you guys. And I'm shot. Tell me if I'm fucking speaking untruths. What is the leading cause of death for kids in America?
You want a pussy who's willing to wait in the bucket through my someone right into their home and Yes, sir. Yeah.
I need you to calm down. I need you to seriously calm down.
I'm really very calm. I'm very happy.
I need you to
I
calm
love
the
America.
fuck.
I love the second
Ocean, I need you to
I
calm
love
the fuck down
I
right now.
fucking love America. Yeah, bitch. You like my fucking...
America, great, 100%. But, where the fuck were we going with it? Somebody wanted to speak. Who the fuck wanted to speak just now?
Cyber, I don't know where you get your
Brian.
stats. I don't know where you get your stats from, but they're made up in farcical. That's all I can say.
You guys don't
So,
know
right.
what the resources you guys are talking about. Let's talk about Nigeria. Cyberpunk, what are you saying?
No fighting. We don't want to fight.
Guys, I'm not fighting. I was just stating I'm not fighting.
Well, I don't think Cyberpunk's orientation has anything to do with the topic. But if you want to talk about Nigeria, we can.
Okay, but leave him the fuck alone. Let's just talk on the topic, yeah? Okay.
Perfect. We got some new people on the stage. Brian?
Talking about Africa, Rafi,
Who's
Hey
another?
guys, let's reset the room again.
Yeah, please, Father.
Reset the room. Okay, so if you have a pink ticket, go up to the look up to the top of the room, click the join button. There you go. You join. You join the room. You joined the War Room House, which is pretty important because right now we're in a fucking war. So, anyways, not only that, but the topic is. Hey. Don't interrupt me, man.
What's the topic?
Okay, the topic is America winning or losing?
Yeah, they're losing. They're losing.
We are fighting two fronts, China and Iran. So
No, we're fighting one front. We're fighting one front. Can I tell you what the front is?
Hold on. Are you?
Hang on,
US falling. This civilization is falling down.
Okay, hold on. We'll get to you in a second. Falling down. Don't pick up Travis for now. He's disturbing.
Falling down. Epson. Class falling down.
Okay, you're gonna go there till you get one of those retarded ones. So Brian, while Father got interrupted, I got a question for you, brother. Welcome, first of all. Is America winning or losing? Fighting in Iran. It's fighting two fronts, basically. China and Iran. What is your opinion? How's America doing so far? And, can you back it up?
I don't know. I think we're winning, but it's not by like a long shot we're winning. It's just one of the things that we're still happy, peaceful. I don't. This doesn't have much to do with the most of America. It's just something that's in the headlines. So I call that winning.
Thank you.
Hey, Resident in the chat, shut the fuck up, asshole. You want to come back up? You gotta Okay, let's go to Africa. What are you gonna say? You talking about Nigeria or Africa?
You want to talk about the jury?
Let him come back up. I want to see what he's got to say. I'm gonna fly him for lunch.
What's that Reza character? Did somebody find him, bring him back up?
South Africa, North Africa, East Africa, West Africa.
It was Uganda. Uganda's the guy's name. Ugandina. No. The black guy right here. I'm looking at his thing and he's not responding. You're on mute. Get off the mute.
Oh.
Okay, whatever. Okay, so let's
It said, what do you know?
Lucas, what are you gonna say? You got 30 seconds.
Okay, let me tell you, the negotiations are going to take place again. The American delegation has left. The Iranian delegation has already reached Islamabad, and these are going to be extremely important. Yes, you're absolutely right that this war has less to do with Iran, but more with China. And Donald Trump is going to visit China in the near future. It's important for America, and a win-win is extremely important for America. And an absolute win would be if they would find a better deal with China. So only then we would be able to call it a win for America. Otherwise, we're still working.
Thank you. Arash, or King. King, you here?
What's good? Yeah, I'm right here.
What do you think? Is America
You
winning
calling me,
or
Rafi?
losing?
Okay, so
I'm talking to King.
We're absolutely winning this war. Not only are we absolutely dominating, we killed their president. Like, not only president, this is more important than the president, you guys gotta understand. The supreme leader. 2 times.
Wait.
And we injured
It's
the third
the
one.
supreme
You have,
leader.
can I please
talk.
in your guys' mind.
Let the
I
guy
don't
talk.
know what goes. Yeah, I don't know what goes on in your guys' mind, but like, I don't know what army that gets their navy wiped out, their whole official wiped out, and still say we are winning the war. Like what?
Delusional.
We just worry out and we like what? They're delusional. Exactly.
Yeah. 100%.
I don't get it. I don't get it with these people. Like, how are they winning, bro?
Can I?
We killed all the. What's up?
Can I chime in with you? I agree with you. Can I chime in? So I'm Persian, guys. Just to let you know, I'm Iran. Family's from Iran. All that stuff. But long story short, first of all, U.S. What Trump is doing, he's doing it for the world. He's doing it for the USA, but he's doing it for the world at the same time. Okay? He's not doing it for the people of Iran. I promise you that. As much as I would love to say he is, I know he's not. But I love Trump, and he had the balls. He's the first president that had the balls to go do this. Right? Iranians, as an Iranian, they're all fucking bullshitters, bro. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, none of it happened. The first night, the fucking Supreme Leader couldn't fucking live. The first night he went out, like it's a week, 10 days, 15 days, like, well, man, when they say, my God, America, they're saying, oh, we're gonna kill America, fucking Israel, all this shit, right? He couldn't last fucking 24 hours, bro. And his son is a fucking cardboard now, right? So the problem is listen, when you I'm talking as a human being, right? If you grow up in a society, right? Imagine like growing up in a house, right? Where every day they say that, listen, broccoli's bad, broccoli's bad, broccoli's bad, broccoli's as a baby, right? You're gonna grow up always thinking that broccoli's fucking bad. It's gonna be imprinted on you, right? So these people, besides all the meth and shit that they do for all their energy and stuff, they have imprinted this on the young people, a very small portion of the young people, that listen, they are the West, the Israel, they're all fucking bad. Listen, the only person that stood with the people of Iran, the general population of Iran, was Israel, right? We never had any problems with Israel before. I got so many Israeli friends. I got so many black friends. I got so many Mexican friends. Listen, we all people. It's not about, at this point, when all this leftists come out, they sound so dumb, dude. They sound so dumb. I'm sure you all seen it. I'm sure you all dealt with it on a daily basis. But the fact that Trump had the balls, okay, to do this, it's a opportunity for the Iranians to take, the people inside of Iran, to be able to hopefully, fingers crossed, have a fucking normal life like the rest of us, man. All they want to do is have a normal life. They work hard and be able to sleep at night, and their kids go to college, and they just want the regular shit. They want the debt that we have, right? They want to be able to have. They just want a regular shit. They don't want to wake up the next morning and see gas prices or fucking the tomato prices have tripled. They don't want to be able to, they don't want to go out and have uncertainty if they're going to come back home in one piece or not. Listen, I'm Persian. I did a lot of Persian girls. They all say, listen, the higher end, like the Beverly Hills of Tehran, is nobody gives a problem. You can have a dog. You can not wear the hijab. It's all good. Okay, though that's a rich portion, right? That's a very small portion. But at the end of the day, people in Iran are just wanting a genuine, regular fucking life like the rest of us. So 100% U.S. has destroyed them, okay? And these delusional people, I don't know what kind of meth they doing, but the delusional people are still saying, oh yeah, we're winning, whatever. Let them say whatever the fuck they want to say. Everybody else knows the reality. So I appreciate y'all having me. I just walked in, but that's my true feeling. Thanks, Arash.
Yeah, that's
Thank you,
good.
thank
Let's go to Raman. Raman, are you there?
We already spoke to Roman. We got lucky on the stage. Unless King wants to finish off what he was saying.
Yeah, so thank you. That's okay, but I just wanted to just expand on that. Yeah, so like, yeah, their whole Air Force is gone, their whole Navy is gone, and like most of this shit, like we blew it up. Like most of the like missiles we blew it up and stuff. They have to use, drones now. That's what they're doing, bro, and they're just shooting wildly. They're just crashing out right now because they know that their day is coming. It's gonna come to a head.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's go to second. Second.
Hello.
Second, what's that?
Yeah. I'm from India. I can speak English in proper way, but I understand. Someone tell about the some country are wake up in the morning and kids are going to like tomato prices rising. We country we have a problem like I am farmer. Our products like onion and tomatoes are not transported in other countries. We have $1 in your currency $1. We have a 7 kgs tomato. Our country price now, and onion also 10 kgs in $1. Our country prices yeah.
Again, Sankler, thank you very much. We don't care for what the prices of tomatoes are right now. We want to know is America winning or losing in the war? Thank you very much. Lucky. We have Lucky on stage. Lucky, hello.
Yeah.
Lucky, you with us? Hello. What do you think? Is Iran winning? Sorry, Iran. Is America winning or losing fighting Iran right now? Well, they're fighting Iran. They're fighting China. And what's your opinion? Do you speak English?
I moved him to the audience. If he asks to come up again, let's see if he can talk to us. But,
maybe he wasn't lucky tonight.
I think he was talking to someone else on near him. It sounded like.
He's
Lucky wants to come back up. Bring him up. You guys deal with it.
You guys deal with it.
What's cooking, bro?
Hey, Lucky, is America winning the war or losing the war?
I think America losing. Both
Okay,
sides.
tell us why you think America's losing. Take a minute.
Because basically some reasons globally, economically.
Well, can you be specific? What makes you? What was America's goal, and what's happening so far that makes you say it's not achieving the goal?
Because Iran used low category missiles. America has the high category missiles. They have a lot of investment on the oil equipment.
So Iran used calculated eyes? I hate calculated eyes. What the fuck is that?
Basically, I'm right now in college.
Go ahead.
Basically,
You're saying that Iran has been interfering with the free shipment of oil, and therefore they're winning. Is that correct?
yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay. You're not wrong that that's been a massive pain in the ass. I think the U.S. has acknowledged that. But do you believe that there are any other ways that Iran is winning? Iran is stymieing the U.S. in some ways there, but do you believe there are any other ways in which Iran is winning this war? Are there? How else?
Because it's basically money countries support Iran.
Okay, let's talk about which countries support Iran. I'm going to just go through a quick list. Does the UAE, that's an Arab Muslim country, support Iran? Yes? No, hold on. No, just say yes or no. Does it support Iran?
Yes, I support
No, I'm sorry. The UAE does not support Iran. Iran attacked the UAE.
does not support the Iran.
And by the way, it's not. Hey, listen, we're just going to go quick, okay? So just work with me a little bit. So the UAE does not support the Islamic regime. They do support the Iranian people, and the UAE has had to defend itself against Iranian missiles recently. What about Saudi? Does Saudi support Iran? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, got it. Okay, let's talk about Britain. Does Britain support Iran?
No.
Okay, all right. Does France support Iran?
No.
Okay. And does Egypt support Iran?
Yes. Egypt.
No, they do not. No, they don't. Does Jordan support Iran right now? support Iran right now at all. Also, let's one sec. Now let's talk. This is a trick question. Qatar, which is the home of the Muslim Brotherhood since the 1950s, and the mother, the Sheikha, right, of Qatar, is like a massively important person in the Muslim Brotherhood. By the way, London and Qatar are the two centers of power of the Muslim Brotherhood, just FYI for everybody. But does Qatar, which was allied with the Islamic regime and helped them launch October 7th and funded it, does Qatar now, today, support the Islamic regime of Iran? It's a trick question. No, you're right. They switch sides. Nobody fucking supports Iran anymore. You can go down the list. Everybody, all the states, all the Arab and Muslim states, they don't support Iran now.
What about Yemen?
Yemen does not support Iran at all. The Houthis are a terrorist group, and they support Iran because, or the Islamic regime, because they are getting money from them, and they're a puppet, right? But Yemen outlawed the Houthis, right? You know that, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. So it sounds like so if your argument was that Iran is winning because lots of countries support them, I don't think you can name a single country that is supporting the Islamic regime of Iran today. Okay, bro.
For the dollar, fall down of dollar.
Mr. Donald Trump.
No. Dollar currency fall down.
Oh, dollar.
Lucky, thank you. We appreciate you. We can come back to you. Yeah, we got other people. Yeah.
Gabriel, you want to take over?
No. You go.
I got it. Jake, welcome to the stage. Lucky, mute up.
Good morning, Lucky. Good
How
morning.
are you?
Everyone.
Good morning, Jake.
I just want to chime in just for 2 minutes. I don't want more than that.
Go
I
for
think
it.
what? Pardon?
Go.
Can I go ahead? Okay. What I feel is that after the attack of Iran on GCC countries, specifically these Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain also, in future I don't think these countries will ever trust Iran, not only because of the attack on their own, on the soil and on their air bases, and also because they believe that Iran at any point of time can close the Strait of Hormuz in future, so it can strangle them economically. So I think Iran is not going to have a good relationship with its neighbors, probably except Iraq, because it's a Shia-dominated country. Hence, I feel that Iran is something like I think now Iran is being run by armies.
Jay, but isn't it closed now, the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, it is closed. I accept it. But thing is that in future, it has never been closed by Iran. Even during the 1980s, I think Iran war. I think only once I think it was closed. But it was never closed by Iran for oil trade.
It's closed by U.S. It's closed by U.S. now.
Yes. No. Yes, but it was U.S. action was a reaction to what Iran did. Do you accept it?
No, it's a chess play.
Yeah.
Okay, but still I feel that
You can do it, we can do it.
okay.
Jay, my question is to you. So we heard you were telling us a nice story. Thank you very much. Happy hour is gone. Is America winning or losing though, fighting this war in Iran? But don't forget, this war is a ripple effect on China as well. So they're fighting two fronts. So is America winning in this war? What in your opinion?
Just thinking. Winning the war, I think America is winning the war. But I think Iran will unravel. This regime will go over a period of time. It's not going to collapse any time sooner. It will collapse over a period of time because it doesn't have a spiritual leader like
years, I think this Iran will be freed from the clutches of these ayatollahs and the clerical order. That's what I feel.
Thank you. Mojtaba, here.
I'm an Iranian-American peace activist, and Israeli propaganda to which Jay has been listening.
India, by Nepal and India, Iran ka was.
Oh, someone's talking. Can you?
I want to put him in the audience. I showed him.
I think Jay is listening to Israeli propaganda and Iranian monarchist propaganda. I am a Mossadegh Iranian.
Oh, that's Koskoli. So one fascist murderer regime for the other. Arash, they don't know what that. They don't know what that. With our food. Let us play with the food.
Everybody the fuck up.
This is the kind of fascism that Iranian monarchists, he just showed that Iranian monarchists and their Israeli genocide maker backers are not interested in democracy and human rights. For the people of Iran, he's opening his mic and he's calling me names.
Father Rafi, can I take over for 1 second? I'm gonna do something here. Can I do that?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you both. Mushtaba, we want you to speak. I'm sure you can imagine some people will disagree, but I want to ask you something. My only request is make substantive contributions to the space. If you want to come up and say 3 times Israeli propaganda, that you're not contributing anything. And if you want to start denouncing people on the stage, okay, you've done it. Now move on. Tell us something substantive. Is America winning or not? And if not, why not? Go ahead.
First of all, America and American people are 2 different things.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, listen, Mushtaba, listen to me. Mushtaba, listen, we're not your demi on this stage, so I just want you to listen to me for a second, okay? Mushtaba, don't victim, Mushtaba. Okay, all right. Mushtaba, I want you to please hold on. I want you to speak. I repeat.
Mushtaba.
Dude, are you 2 years old? Like, can you wait?
Okay, you're not a child.
They can't make any points, guys.
Mushtaba, 1 second. Somebody's talking to you. Mushtaba, 1 second. Mushtaba, 1
Hey,
second.
I don't know.
Hey, shut up.
Can you guys hear me for a second?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Mute all speakers. I'm gonna start muting everybody. Mushtaba, I'm gonna treat you like the IRGC treats its regular civilians, okay? You're gonna stay quiet. So now the question is to you. Don't divert. Stay on topic. Okay? You living in America, as you just said, you're an Iranian living in America. In your eyes, living in America as an Iranian, is America winning this war with Iran? Losing this war with Iran? Because don't forget, this war's not. Hold on. Are you brain dead or what? Like, I don't get it. I'm gonna mute you again. So, okay, I'm gonna move you to the audience for now. The question is, are they winning or losing? I don't care for Israel. I wanna know what America's doing right now. Forget Israel. I understand you eat and dream about Israel, but this is not about Israel. This is about America right now. And I wanna know, what do you think? Living in America as a Persian. Could somebody bring him back up because I can't find him? You guys see him?
Mushtaba, you can raise your hand, come back up, and just try to answer the question instead of going off on ad
I don't
hominem.
care. I don't want to hear the word Israel out of mouth. I want to know winning, losing America. Forget Israel.
I'm telling you, we can't. They don't have any valid points, but they're going to get any money.
Sorry guys, I get emotional but I'm real, so I apologize and I appreciate y'all having me, but my apologies. Just let me know if I get annoying.
Arash, it's it's cool. It's cool, dude. It's understandable.
Yeah.
Man, it's understandable, right?
Okay, hold on. First, let's go to first shot. First shot.
Yeah.
You here?
Yeah, I'm on.
Perfect. First shot.
Oh shit.
He's reading the Quran.
Sorry, dude.
Well, let's put him in the audience. That's where Muhammad and Aisha met. Maybe he'll find his Aisha one day.
Oh fuck.
What's it called? Let's go.
What's happening?
Yes, first sheet. Somebody deal with first sheet. Gabriel, please. Deal with the rest. Deal with first sheet.
First shot. So the question is really simple. First, just answer, do you believe America is winning the war with the Islamic regime or losing? And the second question is really just after you tell us, give us some substantive reasons why or why not. The last speaker didn't work out because we wanted to hear him. We just didn't want him to continuously go, look, you fascist, blah, blah, blah. Just give us something substantive so we can have a conversation. That's all. First shot, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't think America would win the war, and there are many reasons on my side that I can propose why this is happening. But yeah, I don't believe America could win the war.
Is America currently winning? I think that's the original question.
No.
Okay, then tell us why you don't believe America is winning. Do you believe the Islamic regime is winning?
Actually, I don't believe there is any winner in any war. But if we believe that U.S. is aiming at achieving something, or there are some predefined goals,
okay.
I don't think America would gain those goals.
Okay. Let's go. This is great. Let's go to what were America's goals going into this conflict?
There are some goals, including nuclear activity limitations, and
it was either obtaining, like having the Islamic regime, surrender its material, or stop enrichment, or destroying, material and ability to continue enriching further. Yeah, you're right. Okay, what else?
It's two categories. One is stopping the activity, and the other one is grabbing the enriched material.
Right. Okay.
Both of which I don't believe they are achieved, or they are achievable.
Okay. Continue. What's the other objective? What other objectives did the U.S. have?
I think the other objective is changing the regime forever. I mean, in a deep change.
Understood. Let me just make a small correction to that. The United States explicitly said changing the regime was not its main or major objective. Even Israel did not say that's their primary objective, but they said it's possible that the Iranian people might accomplish that as a result of what the U.S. and Israel do. So that was not an official objective of the United States. However, there was a third objective you've mentioned yet. Do you want to take a shot, or do you want me to say what it was?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The third objective of the United States was to prevent the North Koreaization process. I'm using a slang term here, a weird term, but the idea is that North Korea got so much conventional weaponry to threaten South Korea and surrounding countries with that they became difficult to deal with and difficult to prevent from acquiring a nuclear weapon. And so it became increasingly costly to prevent them from doing it. So the United States and Israel wanted to put such a hurt on Iran, the Islamic regime of Iran's conventional military ability, so their navy, their air force, their rockets, right? That it would be much easier to then negotiate with them, or, if they have to, prevent them militarily from accomplishing a nuclear weapon. So do you think the U.S. is making progress on that one?
I agree that that might be a third goal, but it's not achievable either because it can be defined in a different way. Um, you can limit that activity as well, or limit the missile, for example, the missile activities, or overcome the missile activities. But I don't believe this is achievable either because um, what they can do is that um, the missile activity is any country's own choice, and for regarding Iran, which has no other.
May I pause you? I hear you. Okay, thank you. So just a couple notes. The Islamic regime's air force has been fully destroyed. You can kind of look that one up. The Navy has been basically fully destroyed. There is some capacity to like drop mines into the Strait of Hormuz, which is kind of what has made it perilous, to cross. And there's some ability, to interfere, but a significant portion of the Navy has been destroyed. I forget if it's 40 or 50% of the conventional missile arsenal is estimated to be destroyed. Someone here can correct me. I'm not like 95% certain of that at the exact stat, but I think a lot of it. And I believe the last time Israel and the United States struck, they destroyed a significant amount of the enrichment facilities, etc. Not all of them, right? So would, you're right that any country can produce missiles, and once that country declares war, say like on the United States by trying to assassinate the President of the United States several times, and by murdering 40 U.S. citizens on October 7th, and because the Islamic regime participated in October 7th, planned it, financed it, helped direct it. And, over the years, the Islamic regime has attacked and murdered many Americans, wounded thousands of Americans over the years. 200 plus Marines in Beirut back in the 80s even. So basically when any country engages in that, the country they are attacking has a right to go and take out their missiles. Under the laws of international conflict, like under any kind of international law, if a country says, we are going to destroy you, you're the great Satan, and proceeds to spend 30 years murdering citizens of another country, the country who's being attacked has a right to go and destroy their missiles and do whatever the fuck it wants, to be honest with you. So, but listen, back to just the practical side. Do you believe that America has made at least some progress in retarding the conventional capabilities of the Islamic regime?
First of all, I would say neither Navy nor Air Force are the main military abilities or capabilities of Iran. The main capability of Iran is, regarding the military capabilities, is more missile type of militaries, which are defined as the main military facilities. So Iran is not an Air Force producer nor a Navy producer.
But they do have an Air Force. They do have an Air Force and a Navy. You know that, right?
They already have it, but they're not.
Gabriel, can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah. Let me finish 1 second with him, and then it's all you. Listen, I don't disagree that their missiles were the thing that was kind of fearsome, but do you admit that the U.S. and Israel have destroyed a significant percentage of the missiles? And also, have you noticed that the number of missiles currently being fired, being fired just before the weird ceasefire, went down from like hundreds per day down to like 1 or 2 or 3 per day? Did you notice that?
Yeah, I quite agree that there was a significant progress in destroying such facilities, but it's not something that it's a complete destroyment in a way that there is no absolute activity. So even a minor activity is able to stop or even get the war into negotiation. So if there was no ability, zero, absolute zero, these negotiations is meaningless. So there is something over there that is active still, that their ceasefire is meaningful.
So I just want to tell you. So this is yeah. So this I'll throw the mic to the other gentleman. I couldn't link up my screen who wanted to ask you a few questions.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Just real quick. According to estimates from 2 days ago, this is figures released by Israel. The military has destroyed or disabled around 60% of Iran's estimated 400. Here, hold on. Let me see. Of Iran's estimated. Here we go. They have destroyed 60% of Iran's missile capability from as of 2 days ago. So you're right; it's not fully destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's 80%.
If you're saying
it's still working, and it's
well, no, I hear you, but listen, you said that you agreed with me that conventional, like measuring the destruction of conventional capabilities is one of, destroying it is a goal. You also said missiles are the most important thing, and you kind of poo-pooed the Air Force, Navy, who cares? Well, all right. So if it's missiles, 60% of the missiles and missile making capability has been destroyed. You're right. It's not all of it, but it's more than half. Wouldn't you say that that is progress in the war?
I would say it's impactful.
Okay, thank you. I'll throw the mic to you, John.
Gabriel, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. I had a question. Fasha, you're a PhD. Are you a PhD in America or Iran?
I'm in Europe and
Europe. Fantastic.
Canada.
Oh, that's what's up. So Iranians are very educated, very smart kids. I mean, extremely. Fasha, when you say that you think that Iran is, ultimately you're saying Iran might win the war or has won the war or whatever it may be. I have a question for you. You're saying the missiles, they're still maybe building the missiles and whatnot. Every morning, how long have you been in Europe or Canada? Don't want to ask a personal question, but how long have you been out of Iran?
About 7 years.
Okay. Why did you leave Iran?
Because of many reasons, but yeah, to expand my knowledge and do my education, I left Iran.
Okay, so we have the internet to expand your knowledge, but if you want to get an education out of the country, so you're expecting another country to, support you and help you get your knowledge, which a lot of, people do, which is fantastic. I mean, that's why countries like Canada and America are amazing, right? What were you expecting to do after you finish your school in Canada or Europe?
I'm still working. I'm not educating. I'm now working in Canada.
Okay. Why didn't you go back to Iran and work?
I do trading in Iran. I do support Iran, and I love Iran. I love Iranian industry, and I help them. I do many papers published over there.
Oh wow.
And I love Iran.
So you're helping the IRGC?
That's maybe your mind, but.
No, I'm just asking a question. I don't know you, so.
So you don't know me while you are judging.
Okay, so with all the missiles that Iran has had, why haven't they destroyed Israel?
Because we prevented. This was the Israel and U.S. attacked Iran, not Iran attacked them.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Israel, just Israel attacked Iran. Why didn't you guys destroy Israel?
There is nothing over there. Because
There's nothing over there.
Iran is being attacked.
I know. So somebody attacks your country, and Israel, when you were a baby till now, you always said, Magba Iran, death to America, death to Israel, right? So why didn't you guys destroy it?
Even if you say in that way, it was Israel over 20 years publishing over 25.
Fasha, my question is, why didn't you destroy it with all the missiles you had to make in 47 years? Why didn't you do it? What happened?
Because, but if you're keeping asking a question and not letting you answer or talk.
No, please do, just the
Okay,
same.
Raj, give him a sec, let me just, here, fresh up, let me help, and then it'll be your turn. So, Arash is asking you, if, like, we're steel manning your argument, right? So we're saying, okay, you believe the Islamic regime is winning this war, and you don't believe that the regime's capabilities were, hurt too much. It was significant. 60% destruction of the missiles was significant, but they're still standing. Okay, fine. Let's say you're right. So Arash is asking, well, if they have all these amazing, incredible, powerful missiles and the capability, and they have the, command and control somehow, even though, like, a lot of them have been killed, like, in the first day, but okay, a lot of the leadership. So why has the Islamic regime not annihilated Israel like it kept promising? It has all these missiles, you're saying it has all this capability, and America and Israel are not winning. Okay, why has it not annihilated Israel?
Because Israel has.
Wait, I'm asking him, go ahead.
Iran is running these missiles in reply to all whatever is being destroyed. For example, he is striking after being attacked, or he is striking nuclear facilities after these nuclear facilities are being attacked, or.
Okay, let me, okay, gotcha. I understand.
Can I ask him?
No, you can't, it's his turn. No.
I was listening, guys. It's an echo chamber going back and forth. Let's welcome some new guests, Gabriel. We can always come back to him.
Okay, all right. Farshad, we're going to go to a different guest for a sec, but I just want to say that the idea that the Islamic regime is just playing patty cake. Oh, you hit me once, I'll hit you back. The Israelis, they killed Khamenei, right? And then they took out a bunch of his supporters, and then they took out a bunch of leaders, and then America and Israel took out the head of the secret police, and like they've taken out everything. So if the Islamic regime is just holding back, I don't know what the fuck they're holding back. Every single day they're losing leadership, they're losing military, they're losing, So anyway, I just think about that. We're going to come back to you. Who's next? Hello?
Yashir, what's going on?
Yes, here, yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
So is America winning the war, or are they losing the war?
In a single statement, I would say they are losing the war.
Okay, tell us why.
Okay, so when they started the war, so they have a clear targets. Okay, and the targets was very to have a regime change. Okay, then they have to start their missile capability. Then they have an issue with the uranium enrichment. So to think about the regime, regime is changed, but the faces are changed. The regime is still there. Okay, they have a process like one will replace another, and another will replace another. Okay, then the next one is the missile capability. So as you people are discussing that the missile capability is destroyed 60%, 50%, 20%. It is not completely finished. Okay, then the uranium enrichment. Yeah, they have the American tried their best to fully finish this, but they are not successful in that. Okay, then if you come to the region, you think that 13 bases, that region, Gulf region, they are using their, so they lost their bases and their.
Who lost bases? Sorry, who lost bases?
American lost their bases.
Which bases were lost?
All their bases they lost.
Wait. Let me make sure I hear you. Okay. Let me make sure I understand you. Okay. You're saying that America lost all of its bases in the region.
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody want to have a different opinion on this?
We never heard of losing America losing bases. I don't know. We should mention the names of the bases.
What locations? Can you please advise us? Because I don't know.
He's claiming that, so.
Well, have no idea. area,
So
they're totally empty, and they are living.
This is city. What city?
What country and what city did America lose all of? Give us two.
From
Yeah, give us two countries where America lost its bases.
about Kuwait, about Saudi Arabia, about everywhere. I think 13 bases there.
They didn't lose their bases. Some of the bases were struck, but they didn't lose their bases. They still have the bases there.
It means you are making it empty. So it means you lost your base, right?
No, hold on. So if the United States attacks Iran and hits something, does that mean all of Iran is destroyed? No. So if a base was hit, and then these other countries and the United States responded, does that mean that the base no longer exists?
See, you are telling me the story which is incomplete. Yeah. Okay. We will say okay, partially empty. Okay. Yeah. Come to the point. Okay, that's partially empty. Okay. We will say this is partially destroyed. Okay. So you have a strong belief on that you're using these bases and this is very effective or blah blah blah.
I mean, okay, Vasir, thank you. So I just want to mention that the number of U.S. forces in those bases has now gone up about 80% over the last month and a half.
They are hiding themselves in the mountains.
No. We've literally transported way more material and personnel over there in the last 2-3 weeks. Like you read any documentation, read any news.
Let's come to the point.
Well, I think we've been talking to the point.
Okay. Come to the point. Okay, so then next is missile defense system. Okay,
so the Russian air defense systems were completely destroyed by Israel, and the Israeli airplanes are flying freely across Islamic regime airspace every single day, whenever they want.
You people are saying
You people.
that. Yeah, I'm talking about all we are in the room, so some are against that, some are.
That's fine. Yeah, just move forward. That's fine. So, yes, go ahead. Yeah.
So the missile defense system is fair. Okay, you said you have THAAD, you have Patriot, and blah blah blah. So that's totally fair. Even
bro, Patriot. No, listen, Patriot. Okay, so Patriot, right? Patriot and Iron Dome and Iron Shield and Iron Beam and all those things. Those are defensive systems, brother. Those are defensive systems. Israel and the like the original Arrow, like all of that is defensive systems to defend U.S. facilities. Which, by the way, if everybody, this is a good opportunity. You know how this guy's talking about like U.S. military facilities and where they destroyed, where they hit? So I want everybody here to know, every single U.S. facility around the world is protected by Israeli technology and Israeli weapon systems that were developed together with the United States. Iron Dome, Iron Beam, Iron Shield, all of that shit. Iron Beam is new, by the way. And so I just want you guys to understand. People are like, well, what's the partnership do? The partnership helps protect Americans and American facilities all around the fucking world. Now, you, sir, were talking about defensive systems Americans have. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay? I am talking about the Russian air defense systems that were sold to the Islamic regime of Iran and touted as super high tech. And Israel has romped all over them with American Israeli modified planes. American Israeli modified planes have played patty cake up through the air. They're doing like demonstrations. They're flying upside down slowly. They're taking naps. Those systems are down. There's nothing defending Islamic regime airspace. That's what I'm saying.
We are not talking about. You are telling me America is losing or America is winning. So that's
yes.
No. The topic is the topic is we want to know what you believe. You believe America's winning or losing?
Yeah.
And why do you believe that?
Losing.
And why?
Well, you brought up the airspace. So that's why I was like, why do you think the airspace is a point in your favor here. I don't understand.
Again, we're going back and forth. Maybe we should go to the.
One quick thing, Rafi, Gabriel, listen, some people, like I said in my first statement, first of all, I came in the room, I read the title, I knew exactly what the question is, and I answered. But people that are truly brainwashed as a baby till now, which are older, it's a lose-lose situation. I tried to off people and get it. Like it's fun for just conversation and what. But overall, I just wanted you to know, like y'all. Like these people are really brainwashed as babies. Like we can never convince them that the facts, not even like what we want, just the facts. They will not believe it.
That's why it's so much fun because but this is why it's fun because the guy's like, listen, the air defense systems are, and I'm like, they're destroyed, and then he's like, oh, okay.
No, so y'all know the game. I just wanted to make sure because y'all good people, so I want to make sure y'all know the game. Welcome to the stage, Abby.
Thank you. This is an interesting conversation, and it's funny to hear people like just have the opposite information of what's actually out there, especially in light of how many servicemen have transported into that area. Even tracking, take a base like 29 Palms, how many Marines have left and are in that theater now. I mean, it's remarkable for someone to say that we've lost all our bases.
Abby, where are they staying? I thought, are they floating in the ocean? Like, where are they staying?
Well, they're shooting at them like they're shooting at the Burj Al Arab in Dubai, but I'm sure the servicemen would like to be.
So the question is America winning or losing, in your opinion?
I think we've almost completely won. I think it'll be over sooner than we realize.
Is there a reason for it? You would like to share?
I thought you just asked my opinion. I just think.
Got it. No more questions.
I think we're getting close to the end of it.
I haven't seen you in a long.
But can I say one quick thing, Abby? So, like you're 100% right. We've annihilated them. Our servicemen and servicewomen have done an amazing job. Right? It's not even a question. I mean, it was no doubt ever for anybody. With a normal head. But the question for me as a Persian guy, right, in America, I was born here, raised here. I was born in Idaho. I've never been to Iran, right? But I'm Iranian. I'm Iranian proud. I love my people. I know a lot of. Sasha, I'm talking, sir. Hold on. So I know a lot of them. The main question for Iranian people, that if you see like in Europe and LA and Toronto, like everybody coming out, right? If you see the main question for the people in Iran is out of all this situation, right? Are they going to be able to come out a free, just normal country like everybody else, right? I don't care who is going to, lead it, okay? I have my own opinion, but whoever leads it, but, obviously America's going to do what it's got to do and they're going to dip, right? But the Iranian people are wishing that out of all this mayhem, something good comes out for them.
Well, maybe the answer is to have a conversation with someone who lives in Berlin and ask them how life is in the beautiful city of Berlin now. And if they ever thought that it would be that way when they had a monster in charge. I mean, things change after war and the societies rebound.
No, yeah, 100%.
I also wanted to make a comment because there was a comment in the chat about our military. Our recruitment numbers are up. I put the number just for the Army in the chat. So it's in fact the polar opposite of what the person
And
is
now
saying.
it's 41.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm old or anything.
But alright, I don't think you are an Iranian. You are Israeli or US life.
Are you IRGC?
Are you afraid of us?
Hold on, Abby. 1 second.
I think Faza was Farshad.
Farshad was trying to say something. Farshad, what did you try to say last time?
I said someone that is not born in Iran, not grown up in Iran, not visited Iran is not Iranian.
Well, you know what?
You have
been
no
to
right
Iran
to
many
say
times,
such
and I
things.
agree with Arash, and a lot of us do.
The reason some people we didn't born in Iran, it's you. You did not let us. You didn't make a proper situation that our parents had to leave the country. So you have no right to say such bullshit. I'm sorry.
Sorry to swear. Rahman, let me ask you a question. Hold on, Rahman. You speak Russian? Rahman. Yeah, he has a very strong Russian accent.
So quick question. Farshad, first of all, I want to clarify something. Farshad, so my parents left before the revolution, 1975. The first family that came to U.S. was in the 1950s with a boat. Went to Ellis Island, okay? So my family was way before the revolution that happened, okay? But the fact that I'm speaking Farsi, I can speak Farsi probably better than you can. The fact that I do the biggest concerts in the world with our biggest artists, okay, that you probably come to in Toronto, okay, is because I love Iranian people, okay? My blood is Iranian. I'm proud of being Iranian, but it does not matter. It doesn't matter.
Farsi, that does not guarantee to be Iranian.
It doesn't guarantee. I'm telling you, I just told you things.
Be absolutely an Iranian, you know. You guys, you don't know Iran.
There's
See,
work
this
with
is why
IRGC
they're
qualified.
waiting.
We
This is
know
why there's
Iran's
genocide
better than
going on
you
in
do.
Iran right now.
So
Because people like Farshad, as he says,
The
do not consider,
Israeli
shut up,
people,
I'm
the
talking.
different people are able
I'm
to
speaking.
Farshad,
I'm
this is a
speaking.
little different. You see,
I'm speaking.
Farshad, you see, in my room, the women, they're like the IRGC. They have more rights than the IRGC. Just letting you know. So she will speak over you.
So this is why there's a genocide going on in Iran where they killed more than 40,000 people. Because people like Farshad and the IRGC forces, they do not consider the secular Iranian people as Iranians. Fuck you. You will get what you guys deserve.
And guess what? She's probably not wearing a hijab as she's talking.
I just don't understand, like where these people come from.
So, I'm asking you a question, you guys. Why U.S. started school in the Iran and killed 168?
Can I be honest? Do you know why?
Can I
Because, no, one question. Listen,
Where did the
I
number
think-
come from?
One moment.
Hold on. Where did the 168 number come from?
I love
From
you.
where you got 70,000?
Okay, stop muting me. Farshad, I need to know what happened to the 40,000 souls that were taken within 48 hours or something like that during protests, that your own people slaughtered somebody's daughters, sons, nephews. Somehow somebody got affected by it in Iran. How does that feel that that regime did it to their own civilians, to their own population? How the fuck are they ever gonna win a war when they don't even have their own people on their side? Like Farshad, like how do you see this? Their own people want you dead.
40,000 is Trump-made number, not 40,000. 40,000 is
How many was it? Hold on, hold shut it. Quiet. How many is it though? Tell me how many is it? Is it 3,000?
It's officially announced 3,000 by the government.
Okay, so
7,000. But even 3,000 is high now.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you're becoming
40,000
smart.
is Trump-made number.
Yes, so does it matter if it's 30,000, 3,000, even one person? To you doesn't matter, huh? Even your people slaughtered even 3,000. That's a fucked up number within 48 hours.
So why you are
Do you
saying
understand?
40,000?
Like, do the amount of people they're killing per hour. Like, this is fucked up.
Farish, how did they do it? How'd they kill them? What method did they use? The 3,000 that you say that were killed, how'd they do it?
There was a protest going on in Iran for 10 days before that.
Right, but how did they actually kill them?
And before, in that day,
And Iran, that's
there was a
justifiable.
I didn't ask the justification. Wait, hold on. I didn't ask the justification.
Remember that Americans use a justification for a candidate.
I didn't ask the justification. I asked the method of murder. The method. Did they do it with Did they do, no, I'm asking a question. Did they do it with guns? Did they do it with a gas chamber? Did they do it, they set them on fire? Like, how did they actually kill them? What was the
I have
method?
a question from you guys.
No, no,
You
can you answer that? Like, did they put them all in electric chairs? Firing squad? How'd they do it?
We're gonna play a game. First shot. We're gonna play a game. This is not gonna be a question for question without answers. I don't like this. This is stupid. I'm not playing this game with you, okay? We're gonna ask a question, you're gonna answer. You can ask us a question, we're gonna answer. We'll go back and forth. Right now,
I
there's a
have
question.
168 children were killed.
Hold on, first shot. A woman, again, I told you, in my room, a woman has more rights than the IRGC. Just
So you're baby killers.
No, I asked you a question. How did they, the 3,000 that you said they admitted to killing, how did they actually kill them? What was the method of death? How did they do it?
Okay, even if in any countries, including US.
No, we asked you about the method of death.
I wanna know how they did it.
He's saying some wrong fact, you know? Shut up, he's answering.
When they are people on the street were killed by the weapons. Some of them are from the IRGC, from the Iran's government, and some of them are from some people that were sent by the Israel military to Iran to kill the protesters on behalf of the government and IRGC.
Oh, so now you're saying Israel did. So this method of killing, how did they actually do it when you said weapons? Like how'd they do it? Did they torch them? Did they burn the people? Did they?
In the US.
No, Bart, I just like you're saying 3,000 people died. How did they die? Like what method? Did they ram them with a car? Did they come and chop all their heads off? How'd they do it?
In the same way that US government kills people if they strike the military.
How? What method? You can't seem to answer the question. Yeah, thank you.
For many times, you know. This is not only regarded about the Iran. This is not.
But you can't seem to answer the question. Were you there? Were you there when they did it? Were you there when they did it? Did you see it?
Can I just say one thing?
That you guys, not.
He's saying some wrong facts.
Can
I say one thing?
Guys, hey, hang on a minute. Let's do one mic at a time, guys. This is not, we're not in Iran, although this is not a democracy in here. So basically, if you are going to speak over somebody, guess what? You're gonna go down to the gulag right away, okay?
100%. No, I've been waiting. I haven't commented for a long time because Rafi said be quiet. So I just had a quick comment, if you guys don't mind.
Actually, I was trying to get an answer to my question. I'm trying to have a direct question with this dude. How did they die? What method was used to take out? We said 40,000. You're saying 3,000. If you're saying 3,000, so how did the 3,000 people die in 2 days? What method did they use to kill them?
I said weapons.
What kind of weapons?
You get my answer.
What kind of weapons?
Are killing people.
What kind of weapons? Molotov cocktails? Like what kind of weapons?
The same weapons that U.S. military is using.
What kind of weapons? How did they take 3,000 people and kill them?
I said the same weapon with the same method that U.S. military is destroying.
Basha, she's asking for specific weapons.
And kill other people.
Did they behead them? Did they behead 3,000 people? Did they do it that way? They go in and chop their heads off? Guillotine? Like what method? What kind of weapons? What kind of weapons did they use? They used machine guns? Was it machine guns?
They are killed with the same method.
Like, did they have bump stocks on those?
I agree.
How'd they do it?
I agree, yeah, they have killed, but you didn't answer.
No, but you didn't answer. How did they do it?
US and Israel
How did they kill the 3,000? Like, obviously he can't.
First off, I'll answer that question for you. How about that? So, one life is too many lost. A. So the answer is, it is sad if it's true, but so far we got all the information that this site is, nobody's allowed to go there
there to inspect it except the Iranian people, so they can say whatever they want to say because we already know that they lied when they took down the Ukrainian plane. It took them 3 days to come and tell the truth. So again, we know they're liars. It's been already proven. So why would we believe them now? You know, so lied to me once, shame on me. Shame on you. Lied to me twice, shame on me. We're not falling for this trick again.
Rafi, may I?
Yes,
So,
yes, but
yeah, hold on.
Gabriel, maybe
So
you can.
one life is too many. So we don't know. But the question is, we have, and you guys admitted 3,000. We know those numbers are deflated, not inflated, deflated.
Can I?
Okay, we know it's a lot bigger. And even 3,000 of your own countrymen to kill, you're gonna go to about 200 people. That's the end of the world for you. But 3,000 something that you legally claim, that's justifiable for months. Somebody's daughter, somebody's son to be killed in a protest that they were having because it was 10 days. They decided to slaughter them like nothing, their own people.
Father, Rafi, may I?
One second.
Rafi, can I ask you one question?
Farhad, hold on. 1 second. Me and Abby are doing something here. So I answered your question fairly. Now, Abby, ask him another question. I want to hear an answer, not a fucking question with a fucking question.
How do you take 3,000 people in 2 days, and what method was used to exterminate them? You exterminated 3,000 people in 2 days. How did you do it? How did they go in and kill 3,000 people in 48 hours? What methods did they use? Did they gun them all down? Did they use bombs on them? Did they butcher their bodies? Did they put them in a gas chamber? What method, when you have that many people that you're killing in a short period of time, did they use to kill them? Did they take them all, put them in one room, and do it that way? What was the method that they used? It's a simple question. I don't need a question back. I just need an answer to how they facilitated the murder itself.
If Farshad can't answer, I'll answer after that. But Farshad, go ahead.
Let Farshad answer it. Farshad, answer the question. Don't answer with the question. Okay? Go. Mike is up.
They have used guns to kill people, protesters, which I don't agree and I blame them. Whoever has done this should be investigated and be punished. If it's okay for you, that's okay. But still, this 3,000 does not let any countries to strike Iran. This is an inside something, a problem with the government, and it does not let any countries like the US to strike Iran and kill babies, kill people, and even strike the schools. The children, innocent children, are simply there. Even if 3,000, you know why Trump is making 14,000? Because he needs 14,000 to do this. This does not buy any credit.
3,000 is a little number though.
No, it's not little, but
1,000 people a day to kill. Show me one nation. Who killed them? Who killed them?
Wasn't me.
Somebody killed them?
May I have a question?
Who kicked them?
Not me.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he left. It got to read.
He got stressed. I could tell from his voice he got stressed, but I had just a regular question. But you all here, so you remember when I asked you guys why they haven't destroyed Israel if they're so, capable and they're so gangster and, all this stuff that they think they are. They wake up every morning, death to Israel, death to, America and all this stuff. Do you know what I honestly think? If you saw a lot of the missiles that were sending up were coming right back down, right? And remember when somebody asked, why did you guys attack Saudi Arabia? Why did you guys hit there? Why did you guys hit there, right? I think it was all a mistake. I think their missiles were so fucked up that either they came back and hit the school like that, or they came back and hit right in their own ground, or they just went left and right, and they were just sending it up and wishing that it hopefully hit somewhere. I swear to God, I'm not even joking.
So it's an interesting theory, but there's long-term, long-range ballistic,
Yeah,
short-range.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
But
Iran's
we
ballistics.
did learn, Arash, I will tell you that we learned from Gaza
Yeah.
that, and also from Hezbollah in general, about 20%, minimum 20% of missiles that they shoot land in their own territory, they misfire. So there's a good chance a number of them misfired in their own territory.
Well, when the all supreme leader doesn't last 24
hours, I would say 20% is probably like 85%.
I want to just answer Abby's question for 1 second because I know you wanted him to answer, but this is more for the audience. So for those of you guys who missed it, back in January, several British newspapers were actually managed to report on 30,000 dead and what's the truth of the death toll and all that. And they were quoting doctors who were saying that there were trucks and trucks and trucks of bodies being brought in. People were being mowed down in the crowds. Now, the regime at the time was saying, no, there was only 10,000 protesters. No, there was only 30,000. Recently, about a week ago, we saw video. We finally got video of some of those protests. It was clear there were millions of people out in the streets. And so they were mowing people down by the thousands, by the tens of thousands every day. They were also later, even after the protests, they proceeded to chase them throughout neighborhoods. People who have what do you call it? Elon Musk's
Starlink.
Yeah, Starlink. They will go and try to assassinate people or arrest people who have Starlink. And then later, because they had so many defections, they started importing Afghan and Syrian and Iraqi fighters who are not Iranian at all. And those guys became like roaming gangs, right? These are some of the methods. Other methods involved, I'm sorry to say, but mass raping people and then murdering them.
But Gabriel, you know, it's horrific.
I was trying,
Gabriel, as a Persian guy.
I was trying to get him to say some of this.
Gabriel, it's been 47 years.
Say it out of his, to make him say out of his mouth the brutality. I was trying to get almost to have him feel disgusted in himself having to say all the ways. And the fact that his own government admitted to their actions when he tried to say the Israelis did this, but his own government, even if it admitted to the 3,000, there was an admission that they caused those deaths. But I was trying to force him to say the atrocities, and it's what you're saying, Gabriel. I mean, some of us live in cities that have sports teams that have won, and you all come out in the millions to have a parade and to celebrate it, and like you just have a lot of people coming out at one time. And can you imagine being in one of those crowds and getting mowed down and getting the shooting and the methods of killing large amounts of people in public spaces like that. And
Abby, do you know why it's hard for like a Persian guy who was born here to shut his mouth? Sorry.
What's up?
No, I just want to say it's.
Hello to Taco. Hold on, I just want to say hi to Taco. Taco, you here? You've been on miking.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah.
What's up, Taco? Is America winning or losing?
Hey, by the way, cashing your ticket,
Is that a serious question?
yeah,
Yeah.
serious. Arash is here.
Do you realize how removed we are from total warfare for this to even be a question where people are not just saying, well, no, America's clearly winning. You realize how far we are removed from typical conventional warfare for people to even legitimately feel comfortable to pose this question and maybe even not say, oh no, America's clearly fucking winning. Like, but Iran still
trade is going to function through a strait because the insurance companies won't insure tankers because we don't know how many mines are in the fucking strait. But we're pretty sure that they did not get a good amount of mines in there anyway. Like, we're sitting here with like a blithering, retarded take on the situation. Where it's like,
Taco. Forget about what you're seeing with the mines, but don't forget this ripple effects on the future war with China. If America needs to be in, when China is a threat to America and America's interests.
Say that again. What's the new question? What's the new question?
So I'm asking you because again, you don't see it as you're seeing it as how America is fighting Iran right now. But the question is, this war, while they're fighting Iran, it ripple effects on Chinese interests. So the question is, we know that we knew how the outcome of this war is going to be. He knew that this is going to ripple effect on Chinese interests. So he's basically fighting two wars right now. He's fighting a war on Iran to hit China.
Okay.
First of all, question, is America winning or losing?
So you posed that question again. I'll go back to the first thing I said. Since you followed up by trying to say it's like it's two wars, I don't see it as two wars. It's literally not. Third of all, it's not as if the China situation is all of a sudden new. But if you didn't already realize, it appears to be that China was getting oil from Venezuela. That's out of the picture. It appears like China might have been trying to get oil from Iran, or was. That's drastically reduced. So let me ask you, Rafi, do you think America's winning in this two-front war?
Yes.
Or let me ask you another question. Let me ask you another question. Do you think China was winning in their fucking expansive territory war they've been fucking raging against the entirety of the world by continuously impeding on shipping lanes and doing artificial islands and all that? Were they winning there?
They were. It was called the Silk Road.
I'm fucking pissed about the fucking Chinese fucking vessels that are fucking over.
So you should know about the
No, I've heard. No, I'm not even kidding right now, because I've heard this before from people. I know a guy who married a Chinese woman, and he took her grandmother to fucking Cape Cod, and they were fucking clamming. And you know, people grab some clams. It might be illegal. They didn't have the tickets for. Maybe you grab a couple dozen. He said he brought his Chinese mother-in-law to the fucking beach in fucking Cape Cod, and this woman took buckets upon buckets of fucking clams out of the fucking sandbar, more than they could have ever fucking eaten, just because she fucking could. And that's what the fuck they're trying to do to every fucking ocean. It's a cultural fucking difference that I don't like. Just to hear it like that you hear it as a joke, like they're going down to the Chilean waters, right off the coast, right off the continental shelf, overfishing as fuck. But when you hear some fucking 70-year-old Chinese woman is in Cape Cod running dozens and dozens of buckets more than they could ever eat in the evening, you realize that it's fucking cultural, dude.
Hey Taco, do you know that China has been buying oil from Iran and Venezuela for cheaper than the normal rate for at least a decade?
Yeah, they're buying it, yeah.
Because of the sanction.
I did not know. So what, because Iran and Venezuela couldn't sell to other people, they sold it for less than China, and that was their major outlet?
Yes.
You need a lot of oil to produce everything you use. Everything you have right now around you was made from some sort of oil product. China produces everything and different oils, different plastics, rubbers, and so on.
Oh, yeah, that goes back to the whole concept we should have been highlighted for 2020 about returning manufacturing to America.
So is America winning or losing?
capacity, then if costs of things went up, as we had to then reindustrialize again, you can say, oh, we're losing. It went up in price.
Well, and I got another question. So,
Hold on, I'm sorry. Again, I go back to the same statement. We are so far removed from the conventional total warfare mindset that it is implied in a snarky fucking way from you saying, oh, everything we have is made out of plastic and petroleum, and that comes out of China. So I ask you again, are we winning or are we losing? We're so far removed from the conventional total war mindset that you're trying to, seems like, in a snarky way, imply that some sort of secondary economic effect could be seriously considered in everything we've seen in this interaction from a secondary country related to who we're destroying, that we can then reinterpret it as, well, I think America might not be winning. Cost of plastics are going to go up. Are you fucking with me?
okay, tell me.
Are you just I'm sorry. Are you anti-American? Are you like a libertarian? I don't understand.
We're gonna move on.
Can I?
Do Tia real quick. Yeah, go.
Hi everybody. To your question, thank you for letting me come up. But to your question, sometimes there are no winners. And if I wanted to classify how this is going from an Iranian point of view, I think the biggest loser are Iranian people at the moment. Then is the Iranian government. Then is the world. Then the rest of the world. Then is America. If after all that happened to Iranian people, after all the vices that we have during this 47 years and especially the last 3-4 years with the revolution and the current atrocities that happen, if this government stays in power, they will pick up after negotiations and then they will start taking their revenge on people like they have done before. At the moment they have escalated the executions. They will do more so when this is all done. I was talking to my nephew yesterday and he said they were in their rat hole before the ceasefire. Now that ceasefire, they have come out and they are taking people who had, for example, Starlink and so on into prison, and then they expediting their sentencing and so on. So if there is a negotiation and these people remain in power, they're going to slaughter even more people. Iranians after this, they will get more hardline. I can promise you that they will start, no matter what they say, they will never, ever, I can tell you from experience from living in Iran, majority of my life I lived in Iran. I'm in UK now, but they will rebuild their nuclear, they rebuild their weapons, and Iranian people are extremely intelligent. And they do have very good scientists, unfortunately brainwashed, some of them that work for the IRGC and so on. So, therefore, there will be no winners if this situation ends with a government which is wrong.
I got a question. I got a question. Do you believe that if Iran government stays in power, that they will eventually get a nuclear?
They will do their very best to do so. They will never. But technically, I mean, we can't predict future what will happen, but they will do their very, very best. They have the knowledge. Whether they will be in reality
will try, definitely.
So do you think that if they do get a nuclear, do you think that they will bomb, they will put a nuclear bomb on Israel or the United States? I mean,
You
what do
know
you think?
what? I can tell you, they have, let me, this is a little bit longer answer, but there is a section amongst the ruling government in Iran who, with the view of, if we are martyred, we're going to go straight to heaven. So they actually they're not afraid of dying. Actually, they prefer to be killed by Americans because they believe they go to heaven. So they will be 100% prepared to use nuclear power on Israelis. Definitely, I have no doubt in my mind that if it's up to them, those who kill their own people by thousands, those who shoot on young women's eyes. You know how many girls and women and even boys, actually, but majority were women, blinded by these people? They shoot at their face, They just take their beauties because that's their, it breaks my heart, I went to university in Iran and, part of the elite universities like Sharif and Tehran University. I have around 200 friends in a group, and you know what they've said? They have said, which breaks my heart, and every time I say this, I break in tears, but I'm going to try and stay positive and stay strong because I want to transfer this message. They said if this government stays after all of this, they're going to commit suicide altogether because they can't see any other way. We have tried. I was in demonstrations in Tehran University when they threw my friends from the second floor of the dormitory into the garden of the university, and this is how brutal they are. I have witnessed this by my own eyes.
I have seen the footage of them throwing them from the second floor of the university.
Yeah, I was there. I lived in that dormitory in San
Can I say something here? And I know that this has been quite controversial, particularly in a lot of these rooms that I participated in outside of the blackosphere on this app. But, it seems to me that this is just like Islam.
It's fucked up.
It's fucking Islam. Like, we get in some areas, we act like it's fucking not or whatever. Like, I know people want to be fucking all like hypercritical of Jews. For some reason, they're never critical of the Vatican, even though there's a lot to work with over there. But
Tacos.
when it comes to the Muslims, it's either ex-Muslims hypercritical of them, or most people like barely acknowledging like they fucking control like a third of the landmass in the world, and they're fucking psychotic. And like there is no like in the other areas with the other religions, like some people are religious, some people aren't. But in the areas where there's fucking Islam, when you're not fucking religious, you're fucked.
Taco, may I? First of all, I'm a little upset because you all forgot about me, Father Rafi Ivy San. Everybody forgot about me. I was supposed to say my 2 cents. Everybody forgot about Rush. I was so patient. So I'm just kidding. No, y'all good people. But first of all, Taco is 100% right. You know what? I was born like blood-wise. I'm Muslim. My grandma, my great-grandma, they all prayed and all that stuff. And as a Idaho boy, potato boy, right? Like I'm so proud that I actually wanted to learn about praying. Like I thought it was such a beautiful thing. I wanted to learn as like yoga, like literally I have like girlfriends who would write it out in English for me. But the more and more I got older, like the more I matured, I saw that what a really I'm not gonna say fucked up. I'm gonna say from what they are projecting that Islam is is a really bad fucking religion because it's full of hate and all shit. First of all, I have a couple things because y'all just forgot about me. So first thing, my nephew right now, he actually just got accepted to a private Catholic school, right? So and it's a private, so we got to pay for it. But we're gonna my sister's gonna pay for it. Religion is religion. At the end of the day, either you're a good person or a bad person. But from what the Islam and the Muslims that and it's a good thing that this happened because they're showing their true selves, right? So it's showing to the whole world, especially with social media. It's showing that the hate and the violence that the religion is showing, right? So it's a good thing because a lot of people are becoming eye open about it, even myself, right? This happened all, and now I'm like, fuck that. Like, this is a fucked up religion, right?
But to be fair, you can see how fucked up it is just from reading through the primary sources and not having to take secondary material for interpretations. It's pretty fucked up.
Not necessarily.
It's pretty fucked up.
Not necessarily, Taco, because you know why?
It is straight up fucked up.
Taco.
Right off the rip.
I know, but let me tell you why I agree with you, okay? So, first of all, I've never been to Iran. All these students come to ASU. I live in Arizona. They come to ASU like brilliant minds, right? But they're all leaving their country for a reason, right? Because they have no future over there, right? So the most brilliant minds are leaving that country and coming here. And then when I go to parties with them, when I go out with them, right? Like, I'm the guy listening to Persian music. I'm the guy like talking like only Farsi, right? And they're like, who are you? Like, you're more Persian than we are. Right? No, not actually. No, let me explain. May I explain?
Hang on a second. Hang on.
Talking. Hold on.
No, hang on. Hang on a minute. Hang on.
Oh, that's why. Okay, now I get it.
Hang on.
Don't forget about me. And I'll try not to forget what I was gonna say.
Rafi, go.
Is Abby still here? Oh, Abby left.
Yeah, his friend left.
Farshad, you here?
Yeah,
You want to talk again?
I'm back.
You want to talk again?
Rafi, I would like to respond.
Yeah, just I had a question that is not answered.
You had a question that wasn't answered. You said something and you left. You ran like a girl, not like a man. You didn't say like a man.
I said
This is very sexist to say. That's not a very nice thing to say. I'm sorry to hear that this is said.
No, I don't mean it like that. I just want like he was like
I had so many things to say to him, but I forgot.
He left right away. So
Yeah, he left right away.
Maybe he's
he mumbled something and he ran away.
So Fasher came to Canada. He's studying PhD. He's working there because Iran apparently wasn't good for him, but he supports Iran and the government, and he thinks the government is winning the war. So that's basically Fasher in a nutshell.
You actually owe me. So I'm gonna ask you a question because last time we answered your question. Now we were supposed to ask you a question. So when you were about to answer, you mumbled something and you ran again. So you're gonna wait a second. I just want to get to the rest of the people on the stage that did come up before you.
They better turtle up.
But Ethan.
Hey, Rafi,
What's happening?
Ethan here.
No, Taco. Mute yourself, Taco. Mute yourself.
I want to go
Mute
quickly to
yourself.
Ethan. I want to go quickly to
There you
Ethan.
go.
Then we're gonna go to
Ethan.
Abraham.
Hopefully a rush again.
If we can have one microphone on at one
I want
time.
Farshad to feel a little comfort here. I want him to sit here for now.
Ethan, what's happening?
Okay. Alright. I'm an Iranian.
So as an Iranian, do you feel America is winning right now or losing? By hitting Iran.
I believe
And the
you're on
ripple
the right
effects of it.
path. You're on the right path, but you haven't won yet.
What is victory in your eyes for the Americans? That's what I want to know. So you think the Americans are there to help you?
They are helping for sure. You are there for I don't know. Are you American? So I'm gonna speak in third person. The Americans are there for their own agendas for sure. But if you have listened to
What about the nukes?
in 1980, after the hostage situation,
during the hostage situation, he said exactly what he's doing right now. And I believe this is actually a crusade, a modern crusade. That's why he makes fun of the formerly known Pope. Right now he's a pope until he made a statement on the genocide that happened in Iran, the massacre that happened in Iran on 8th and 9th of January. I lost a friend. I lost a lover, a former lover. Her head was barely on her body. This brings me into tears and makes me a bit emotional, but this is not the time to be emotional. This regime, exactly as Paco was saying, I cannot agree more. Islam is a cult, it's not a religion, and it's based on martyrdom. It's based on their doctrine is to turn the entire world so everybody bows down to Allah. And in my opinion, Allah, the technical word, Elaha or Yahweh or whatever you want to call it, has been coined again by Satan itself. So this martyrdom, this death cult is following that doctrine, and is actually a religion of Satan. So,
okay, so I guess I don't want to go too much into religion.
Now, what the US is doing, America is doing, is fighting Trump is fighting a crusade, and it just happens that our benefit at the moment, the benefit of the Iranian people, Trump's agendas, and the lovely people of Israel are aligned.
Thank you.
Zionism is Goliath.
Amazing.
Hey, Mushtaba, mute up.
Judaism's David.
We have a line, Mushtaba.
Zionism is.
Okay, I'm just gonna move you to the audience. I'm gonna treat you like the IRGC. That's it. That's the only way you guys understand. Sam, as a woman, I want you to treat them like the IRGC. I want them to feel the pain.
When Mushtaba comes up every time, a woman gets to speak before him, and a woman may interrupt him anytime. Please do that.
Yes. By the way, let's. There's a girl by the name of Soha that I want to see if she wants to come up here and speak about it.
So I don't know you want to come up.
In the meantime, let's go to Abraham.
Yeah, look, Abraham here.
So the question.
I don't know if my mic is very clear.
So the question is the United States winning the war?
I think you guys might hear me clearly.
No, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, so basically I'm African and I've been following the war from the beginning.
Sure. Okay. Are you at work or something?
I don't know, he left. You want to go to Michael?
Michael, what's happening? Michael Jackson, what's going on, brother?
Taco's saying a lot of things that really let me respond to them.
Oh, no, because I don't want to go back and forth. And Taco's not here, Ruckus, right now. So,
Hello? Well, Walkus. Michael Jackson, what's happening? Michael, how are you?
oh, Taco, listen.
Good, and you?
Guys, who moved Taco?
Good.
Guys, who's moving people to the audience?
I moved Taco down because he
Oh, you did? Okay,
so
got it.
How can I talk later?
Try bring Taco back up.
Michael Jackson, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Can you talk for one person? Why are you talking?
Yeah. Go ahead. So the question is who's winning the war at this point?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you ask them question?
Okay, we're gonna mic, okay, this is becoming super clear, going into the audience. Fix your fucking internet. Mr. B, what's up? Welcome to the stage.
By the way, Taco, I'm gonna bring you up here in a minute. Mr. B, what's happening? What's going on, bro? Hello? Hola, ¿cómo estás, amigo? Hello? Okay. Let's bring up Taco.
What's up?
Taco, 1 second.
Not much.
1 second, Taco.
How are you?
Gabriel. Oh, Mr. B speaks?
Yes, enough.
Hey, who is America winning the war? That's what we want to know.
I think America wanna win.
Is
Okay,
America
tell us
winning?
why.
Is America winning so far? And if not, why not?
Because it's having a proper military and everything right, as compared to China and Iran, right?
I don't understand enough. Gabriel, you wanna go on Farshad or no?
I mean, sure. Farshad, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you.
Farshad, when you were gone, Abby, just before you left, Abby was asking you, what was it? What were the specific things the Islamic regime of Iran did to the thousands of protesters? And you know, you were like kind of squealing and hemming and hawing. You're like, well, it was wrong, but whoever did it. But we know who did it, right? The Islamic regime of Iran gunned down thousands, it's actually tens of thousands of protesters. Tons of Iranian people, especially doctors and nurses, testified and showed photos of trucks full of bodies being brought over. They also rounded the women up and raped them to death. Then they they shot people in the streets till there was blood. There was blood flowing on the streets like it was water. We have photos now. Millions of Iranians were protesting, and between 30 to 40,000 is like the general best estimate were killed. And she just wanted you to say those things. She wanted you to recognize what the Islamic regime did. But you didn't really want to do that. Why not?
No, I would answer it if you let me answer it.
We did. We asked you 4 times.
That's right. You didn't let me. I was talking.
Blah, 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 you ran.
First of all, IRGC or Iran government did a big chaos in Iran, but the number is exaggerated by Trump to 40,000 to support his military activity.
We did. I'm sorry, that's not the question.
3,000. Okay, let's
We're not talking about the fucking number.
You said 40,000. You said 40,000.
Okay, now 43,000.
Okay, guys, I don't need help. Guys, I don't need help. Thank you. Farshad, we didn't ask you to restate what you and I and Abby, all right, and others discussed. We don't need you to go try to squirm out again. We're talking about what did the IRGC do to the Iranian people? And thousands is what they said. Other people said tens of thousands. It doesn't matter, right? It's a lot of people. So why were you squirming away from just talking about what the Islamic regime of Iran did to its own people?
If you're not talking about the numbers, they have killed people protesting on the street. Okay? But what's the point of that? What you are discussing that? Well, what are you looking for?
I'll tell you. The reason why was because you started your question, right, by saying, first you called people in the space baby killers. Nobody here has killed any babies. And second,
What are those
you said,
168 children being killed in the first day of the
Farshad, I will remove you and you won't be able to do your work and you won't be able to get paid by the regime. So please, hold on, okay? Don't interrupt me. If you interrupt me, I will treat you like a
actual
demon.
number is 35 million RGC dropped an atomic bomb on us, please hold.
Okay, we'll get to you. We'll get to you too. Don't worry.
Okay, I just moved him. Okay, Farshad, listen, I'll just be very clear with you. Farshad, okay, Farshad, I will treat you like a demi. So I will remove you completely from the space, and you won't be able to get your paycheck from the IRGC if you interrupt me. But if you don't interrupt me, we'll have a nice conversation. And I will throw the mic to you. I will say, Farshad, go ahead. So, the reason we, all of us, brought that up was because you were talking about the really tragic situation where some schoolgirls were killed, right, when there was a bomb that hit a school. The school was adjacent to and on the property of a military base, and there was questions around, why that happened and how it happened, and it's a tragedy. And you're talking about several hundred people, some of whom were schoolgirls. Nobody is doubting that this is tragic. However, the United States, right, did tens of thousands of strikes. Israel did tens of thousands of strikes, okay? And it's clear that this was an accident because if the United States and Israel wanted to murder millions of Iranians, they could have done so easily. They dropped tens of thousands of bombs. And there was this one terrible, tragic, hitting of the school, which for some reason the Islamic regime decided to build on a military base. Now, you wanted to focus on that. And so my question is, an accident during a war, right? During a war, accidents happen, is a terrible thing. But why would the Islamic regime murder thousands of its own people? That was not an accident. That was on purpose. That's why we brought it up.
And a quick thing,
may I open my mic?
here, I want
You may open your mic. Taco, I'm sorry, I adore you, but we're moving you to the audience because you keep coming off mic. We'll bring you back up. Go ahead, Farshad.
Yeah. First of all, striking the school with 2 bombs in sequential was not an accident. It was a military murder. First of all, you should accept this. If you don't accept it was a murder struck by purpose, I will continue talking with you. Otherwise, I will leave this room, this shit room, and will not be back again because you are the killers.
Well, no, I told you.
Hold on.
Hold on. I just want to go back to Mike because this is his question right now that I already gave him an answer to, which he can't give us an answer. I told you 1 death is too much. I'm not going to repeat myself. You're trying to justify the 3,000 right now that you're claiming. 3,000 plus, whatever. I guess it's not a number for that plus either.
Yeah. Roughly.
Those aren't children. Those aren't somebody's children. Some teens that were somebody's daughter's son. Those are children too. But the thousands is like nothing compared to the 200 is a little argument point.
Yeah,
that was the only mistake.
Rafi, can I join, please, whenever possible?
Yeah, one sec. I didn't finish.
Again,
1 second, Rafi.
I know. Gabriel's asking you 1 second. Gabriel's asking you a question. One more time. I'm gonna start fucking treating you like the IRGC. I'm not gonna let you ramble on with something stupid. Answer a fucking question. Be a fucking man.
Okay, so Farhad, just to be clear, no, you are wrong. If there is a misunderstanding about targeting and there's an accident, right? If it happens, if it happens in 5 seconds or 10 seconds or 1 minute, the misunderstanding, the poor intelligence, and the poor targeting didn't change between the 1 bomb or the 2 bombs. But it was clearly a mistake. It was clearly a tragedy, right? And why the fuck was the IRGC building barracks and putting bombs into an area that was the girls' school? Why did they move the girls to a military area? That is not a question that this space can answer. But the point is,
not just that, the fact that America
point
has
is-
nothing to gain from
Yeah,
this.
of course. But the point is that we've all said it's a tragedy, right? And so, yeah, I'm asking, so my question to you, Farhad, right, Farshad, is this: why, right? Why did the Islamic regime murder so many of its own people, and how did it murder those people? Do you condemn the Islamic regime, Farshad?
Yeah, I absolutely condemn the Islamic regime for killing people on the street, protesting on the street, and I have done this. And whoever has done that should be investigated and punished in the best way that it should be done. But in parallel, I don't accept it was a mistake.
How many people did it take, Farshad?
Precisely.
Farshad,
Otherwise you accept. I'm talking here.
can you just explain how many people?
Mute yourself.
To mute herself. She's a woman with a mod badge.
So Farshad, the people that you just condemned, how many people do you think you're condemning?
Abby has a strap on. Be careful.
Oh, where'd he go? Did we lose him again?
I moved him to the audience. No, I moved him to the audience.
Okay.
I'm going to be respectful.
So
Listen to Abby's question.
my question, you just said the people should be punished that did that, and we're all agreeing with you. I was just curious, how many people are you talking about? How many people does it take to kill those thousands of people? When you said they should be punished, is it a handful of people? How many do you think it took to go and gun them down and cut their limbs off and rape them? How many do you think we're talking about in numbers that you are saying, and rightfully so, should be convicted and held accountable? Like, what number are you talking about of the IRGC people were the perpetrators?
By the way, he always says baby killers. Well, guess what? You know what? Your fucking military was hiding out at that fucking school, so.
And we know it's by military.
Farshad, how many people in the street, Farshad, were the perpetrators, would you say?
3,000-ish were killed, and as I said, this should be investigated, and whoever has done it should be punished.
But how many does it take to kill 3,000? That was my question. How many?
Investigated.
Listen, what's the point of this? What's the correlation?
Farshad, hold on. Who's going to investigate it? The same government that ordered this to happen? Are they going to be investigating this?
The same
and
government,
punishing those people?
Sarsha, the same government that
Who's
you're
going to investigate
defending,
this?
that literally made
Who's,
pedophilia,
how
let
does
me
this-
speak please, made pedophilia legal, yeah, from 9 years old by fatwa of your Khomeini Danish, okay? And you're talking about pedophilia, your whole country, you don't need an Epstein Island, bitch. You made our country into a pedophile country of child rapists, all right, and murderers, terrorists, and you're here speaking about 100. Listen, 42,000 of us died from this shit. Child rapists, murderers, terrorists.
As Iranian, I can confirm. As Iranian, I can confirm everything you just said. Sam. And
Please learn to respect women and don't interrupt them in this space. Thank you.
Sam, I just want to confirm everything you said. As an Iranian, I can 100% confirm. And people like Farshad are, to be honest, they are not even Iranian. They just support Hezbollah, the so-called bullshit Islamic Brotherhood, just in order to kill Israelis. You know, he doesn't give a shit about Iran. He doesn't give a shit about the Iranian people. And if you ask me, the question is whether he is Iranian. Might as well be Afghani, might as well be Iraqi. Who knows, you know? As far as from accent, I cannot confirm whether he is from Iran.
You can speak to him Persian if he answers back.
Farshad John, مادرت گاییدم. عزیزی با اون PhD کسخولی. Listen, the question, Rafi, my father lives in Iran. I have a family in Iran.
So I can tell you one, it could be Afghani talking Iranian as well, Farsi, Baluchis as well, which is part of Pakistan as well. So it doesn't mean shit. You have Iraqi, you have Kurdish who speak Farsi as well. That being said, I have family in Iran, right? And I can tell you the number.
Hold on.
Okay, the thing is, you have also.
Hold on. Who the fuck is dropping you?
I didn't. I just dropped it.
Yeah, he was fake account anyway, so.
Okay, let him come on the fake account. I want to talk to this fake man.
Yeah, he was waiting.
Come back up. We'll bring Taco to back up.
Rafi, just let me please finish because I'm walking my dog out. So I'm gonna keep it short. The thing is. Sorry?
Land your plane quickly.
Okay, thank you. The thing is, you have part of maybe some Iranian, but mostly again Afghani and other part of neighbors of Iran. These people are supporting Hezbollah. They don't care about Iran or Iranian people as long as Hezbollah has the power enough to fight Israel, which is bullshit. Because if you ask average people from Lebanon, they don't even want Hezbollah. The same goes with Hamas. If you ask Palestinian people, they don't give a fuck about Hamas. They just want peace. They just want peace for the family and bring bread to the table. So people as Farshad, they are like virus, like a cancer. They don't give a fuck about Iranian people. As far as the numbers, now let me finish with the numbers. So I have family in Iran. The numbers are above 40K. And people under 19 has been hanged to death. Just imagine that. Under 19, girls of 16 has been killed, raped and killed.
Trying to stay a little bit on top of this, guys. It's a tragedy. We all know this all affects us. But again, we're staying on topic. Hold on. Somebody. I can't get it back up.
Taco, you might have to go out of the room, come back, and then we can try to help you back up again.
Yeah.
I would say those on the street were stupid
Okay,
The same people who attacked Shah, the son of the Shah in Germany.
One mic, guys. Hey, one mic.
We're gonna go to Canvas. We're gonna be quick with Canvas, and then we're gonna go with scriptures.
Taco's back.
No, the man actually in the other room was so.
Guys, these are the same people that attacked the son of the Shah in Germany. These are the same people that attacked.
You're going into the audience, I can. You're going into the audience.
You're talking English. صحبت میکنی الان داره فکر کنه داره فارسی صحبت میکنه. Talking.
Okay, you're gonna go into the fucking audience too, Candace. You're here?
Yeah, why'd you send my friend down to the audience?
Because he's misbehaving. I'm treating like the IRGC.
No, he has a right to speak his mind.
No, he doesn't. Bullshit. He didn't have
Only in America.
We'll give him a right.
He speaks what we want. He's our little TV.
Correct.
There you go.
Do we rather let
He's our fucking bitch.
and the prostitutes speak?
I don't know what you're talking about, but now let's talk about this. Is America winning this fight or losing this fight? I want to know.
I gotta say, it's a full tackle.
Taco.
It's a full tackle.
Taco, we brought you up because we wanted you to shut the fuck up. So either mute or
Stay here. You won't come in handy, Taco.
Taco, we'll have you speak in a little bit, just stay on mute. I don't want you to leave the stage, just stay on mute, okay?
There's a good reason,
Yeah.
Taco.
Yeah, we can't bring you back up too many times already, Bob. Candace, who's winning? Is America winning?
Marcus, what don't you understand about? Please meet up. Please meet up.
Around the place, Marcus.
Okay, Candace, go ahead.
Walkers, shut the fuck
Okay,
up.
you. We play a little bit of far shot, we go back and forth, and we're gonna play a little ping pong.
We're going to Candace now, right?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
a quick note. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna respond Israel? Was that the question?
The question was because apparently the Islamic regime still has 40% of its missiles.
No, but is that the
why-
question you asked?
I'm
So I'm
answering.
trying to answer.
No, hold on. You can't ask me, is that the question you asked? And when I'm correcting a little bit, you say, no, I'm going to answer what I want. So the question I asked,
Are you
the
retarded,
question,
Candace? Shut up.
Cende Hanım.
Mother Cendas. Koskishi mother.
I love that language.
Sumani Madares.
hey Candace, if you disrespect women, Candace, if you disrespect women, you
Jahada
get
ne
kicked
kama
out.
barızı pardon.
Yeah, don't forget.
Marina Dana Kubayo Promenade Mother.
I don't know why you guys are letting IRGC people in this room. I'm so confused.
Candace.
What do you mean?
I agree with that, President. Candace,
It's just toxic energy.
yeah, dude, you're probably right. You're right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, one mic, guys, hello, one mic.
Okay, so Candace, everybody the question. I love Sam, by the way. She's awesome. Candace, listen, my question was, this dude, bro,
Your mom's only family, right?
Candace, can you pick your mom up from my house, or at least lift her? She's refusing to leave. Now, moving on. Candace, I was speaking to a dude who was saying, hey, the Islamic regime, still has so much of its capability, and it's so powerful, and, et cetera. So I said, well, if you're right, if it's so powerful, why has it not destroyed Israel with all the remaining rockets it has, or with the first 60% it used to have before Israel and the United States destroyed them? So would you like to answer that one?
Sorry, I was eating. What was the question?
Oh my God. The question was, if the Islamic regime is so powerful, has still so many rockets left, right? According to reports a couple days.
Yeah. So
According to reports, bro, can you wait till people finish a sentence? Listen. According to reports from a couple days, according to Israel, they said, hey, 40% of their capabilities with rockets still remain, 60% has been, destroyed. So, if 60% has been destroyed but 40% is still around, why hasn't the Islamic regime destroyed Israel with these very powerful rockets yet?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm eating this one. So, I think Joe Biden answered that question.
He has...
Yeah, the way he answered it was, he said, if there was no Israel, I would start one.
Well, that's not an answer to my question.
No, so, hold on. So the way it answered your question is that even if Iran destroyed Israel, the ideology and the thought behind Israel matters more, because even if you destroy it, they're going to start a new one.
Okay, bro.
So,
Okay, well, let's just not do philosophy. Let's talk about it.
yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe it's a bit heavy for
Let's talk about the
Guy's
practical.
retarded, dude.
Do you
Hey,
rather
Taco, I don't want
listen
to
to
kick you off,
Savage
please.
Don't stop obsessed with me.
Candace,
Are you still a virgin? I
Oh my
think
God.
you sound like a virgin.
Gabriel, this guy's retarded.
He's virgin and he's a little bitch too. Bitch, I would rip you in pieces if you were in front of me. Do you know? You don't know me, bitch.
Okay, so what Sam wants is Reza Pahlavi to go back, start a Shahreno, which is like a...
You should go tell Khomeini,
Sam is
okay,
gonna
tell them to
protest
go fucking
Shahreno.
bury him. Tell them to go bury him. The whole Tehran smells like shit because he's like rotting.
I'm out.
Go
I'm
bury
out.
him.
Okay.
Alright, next speaker. He was useless.
So, listen,
I think he was a kid, to be honest.
Reza is next.
tactically, it's a decisive victory time and time again, but strategically, as it goes on, you can make the argument that Iran is getting some sort of edge, but it's just because we're so, perpetually online. We eat so much of the propaganda, we're exposed to it so incessantly that we might be more than it really is. They're kind of in a bad spot, and frankly, the American public doesn't have the fortitude for sustained ground engagement, let alone even if we did some fucking crazy shit and just made a fucking fortified beachhead that was just totally fucking reinforced. But that would be actually be sick if we did that instead of fucking around and trying to go into different areas and do all this crazy shit. If we just fucking did some sort of 50-mile fucking radius from a beach,
It's out
fucking
of
fortified corner, we could just fuck them.
Okay, thanks, Dago. Okay, who's next?
Hey everybody.
Listen.
Hey guys. So obviously America is the winner of this. So as of now, but if they don't, I think if they don't end up finishing the job and changing the regime, that's when they might be at a loss, because this regime that's currently in power still, they will do whatever they can to become the terrorists that they always are for all of eternity. So if this virus, if you don't kill the virus, it's just gonna keep replicating.
So,
You're right.
You believe that the purpose of America going into Iran was to basically get rid of the Irish, like he's doing it.
No, I don't think.
Regime change?
I don't think he's as good of a person to actually want to do that. So unfortunately, I'm bitter. I'm bitter towards Trump because he's not finishing the job, and unfortunately, at first I was optimistic.
So what did you see as an American victory?
A victory would be all for the rest of eternity. Trump's name would be like on the history books if he was able to eradicate this regime. So that's what I would like to see.
What was the purpose of Iran striking Iran? America striking Iran. What was the purpose to America?
Well, that's why I said they're still winning. As of now, they're still winning.
What do you think is the purpose was for America to strike Iran? Like did Donald Trump have a plan to free Iran, or he did it like strategically in steps that had a ripple effect?
No, I think certainly Netanyahu was the bigger factor to making this happen, and I think it was just a perfect timing with the protests going on, and I think Netanyahu wants regime change, but unfortunately Trump, I'm not sure what's going on over there.
Well, again, even Netanyahu. This is really interesting. You believe that America and Israel are there for the Iranian?
No, but
as Americans believe that Americans are for Israel's interest. Well, realistically, everybody's piggybacking off of each other because everybody has an interest in that region. The Americans have an interest of bringing back the petrodollar. The Israelis have an opportunity right now that while America is doing their operations, they can do it together because they don't want terrorism no more sponsored in that region or abroad. And they're doing it for the safety of Israel. So all I'm seeing is that one country's kind of piggybacking off another country, kind of everybody's doing it what's in their interest. But the Iranian people have the opportunity to take their own country back. So when you say they're not doing enough, what do you mean by they're not doing enough? So when I ask, why do you think America is there for? To free the Iranian people or for other interests?
Well, obviously it's for other interests. Like, they don't give a fuck about freeing the Iranian people.
So, in America's eyes, is America winning or losing this fight in Iran right now, in your opinion?
Dude, they've demolished 90% of Iran's fucking capability militarily. Like, how is that? It's obvious who's winning. It's just, in the long run, I said, this is not a win because, again, the virus will grow and grow and grow over time if they're not finishing it. But right now, they're winning.
Okay, think that makes sense. Then it can start again. It can regrow its tentacles.
Actually, Tia said something I wanted to ask her. You were talking about the scientists. Do you think that most of the scientists have been murdered by now, or gone? Or do you think that there's still a decent amount still there working on them?
I think they might have been libs and traitors.
But Tia mentioned it. Do you think that most of them got wiped out?
Majority, I think, during the 12-day war and then in the recent one, majority have been wiped out, but they have created a tier. You know the reason they haven't collapsed? Because before this happened, they started organizing themselves. If the supreme leader dies, they had the second and the third layer, and Americans killed the second, and the third comes. That's why they have not fallen. Then everybody thought they would. Applies with the science. The thing they have layers and layers, but obviously as you go down, the expertise are lower, and the time that they will achieve what they want would be longer, in my view. I think there are still
And they own all the big legal companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear.
The education in Iran is very good, and there are lots of scientists still that would be able to push this forward if the government is there.
I'm just wondering if Shad, have you thought about how you need to start thinking about your own personal safety? Because, you know, the Iranian people, 90%, 95% are against the regime. You and your family and your friends and anybody else who supported the regime, you're not going to be safe for very long. You should really think about defecting. You should think about switching sides. You should think about maybe making amends.
So I would answer your question. First of all, what I said, I'm still repeating, but whatever goes on in Iran between the Iranian people and the Iran government is something that is interior issue, and it does not support.
No, I'm just asking. Aren't you concerned for your safety?
But I'm not in support of Iran.
It's not between the government of Iran and its people when the government is the killer. And you say that's fact. Think about it. If it was a fair government, if there was a fair judiciary.
While I was in Iran, I was sometimes in prison even, and under pressure by the Iranian government. I was diminished from the university even not being
So
allowed to teach.
how could you say this?
The university. But I'm talking. If you don't mute yourself, please mute yourself, okay? But what I'm saying is that
in history, we do not speak like that.
Does not support military action against Iran. So that is what it
Farshad, we have a rule. Women have more rights here. They're like the IRGC here. They rule. So you gotta listen. You're gonna go back and forth with her.
If we had a judiciary system, then you could say that if we had representation, if people had lawyers to represent them, then you could possibly say what you're saying. But when there isn't such a thing, even if people want to have lawyers, and you say you have been in prison, so you know this, you can't even choose your own lawyer.
No, that's not true. That's absolutely not true.
My brother is a lawyer.
You are all against Iran, not Iranian regime. You are talking against Iran.
That's information.
I'm not talking about
That's quite wrong information. That's missing.
That's
It's not wrong
information.
information.
Tia,
It's
that's
not wrong
information. Hey, Tia, listen to me. That's information. Okay?
That's absolutely misinformation.
It's not misinformation. Tia, be careful with sharing anything about you or your family, because this guy he's not a good guy,
And there's other people
yeah,
listening.
you're right.
Less information.
And I have a lot of friends who are in judiciary and who are lawyers trying to help people. There is a list when you are a political prisoner. There is a list of lawyers that you can choose from, which have been vetted by just it's not a propaganda or anything. It's just reality of life inside Iran. And if you say everything is so fair, it's just like there's no point talking to you because you either in a bubble or
No, you are in the bubble.
okay.
You are in the bubble of international, Persia International. You are in the bubble of.
Well,
maybe you will not
why
hear
don't you
what I
turn
say.
on the internet?
You
Why
are
don't
in
you
that
tell
bubble.
them
Not
turn
in that
on the
bubble.
internet in Iran so 90 million people can come online instead of you white SIM card bitches, and they will tell you to shut the fuck up, Faxon, just like I will.
In Tehran University in Amirabad,
Europe.
when they throw people from the second floor. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what's your agenda. I don't know. I don't want to label you. I don't know who you are.
I said what this one is about the war, and whatever you say does not support the war. If you want to talk about the war, I can talk about it. But if you want to try to support the war, but whatever happens in Iran, you are not an Iranian, and you are against the Iranian people. You are against
Get
the
to decide whether I'm Iranian or not.
You are a okay? This is the way I can say.
Martyrdom soon, and you go to heaven.
So this
You
time
are
is
an
speaking to
Israeli.
Yeah,
You are supporting Israel.
you had fun with them?
Or shot up.
Should we let somebody else?
Comfortable
I
truth.
think
I'll let you.
he's
You know what he's saying? He's saying you're supporting Israel, and that's why you're a traitor and you deserve to be executed. That is actually what he's
Listen.
saying. These animals.
Listen.
He's
Parshad,
Wait, did he just threaten someone in the room? Did he just threaten someone right now?
Yes, he actually did.
Yeah, he actually did.
Gabriel, hold on. 1 second. Walk us go. We'll get back.
Rafi, if he threatens someone, we need to move him out or kick him out. Sorry.
Move him down for now.
penetrate him. IRGC's.
Move him to the audience. We'll bring him back. Let him think about it.
I still have opinions. Did you guys have something to say about the topic itself?
And just to let you guys know, apparently, if we kick him, we resolve the issue. If you report him and you let him stay in the room, they actually get it faster. Clubhouse. FYI, that's how it works.
Farshad needs to understand that the only people's opinions in the world that actually matter, this is going to be an uncomfortable truth, it's Americans.
Wait.
Even the libtards.
So I went and came back in fashion. You guys are still dealing with this guy?
Yeah, the guy's immoral. I don't know what he's doing.
I wanted Marcus to go. Marcus has been trying to talk to him for a minute in silence. Marcus, go.
Amen.
You know what? He's no longer here. He's no longer here. So say whatever you need.
As soon as possible, and we go to heaven. We believe.
Well, so forget him for a second. So what's your opinion as far as what you want to say to get your point out? I know you've been wanting to keep talk and all that stuff. So talk and say what's on your mind.
Father, that time when Thakur was associated with religion, this was a mess. So first I just wanted to respond to him that the two sects, the school of thought, the Shia and the Sunni, they are arch rivals for centuries. When Sunni kill a Shia, So there are massive differences within these sectors. So how on earth could we come up and say that okay, it's all because of Islam and it's a bad situation? There is nothing to come up with that point that we need to understand the religious, political, geographical, and all this perspective. The reason Saudi Arabia are the biggest enemies of Iran, and that's the reason why Iran used to be UAE and Saudi Arabia, because it is because of the sectarian conflict.
Or because Shia has threatened Sunnis for over, I don't know, 50 years now. One of the reasons. I just want to go back to the topic.
I'm not saying that. I just want to go back to mindset. Malcolm was criticizing Islam as a whole. I'm not speaking of any one particular sect or village.
But he's right though. When Islam, there is a gap between the Islamic Brotherhood, the Shia Sunnis. When you have a prophet, Muhammad, he basically had with Aisha. I mean, we all know the age. And when you have certain individuals promoting Islam but acting as a pedophiles, Khomeini as example, or many Islamic mullahs claiming that child marriage is okay, even in Afghanistan, as believe 26. How can you still believe Islam is the right answer to civilization? I mean, you have to be out of your mind to accept that.
When did I say Islam is the right option?
I mean, not you. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking the whole concept.
The religion from the base is wrong. The religion from the base is wrong.
Arash, 1 second, Reggie, welcome. Is America winning or losing the war right now in Iran?
Yeah, I just want to go back to that exactly.
Well done, 1 second.
Yeah, because I didn't give the answer.
Okay. Reggie, go. Reggie, on mic. What are you mumbling? What? You're such a fucking Reggie. Your name fits your fucking character.
Reggie, hello. I'm here. You can hear me? Yeah, we can hear you. What are we gonna say? I didn't say nothing. You said come on, Mike. Nice. Oh, okay. So basically, what we want to know is America winning the war or not? Yes. Okay. Yes. Why? Did you find this? Yeah. Jesus. The question is why? Why do you think so? What I think so? What? America winning? Yeah. Like America. What are your thoughts on this? This whole war. Because I'm a born American citizen. And God bless America.
God bless if you have your teeth. Okay.
I'm just saying, God bless America, right?
God bless America.
That's good, man. Can you say God bless Iran and not get blown up?
Even the Iranians, I wouldn't say that.
I'm just saying.
But
I mean, you can go back to Iran anytime.
So we got also Ahmed on the stage. Ahmed, how are you?
Yeah, how are you? I'm doing well.
You're doing well, amazing. Ahmed, is America winning or losing? Right now, Iran.
I don't know. It depends. But I think it will be long.
It depends on what? Be specific.
On circumstances in general, because you know that Middle East in general plays a role in this war, so they can affect on the American decisions.
What about the Iranian decisions? What do you think about that?
Iranian decision.
Yeah.
I think Iran have Iran has the ability to last the war, and they can. We can't talk it as for the history. We know that it depends on so many circumstances. So I think it will be long. No problem for Iran. They will make it long.
Bro, people are starving because of lack of food at the moment as we speak. No problem for Iran. The inflation is over 500%. No problem for Iran.
No, I mean that.
regime, Mahtab.
Yeah.
I mean, for that, even the regime,
Yeah.
even from the even if you look at even from the regime perspective, when there is internally conflict between the regime itself as it is today, the system has fallen. You know when regime works? When the regime works, there is look at the history. Why did every power empire fall? Because there is a internally conflict. That's when the system falls. Like any cooperation in the world has done the same thing. So I call
See, I don't understand how on earth can you guys claim that America is a clear winner. I don't think so because America.
How you ask for Trump's help?
Let me complete.
How you ask for Trump's help, though?
Americans failed miserably to liberate the 19 Iranians.
Hey, fuck America, nigga. Fuck Israel, nigga. Fuck Israel.
What the hell is happening?
part of the fake accounts. Continue.
Okay. Now let's go to this. America failed to liberate the 19 million Iranian people who were oppressed for the past 47 years.
Was that their goal?
Regime. Let me explain first. America failed miserably to extract the enriched uranium. They simply said it deserted the rebel extracted it. For yourself.
You thought that America in 6 weeks, you thought America in 6 weeks will save the Iranian people and get rid of uranium?
Dr. Let people speak, and when they're done, then speak. Your timing is off. Thank you.
Okay.
America could not take full control of the Strait of Hormuz. Blockade is not the solution. They have to take full control of the Hormuz if they really claim themselves to be winners. Again, America could not implement massive or enough economic damage to China. I mean, if the whole
What
purpose was
can you do without America, though?
No, I'm just talking about
No.
the sole purpose of this whole war. When the war was imposed by
Oh,
Iran, so
drop it.
what goals?
Someone on Iran.
What goals America has achieved so far?
But the thing is, the roadmap can be achieved. I mean, it's not even systematically possible to achieve that in 6 weeks.
No, Mahada.
No, let me finish that, brother.
Achieved it. You
Okay.
cannot call them as winners.
Would
Let
you
them
like me
achieve the
to?
roadmap first, and then call them winners.
Would you like me to give feedback, or you want? Otherwise, I shut up and continue listening. If you want feedback to what you just mentioned, then I will do that. Otherwise, I be quiet and listen.
Go ahead, Michael. Please keep in mind that what the Iranians themselves need to do too. All right. Okay.
fucking dropped them.
Bring up who?
Yeah, they were talking off mic.
Trigger fingers, yeah, I'll try to let you just yell at them, then don't listen, then drop them. Don't really just drop them anymore.
Sure. So, Matheson, go ahead. Please keep in mind that Chantal Marhale has the best in that, so please think before you speak. Thank you.
I just want to finish. I think what you have to realize is 6 weeks you cannot actually save 90 million people, and also let's say take out the uranium and make sure that there is new system implemented. Be realistic. I mean, you saw the Iraqi war, how long it took, and many other wars. So you have to see the roadmap. from roadmap perspective, and a lot of things can happen, right? They have to pivot, adjust. I agree with you. Maybe they haven't achieved yet. And to be honest, Iranian regime is not it's very strong, and they are very smart. So that being said, I think it will take time. And going back to the topic, I think when there is an internally clash in the regime itself, regardless how much USA is going to attack, it is already done. And the people itself is not behind the regime anymore, at least 90% of it. And believe me, the 10% that it is at the moment when it comes to money and bringing food to the table, they will switch. I'm done.
Massive damage has been done to Iran and the Iranian regime. It is not synonymous to a complete victory. That's what I'm trying to explain. We don't call it a victory. They're not winners here.
No.
Damage is not synonymous to victory.
Well, and the war is not over yet, right?
Yeah.
At a new breakthrough.
But that's what I'm trying to say. The roadmap has.
But it means for now. It means for now they are.
And we are all aware of that. That is not.
Hey, can I speak something about that? If you guys don't mind.
Go ahead.
I think the Iranian people that are bad from the Shah are terrible human beings.
Oh, thank you for your input, but in the time of the Shah, there were no 42,000 people killed by
Are
terrorists.
you weirdo? You fucking disgusting human being. You are
a dirty pedophile protector.
Why?
You're a dirty pedophile
Right.
protector because people can marry children from up to 9 years old in Iran legally.
Are you talking about Muslims? Are you talking about Muslim people?
No, everyone in Iran. Yes, they are Muslim. Yes.
So you're saying Muslims are bad? Are you saying Muslims are bad? No, I wanna hear this. I wanna hear this woman, please.
I'm talking about Iran. Are you saying pedophilia is okay?
Are you saying that Muslims are bad?
I did not say that.
You
I
already did.
said,
I mean, you already
pedophilia
crossed the
is
line. You already disrespected the Muslims that you say here.
Is that disrespecting to Muslims?
Yeah, you are.
Is that
You're disrespecting
disrespecting to
Muslims.
Muslims?
You're
Oh,
disrespecting
so
Muslims.
you agree?
These groups,
So they agree.
who are actually
They
supporting that
agree that
fucking
you can.
bastard,
They
they
agree
just
that
acting
you
like
can marry
idiots.
a
They
9-year-old
have
that
no
rape
fucking
a
clue what
9-year-old.
they say.
Yeah, 9-year-old who? Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Are those people in Iran Prophet Muhammad, your prophet? Are those people your prophet?
Is your prophet the same prophet as me?
No.
No, they have another one, right? What is it?
Who is the other prophet?
Mother, Ali, mother. Ali.
First of all, let me explain something, okay?
I guess he
So
doesn't have that much boundaries to talk and don't have enough of them.
yeah, I feel like you guys are not
You're just
listening.
a bare basic guy here. Just like
I'm listening, bro. I'm listening to you guys. I'm listening to you.
Now you're a pedophile supporter. What's up to you?
Don't talk about Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
What we don't talk about.
He's the most perfect.
Perfect man.
He's in hell anyway.
Why? What, bro? What? I haven't heard. Oh my god.
9-year-old and he's on his saying,
Okay.
are you disrespecting us?
You know, I
Crazy story.
Sam, you know what I heard? One of the hadith says that Muhammad said.
Yeah.
What? I let the dog pee on the carpet and shit.
Wait, what?
So I drank. I had a relapse and I kind of got drunk and shit. It was a shitty dog sitter. But she goes on vacation with her ex-husband and the kids. And her ex-husband wants to be a cuckold. And so basically, he wants her to have a lover and he wants to watch us fuck. I told you, right? We're talking, right?
People, is he gay?
I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but I'm really into her though, so I think I would do it just to keep fucking her. But this guy's gonna watch his fuck.
Just tell her no, and that like, you can film, like, if you let me film, I'll send you videos, but I don't want that kind of invasion of privacy in my life.
Did you get fucked up last night or what?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Are you hungover?
No, I mean I'm fine. I'm just like ready for bed. I mean I'm tired, you know.
Yeah. No, I drank a little bit, and then I'm drinking again. It's brutal.
Well, I mean, do you know the equation for drinking?
No.
Like, go with the flow, but I mean, like, you can't drink to like get hammered. I mean, you gotta drink to be social, you know, and like meet people and read their astrology chart and birth and natal chart, you know, and then grab them by the pussy.
Love that shit.
You know, I mean, there's this one really hot Italian chick that I banged, and I grabbed her by the pussy, and like and like now that I look at her, I look at her Instagram all the time. She's always posting, and you could definitely tell there's like something crazy about this chick, but like insanely hot. Boston.
I can't believe he wants to watch his fuck. That's crazy, right?
No, I mean, there's just weird partners. I really hate seeing those profiles on Hinge and Bumble. I'm in an open marriage and blah 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 blah. It's like, man, it's like I don't want to know anything about you. Bye. It's like I can care less about your fucking disgusting marriage and how you're sleeping around and how your husband is sleeping around. It's like barf. Hello?
Crazy, dude.
People are crazy, man. I don't know what to say. Bro, I went out tonight and it's like I talked to all these people that never use Clubhouse, and my God, they're just like chatterboxes, you know? Just incredible chatterboxes in the real world.
People are nuts, dude.
Steve Appello's crazy. All these fucking, I gotta tell you, all these, if like, you got vaccinated, right?
Yeah.
Did you get boosted?
Yeah, I was in the Madeira trial.
So let me ask you this: do you have
I
like,
was the first person I knew that took a vaccine.
you know what brand affinity is, right? In terms of like marketing.
Yeah.
So do you think you have like Moderna brand affinity because you're part of the Moderna like cohort?
I don't really care. But it was cool. Like I basically was the first person that was vaccinated that I knew. I was part of the clinical trial. It was neat. And I thought I got placebo until the second shot. The second shot knocked me on my ass. I got a fever for a day. Like it really fucked me up.
Yeah.
I was like, I did not get the fucking placebo.
Well, there.
I don't care. I'm also not like. I mean, I did it because I thought it was an active service. I thought I have kids. I can go do this. Like somebody needs to do a trial, and I can do it.
What a saint over here. A Moderna saint, a modern saint, a modern saint of a man.
I just thought I could do this, right? Like I don't have any attachments that I can take a risk. It's fine. Somebody needs to do it for society, so I can do it.
But just remember this: that like, when a husband or an ex-husband becomes the cuck, you're actually the cuck. It's not the other way around. Like he's cucking you, so like you're the cuck. Are you prepared to be the cuck? It's
Great
not.
question, John. That's what I called you.
It's
What I
not a
called
pleasant.
you.
It's
John
not a
Jim.
pleasant title. It's not a pleasant title to be known as a cuck. Like it's just a derogatory, but that's what I say. Like to make love to a woman when like some fucking f word is watching you, it's like, bro, are you also gonna like possibly like fucking shoot me or something while I'm doing this? Like, what the fuck is the deal here? Like, it's disgusting. Get a life. You're fucking disgusting. Bye. You know, that would be my attitude. I'd be like, never gonna happen to me. Like, this is disgusting. Bye. Don't do it. It'll just like destroy your own psychology. Even. You know, you got to be the master of your own domain. That's my opinion. It's just not worth it. And I like to say on Clubhouse, was it worth it?
You've been on fire. Hey, I love my rooms, dude. My rooms are pretty good, right?
Yeah, you attract a lot of people. You're like a queen bee. You know, I cannot believe that I got kicked and blocked from Gary Baumgart's room on a new burner account. I was like, impossible. How the fuck did he know? What the fuck, Gary?
Yeah, no, he's nuts about this. Like, I'm a huge fan of yours. You know that, right? And I think you're the king of trolls on Clubhouse, and I like trolls. I actually think there's an art to it. Like, I also think you're super interesting. Like, you're an intellectual guy. And yeah, there's a few people that are fans of yours, and we find each other. Like, I'm a huge Kitover fan. Like, I always say that. Like, I defend you to the hilt. I'm like, I love that guy. I think he's so interesting. Um, Gary's,
He's a control freak.
yeah, he is. He's a little bit of a control freak.
But anyways, I was just like, how the fuck?
Like, how are you gonna run a live show? How are you gonna run a, dude? How are you gonna run a live show and then kick out people with party hats? Like, that's the fucking purpose. It's like new audience. Like, how are you kicking out new people from your show without even knowing it's me? Like, that's paranoia behavior. That's crazy behavior. Like, how do you create a room and then just start kicking random people who have party hats? Like, that's fucking crazy. I couldn't believe it. Because, you know, there's money and time invested in this shit. I'm just like, fuck. Because I wanted to use that phone to listen to the Gary Baumgarten show, and now I can't fucking listen to the show. Couldn't believe it. I was like, God. But, I mean, I got another one, but just saying, it's not worth it. But you know what was fun was when, what's his face? What was that guy's name? Can't even fucking remember his name. Roger Mayhem, when he was like,
I love that guy.
yeah, when he was competing with the Gary Baumgarten show and like snipping your titles. Oh man, that was so fun.
Yeah, but I knew that was gonna last.
It only lasted like 3 or 4 days at the most.
Yeah. You know, I love it. I'm a huge Roger fan. Roger and I talk off the app.
Yeah, I was a fan. I mean, dude, he helped me raise like $600, and
No, Roger's great. Roger's a great guy. He's super interesting, super smart. Yeah, Roger's great. I mean, I think the interesting guy.
yeah, I met other congressional candidates that ran, and like when I told them that I raised $600, you know what their response was?
What?
You raised more than me. It was all because of Roger. It was I could not organize and I could not get fundraising, but like Roger was that fucking champion for like 2 days
This
straight.
is the problem, right, with our whole system, right? Like, the amount of money it costs just to get a House seat is unbelievable.
It's a lot.
You're just and then when you get in office, you're just raising money the whole time.
Yeah. A lot of these people, man, I mean, guy that I ran against, like, he was just at an Alzheimer charity, they raised a ton of money. And I'm like, do you know the COVID-19 ZAV, like, induced Alzheimer's in a lot of people? Like, you're responsible for that. So it's like you are responsible for the problem, and you are also now responsible for the nonprofit solution dedicated to defeating inflammation. Because do you know the Mark and Priscilla Chan Zuckerberg Institute is like a scientific nonprofit dedicated to figuring out inflammation? I'm like, I wonder what's causing all these spike protein inflammations. Maybe it's something called spike protein.
Exactly.
Anyways, all right. Well, good night, and let's do a show tomorrow. I really want to get back into the book club and like where
Is
we.
tomorrow Saturday?
Yeah,
I have Uncle Steve in the morning.
dude. Uncle Steve is fucking crazy. He was on here screaming like, if you believe in the if you don't believe in the fucking polio vaccine, you're a fucking idiot. If you don't believe in the COVID-19 vaccine, well, you're not a fucking idiot, but you're still a fucking moron. I'm like, Jesus, like, dude. Scott, how do you explain personality, man? Like, and why can't we seem to like make people nicer? Because there's just like, you know, you can tell there's people on here that I call it HAP now, highly argumentative or highly annoying people, or DAP, dangerously annoying people.
Alright, buddy.
Okay, peace. Take care. Bye.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, I would say having sex with an 8-year-old is worse than having sex with a 16
It even says, you can look this up, okay? You can look this up. I'm gonna post it on the picture.
Wait, iron thing or Quran thing? Because I
No, it's not Quran. It's Fatwa of Khomeini.
or hadith. Oh, okay.
It's like a deed. Oh, go ahead. Here, wait. Of Islamic law. It's called the Tahrir al-Wasila. Page 229, volume 3. Intercourse
Yeah, I
with
just
a
want to
woman
make sure I'm not converting, right?
is not allowed unless she attains the age of 9 years. Unless she attains the age of 9 years, regardless whether the marriage is permanent or temporary, because they even have temporary marriages. There is, however, no objection in other sexual enjoyments like touching lasciviously, so between the legs, hugging and rubbing the thighs. Yeah, hugging and rubbing the thighs, even with a suckling infant. Go look it up here.
Yep. I mean, that's in the hadith. So even in the Sunni hadith, it's there. Even muta was acceptable under the Sunni Islam, even during the time of the Prophet. It made peace be upon him, but then it was abrogated away. And the Shias just kept it.
But I guess no one wants to come up and speak about it now today.
Yeah, Muhammad's a pedophile. May peace be upon him. He's burning in hell.
Okay. Guys, good night. Follow the house.
And they own all the big media.
Follow Rich. Rich is stupid.
Rich is amazing. I'm the best.
No. Follow the house. Everything's gonna be good, guys. We'll have another return.
Everybody follow me. Follow me to knowledge.
Speaking around, your ass a goon.
He is supposed to take initiative. And this would be more of the concrete aspect, for this is how it applies or looks like in this world. Now, the abstract part of man, I would say that entails a purpose and that it.
They do not go to their deaths if they can avert it over a lie. Okay? People don't die for lies. Typically, that's true.
And our people have to
it's not.
People do
You don't know all these people. You're just assuming that based on your personal history.
No.
What about experience outside of your person's purview?
Okay.
That's a better way to do
Sorry, what's the point in talking to this person? He's both belligerent, interruptive, and obstinate. What's the point?
So you're gonna attack my person instead of listen. You see that 50 cal?
I'm attacking your behavior.
Wait a second. What behavior? I'm reasoning right now. You're talking about a person.
Well, you also, that's not all you're doing.
Argumentation, sir.
Yeah, reasoning good then. I'm just saying you seem like a very difficult person to talk to.
That sounds like a person problem. Refute the argument.
Yeah, sure. But in order to refute the argument, you have to be somewhat
Yeah, I propounded an argument here.
amenable to having conversations with you.
Andrew's been asking questions.
Like you
interrupting the whole time.
You just like belligerently overtalk anyone every time anyone goes to speak.
That's called gaslighting. I offered an argument. This is getting too easy.
So, Andrew, what is the
point is I mean, you may not want to talk to him, Bob. I was hoping you'd actually engage, but the point is he's trying to say
I choose you,
that unless I show him his sample size and define all my terms, which I already defined my terms, I don't need to define them any further. He knows what I mean.
Right.
He's saying unless I show him the sample size, I can't. That's just a claim. You can't make that claim. That's what he's saying. He's saying
the claim that more often than not, people don't die for lies.
Die for a lie. Yeah.
Now, if you're looking at the chat, I define my terms of mathematical identity. You see that? Likeness.
What if I put mathematical identity be relevant?
That definition of mathematical identity implies permanence. So when we talk about who we are as identity, that implies that it doesn't change.
Oh, he put mathematical identity there, Bob. Okay.
Right. But if you look at our bodies, they're always changing. So why would I identify with my body's always changing? That's not an identity. That's a
Don't pick up on this red herring.
No, because he talked about the self, right? I don't identify with my body.
I mean, I think it's reasonable to say that people generally don't die.
Yeah, that's a personal choice.
Of course.
Right, but he's asserting it as an axiom.
No, he's not. He's like an
Yes, he
inductive.
is.
No, it's like an inductive or abductive case.
If it's inductive, then it's fallacious. That's the point.
You don't know what an axiom is.
I don't know what an axiom is. So that.
No. First of all, it's an axiom, though. It's not an axiom.
That John Hopkins University thinks so.
And you know about how indefinite articles in English work?
Come on now, sir. This is getting too easy. Axiom of university.
You know how indefinite articles in English work?
How about deal with the argument in the chat? You see?
Yeah, so when there's a vowel sound in the beginning of the word,
in the chat right
you
there?
use N, not
That's called mathematical identity. That's what we utilize to demonstrate.
No, but I'm trying to teach you basic English grammar here. I know, but in order for us to have a talk, you need to be able to have a first reader's understanding of English. So when there's a vowel sound in the beginning of a word, you don't say you say un.
Talk about logic, sir.
I thought you did this shit in like second grade.
Yes, sir. That is
Seems to have missed that lesson.
You see my personal 50 cal right there? I don't care about your feelings.
I'm not talking about my feelings, I'm talking about grammar.
You're talking about your feelings. I'm telling you.
Feelings aren't grammar, those aren't the same thing. Use Leibniz's law, and you can clearly see that feelings and grammar are not the same thing.
So Leibniz talks about identity.
Right.
So when we talk
He also said that grammar and feelings aren't the same thing. That's also something he said.
That's what sophists do. That's called red herring. When you distract people from the central.
I mean, that's not what red herring is.
It is. It's a give the argument in the chat. Give the argument in the chat, sir. Give the argument in the chat, sir. When we talk about identity, it means it doesn't change.
When you talk to
Really, is that what I
talk to people for the first time and you're speaking English, do you believe that they're going to understand what you're saying?
Are you going to allow me to answer the question?
Yeah.
I don't utilize beliefs. I utilize knowledge.
So interest fault. Knowledge is
Knowledge.
Okay, so correct me. Okay. Hold on. Then I'll change the.
Sorry. Is the point of this conversation for me to like convince this guy about that he's wrong? We're never going to be able to do that.
Oh, that's fine.
You're not ready to ratiocinate. You're ready to.
No, that's fine. I don't have as much investment. I think there's far too much opposition coming from him. Like he's far too obstinate to make him see this. I think so. Maybe
How about recalcitrant? That's a better word.
No, yeah, you're entrenched, and I don't think that there's any way to
ad
saying
hominem
no.
argumentation.
I'm saying you're wrong because of your person.
Yeah, he's not talking about my argument.
He's not saying you're wrong because you're an idiot. He's
No,
insulting
he's
you.
attacking my person as an argument
He's
instead of
insulting
an
you.
argument.
It's not
You
an
think
argument.
every
Exactly.
insult
That's
is
why
an
it's called
ad
ad hominem argumentation.
No.
You think that every insult is an ad hominem?
Wait a minute. When he
Wait
has
a
addressed
minute.
my argument and he's insulting my person instead of
I'm not saying you're wrong for that reason.
I'm not even
So,
trying to address
notice how
your
no one's dealt with the argument in chat?
I'm not trying to address your argument. I'm not even paying attention to that.
So, if you look at the argument in chat, when you
I'm
refer
not
to
trying to. I'm not paying attention to it, ASR. Do you understand? I don't care about
I know
any of
that,
that.
because
I'm
you're not
saying something to
Pick
Bob.
up on this red herring, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Let's talk about black against law.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
I'm
something to
trying to
Bob
prove
about
this
you.
going right now.
Nobody
Anything other
cares.
than Bob. You understand that?
This is too easy.
Ad homs are in place of arguments, and I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
This is
not
what
arguing with
neophytes
you.
do when
I'm
they
not
don't
arguing
reason.
with you. I'm not arguing with you.
So
I'm
you're
telling
talking about
Bob something about you that I think is impactful.
You're not talking about me. You're talking about what I'm not. My
It's
body.
rhetoric.
So shut the fuck up, I said.
You know, I'm trying to say that who I am is the same as who you are. That's the observer of this body.
No, we are not the same people, bro.
I didn't say people though.
Okay, whatever you think we are the same.
Right. I didn't say people though. You did.
Yeah, no, whatever you say. Whatever you say.
Right. This is how the Greeks did. My ancestors became offended. They start doing all this sophistry and laughing because they don't know how to reason.
No, I was
But
laughing.
Master thinks ASR knows how to reason.
Think, I said. So shut up.
University of Manchester thinks ASR knows how to reason. That's what put on me something. JSU knows that.
ASR, can I just call you an atheist, Bob? Can I just give you a little bit of insight?
You can't call ASR that.
Well, I am going to call ASR that. No, I know. I got to give it to you guys. Can I please give him to you guys, please? Please, 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 please.
Yeah, let's talk about some.
We give him Israelites over that.
Give it to the Israelites, okay. Except the problem is those people are, yeah, I hate it.
They're just as dumb, Andrew, that's why.
Yeah, it's really bad. But
Who's
hey,
dumb,
Chef,
ASR?
Chef, I want you to meet ASR. You wanted to give him an argument, Bob?
Let's talk about identity.
Sorry, we're not doing the SR show.
I don't think we
They're
are.
not trying to reason with ASR because they're going to.
Why is he talking about himself in the third person?
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking about myself in the third person. I'm telling you that. But you won't listen. No, I'm not.
You're using
Yes,
third
you are.
person.
No, I'm not. If you'll listen for a moment, I can prove it.
I love it.
You said didn't you refer to yourself by your name instead of saying like
If you listen
using
for a
a
moment,
personal pronoun?
are you afraid to listen to a black man these weak
Why
arguments?
don't we talk to Thomas T.
Yes,
I'm
I am.
about to let ASR review that. It takes
ASR, you just said it again.
The Converse not here.
Okay, Andrew's having problems. ASR, we love you. Thomas, welcome to the stage.
No, we don't love you. You seem like a.
Are you there, Thomas?
I was talking to Jack.
I'm good, enjoying your argument. Sounds very valid, all sides.
Okay, good. Don't go nowhere. Go ahead. Coptic.
I was saying I was talking to Jack on Discord, and I was telling him, hey, you should come here. Would you mind if he comes here?
Really?
Jack answered.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Yeah.
Yeah, bring him. Yeah.
That would be nice, right? That would be really cool.
No, are you for real?
Did he tell you he would come in here?
Yeah, I told him, hey man, you should come to Clubhouse.
And you said he would.
He said maybe, right? But yeah, I keep that.
Well, actually, I don't know what
We tried to get him in.
maybe is right now, but maybe it's because he saw me. He was mod and some other folks have been in here. I don't know. But yeah, no, he's welcome to come in.
Last time he came in here was when I was interviewing Grandma.
Oh yeah, that's right, he did, yeah. But yeah, no, he's welcome to come in here, and then I'll probably ask him if claims are evidence, and I'll also ask him, I'll also ask him if him and I want to do a joint call to CPS to get Congress in trouble for beating his kids. But
Bro, he's staring away from CPS. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Thomas, brother, are you there, my friend? And by the way, Oleg, good to see you. But Thomas, do you believe in God, brother?
Sure, why not?
Well, I don't know. I don't like the why not part, but you do believe in God?
Yeah.
All right. Can you tell these guys up here, these God haters, these people who say God doesn't exist and they hate him, can you give them a good reason to believe that God exists? Andrew,
Yeah, what did you prove already? Are you guys ready?
Yes. Yeah, he's gonna do a prayer? Be quiet, Sam.
No, you're ready. I'm giving you proof about the existence of God.
Go ahead, pray. Shut up, Sam. Go ahead.
All right, you people, you little ants. Here is your God headmaster. Talking to you right now.
You want?
Bring ASR back.
And Sam, I'm sorry for
He's
saying.
my adversary, though.
I'm sorry for saying shut up, Sam, when you said prayer. You thought he said prayer, or you misheard, and you were just clarifying. Sorry for saying shut
No,
up.
you already had the premonition that God is a...
Yeah, but should have. He's still going.
Okay, but Thomas, so you're an atheist then, bro, right? You're just mocking.
I'm not.
Okay, then what's the argument for God?
How can God be an atheist?
Thomas, that's asking them how they can be atheists. Why are you a believer?
No, let's have this hypothesis that I'm a God. So can God be happy, an atheist?
No, don't do that. Thomas, do you believe in God or not, bro? Come on.
I just gave you a simple answer.
No, don't say you're a hypothesis, you are God, and don't say you're God and we're ants. Don't say stupid stuff. Do you believe in God, a creator of the universe? Yes or no?
God makes a great statement, you call that stupid?
No, I'm saying, do you believe in... See, the fact that you're calling yourself God, I'm just going to say you're an atheist then. Because that's weird. That's weird to say you believe in God. Unless you think everyone's God and you have some weird definition.
Like he said, atheist or something.
Yeah, it could be. But typically when people do
You can't
this...
contradict someone's statement. If it's a statement saying that he's God, you can't say he's an atheist.
Thomas? What are your theological commitments? Like, what do you believe about the nature of the world?
That I created them.
Okay.
And everybody should follow the law.
Okay, so I'm going to say, that's why, I think I'm going to say he's an atheist about it, I think, because that's pretty,
We can ask, okay, Thomas, do you believe that there's a personal creator of the physical universe?
Yeah, that's him. He just said it's him. He just said it's him.
They're not stupid questions. I thought I created you smart.
Okay, that's alright. I find that good.
Yeah, I hate that stuff, Thomas. It's not funny, bro. It's like kind of cringe. And I really appreciate you just be sincere.
Thomas, if you're God and you're holy, everything is holy.
Yes, there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what God does all the time.
What'd you say?
What?
What'd you say, Thomas?
That's what God does all the time, creating all irritating people, doing all kind of irritating things.
No. How many fingers? Thomas, you're omniscient. How many fingers you bust your holding up? Between 1 and 5.
More than that.
How many is he holding up?
How many do you guys have space for?
Okay, dude. Why are you letting
We're right now on the ground.
ASR's back. He's got his Kemet, whatever. I can't remember what that picture is all about, but something about something. And Kat, are you an atheist, Kat? I can't remember. Kat, and none. Takes her a while. Usually get to the mic, but who knows? Kat? Is there any way we can help the people who don't believe in God? Well, what makes you... believe that there is a God, Kat? Yeah, that's always a tough one, because, and I appreciate that totally. It's unfortunate because it's hard to, translate that to something that somebody else, can be compelled by. I mean, they might be moved by your testimony.
But like, that the majority of people are like that, right? Like even upwards. I was just reading Peter Van Inwagen's paper on his reasons for why he converted from atheism to Christianity. It's also like personal reasons, like these personal experiences as well. Like he felt something, right, at the spiritual experience. I feel Andrew, you as well, right, have that going for you, right?
Yeah, just intuition, epiphany from early on,
Yeah.
But I'll say that, and I think that happened to William and Craig too, didn't you? Remember, he that lady, that girl told him that God loved him, and then what did he say? Oh yeah, he read the Gospels, and that affected him. I can't remember. Yeah. Generally speaking,
even though
but you know what?
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
you take somebody like Philip Goff, you know, like what's his deal? He went from atheist to what, theist, right? Or
yeah, I think I think it was mainly like the argument for consciousness. This also goes the same, like the same thing happened with Brian Cutter. The argument for consciousness also convinced them of theism, right? So yeah, I mean, you have also like people who do convert based on pure argumentation. The things that I need as well convert based on pure, and there are really good arguments for God's existence, right? But like I was saying, like the majority of testimonials I hear from people is like has some involvement to do with like personal experience, right? But yeah, you have people like Philip Goff, Brian Cutter, right? What's Ed Fazier, Joshua Rasmussen. I don't think like these have any spiritual experiences. They just convert on the basis of philosophical argumentation alone, right?
Venture to guess that's like less than 1% of the population that convert because of philosophical arguments. Like it'd be a very small percentage.
Well, because most people don't treat philosophy, right? Most people don't know these arguments and don't think about them, right? Yeah.
that's interesting too. And I wonder what percent of people deconvert due to arguments.
That's,
you know,
probably higher.
Yeah, but there's also some other psychological stuff going on there. I wonder. That's interesting. I wonder how that works. It'd be interesting to look at that. And then because people who did deconvert, it's not like they have a personal experience with atheism. You know, there's something that, you know. So you know, I mean, it can just be maybe they, you know, I mean, there's I guess there'd be several factors, but it's interesting. It's interesting to think about that. But yeah, people who convert from atheism to theism based on arguments. I would say it's a fraction too.
What was his arguments for me?
Well, Philip Goff, he just said like the argument for him was like the argument, or what Coptic just said was the argument from consciousness.
I mean, he actually before I think like he always used to be like a cosmic what's it called, cosmic psychism, right? You know about that? Andrew, that to you? When it comes to consciousness.
Yeah, is it like what, just like everything is conscious or something, or what?
Everything is conscious, and that but that there is something like everything is like higher level consciousness, not like these lower level consciousness, right? Like pan scientists say like there are these lower mental properties, right? That are conscious, right? These objects, right? I think cosmic psychists would say like, and then then later there's this emergence of like higher level consciousness, right? But when it comes to certain agents like human beings, for example, but cosmic psychists would say that the universe itself has this very high level conscious, right? Sort of like what we experience, you and I, Andrew. And so that a lot of people say that that's very, very close to theism. But he came to that conclusion based on like philosophical argumentation for consciousness being immaterial. Then like there can't be like this emergence of this higher level conscious experience, so that must be fundamental. And therefore, right, he came to the conclusion that the universe itself is like has this higher level consciousness. That's like the cosmic psychism. This is the person who also holds that view is like what's the why am I missing his name right now? The physicist,
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku. Yeah, he holds like this. Yeah,
he's a strange one. Did you know that he debated William Lane Craig? Did you see that?
Really?
Yeah. There's a very strange debate that took place in like Mexico. They did it inside of a boxing ring. I'm not kidding. Dude, it was weird. Dawkins was there. Craig was there. Michio Kaku was there. You need to pull it up, dude. Yeah, they had like this, but they didn't really get to clash with each other. They each gave their like presentations, and there was like rebuttals and stuff. They didn't really actually get to clash. And Craig threw down, dude. He threw down on Dawkins. He's like, it was, I was like, I need to rewatch that actually. Yeah, you need to see that. William Lane Craig, Dawkins, Michio Kaku, two other people, and they're in a boxing ring. It's hilarious. I'm serious.
I need to watch that.
Yes, it's an actual debate that takes place. They're in a boxing ring. Unless I'm hallucinating, which could happen, that occurred. Yeah. Abby, welcome to the stage. Are you an atheist?
No.
Abby? Are you an
aligned, but I'm not an atheist.
You're atheist aligned.
Yeah.
Does God exist?
Depends on how you define God.
The creator of the universe, that's a mind, a powerful being that created the universe.
No.
No, so that God does not exist. How do you know that?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a Indian thing. I think you guys might be familiar with that. So it's an Indian argument for something that is beyond what we have, like the Numenon thing, but from the Indian side. And that might be conscious, it might not be conscious, so we do not know.
But you just said that God doesn't exist, though. How do you know that God?
No. Created doesn't exist.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
It's a whole Indian thing, right? So I'll have to go back to the Indian philosophy. I mean, it's all this Vedantas, but then essentially they have an understanding of something, right? I mean, so in that one, the creator doesn't figure.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe if you, that is, you can let us know. But real quick, the chef, are you there, buddy? Because the other day it was funny. Your argument you were having with whoever. Chef, when you hear this, buddy, come to your mic. What's up, Cena? What's up, bro? Hey, bro, you remember you were talking to Lexicanum, and he's like trying to tell you that irrational people, he said, if somebody believes in God, they're irrational, or whatever.
Yeah.
Or you were trying to say, like, how do you know you're not irrational? Yeah. Yeah, how does that explain that? What exactly did he say? So everybody knows.
Basically, your friends started going crazy over the 1 year, 2 years.
Yeah, but what's your argument? Because your argument is that these are God irrational people. Or how does that relate?
In Mary's principle, he requires evidence for all of his beliefs. So if there's, theoretical belief that doesn't have evidence, it not having evidence doesn't mean it's not believing, is what he's saying. And I was arguing against this, saying, well, there's certain things that you can't get evidence for, but you're going to believe it anyways.
Yeah.
And then at that point,
The way it ended is started making fun of him for doing like pre-sub stuff.
I wasn't doing pre-sub stuff, he was fucking with me.
Just reporting events. Wait, so technically, like presupposition apologetics? No. So why is CM saying that you were?
Because he's stupid, he doesn't know what I was saying.
He's doing like a version of being a denial.
No, I was not.
I mean, there is. You're doing the global skeptic thing again too. I don't even know what you're the evolutionary. I think you might not be doing the evolutionary extensions of nature.
Well, all I was saying was that if all of his beliefs, are you talking about like what's the likelihood that,
That is called
given we're from nature, we're gonna.
I would like the probability is very low, right? Given that.
Yeah. No, that's not what I was saying.
Okay.
But I do like that. But what I was saying was, if it's true that something not having evidence gives reason to not believe it. Yeah. You want to say it?
It's like all kinds of beliefs that he's not just believe, but he believes in less.
Yeah. Obviously, I don't think that's a problem. But if he's invoking that principle, then it's a problem. So it's like, okay, you need everything, so what about this? And so if the principle remains true, then you really can't say he's rational, because him being rational is so primitive that it's prior to him even reasoning. So before he can give evidence, before he can justify it, there's this prior supposition of, I am rational. I have this faculty too.
Well, that's still going to be told you. I mean, how do you know you're rational? No, that's the task.
That's not the point, bro.
What that calls a non-propositional evidence or non-inferential justification.
I'm sorry, how does the theist get out of the bread?
So you have these dropping degrees.
It wasn't something he was saying.
His position is just weird. He wasn't trying to make some grand. If you think it's irrational to believe things without any
Okay, so you saying it doesn't have, saying by definition it doesn't have evidence isn't further against my point. If it's exactly what I'm saying, what that been my point?
Sure.
See,
Saying it's a waste of
okay,
time.
so thank you for agreeing. Well,
Saying it's a waste of time, bro.
is it that he, I mean, he was disagreeing, so maybe not. And actually, he was in a corner too, but then you guys started going.
Yeah, but what are you saying? You're saying why don't you have evidence for your axioms? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't need evidence for everything. And if someone says you do need evidence for everything you believe, then there's things like axioms.
Well, I mean, but you have to be careful with it. I mean, you might like say you need justification for all your beliefs, but you can have non-inferential justification.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, bro. I'm not saying it's a problem. I just said it's not a. I don't think it's a problem. It's only a problem if someone says you need evidence for every belief.
Yeah. I want you to definitely agree that with God, you can just state God as part of the beliefs. That's that's not inferentially justify anything. That's not
At the right one.
yeah.
Well, but I don't know if I think justify. When you say justified, what does that mean? Because I don't think there's a sequence for it.
I mean, I don't really need to like go manifest theory of justification, which is the ontological justification. I think like this can be molded into people have argued that this reform epistemology can be molded into any epistemic theory. So let's say I think it can also work with phenomenal conservatism as an example, or any like I mean extremism, materialism, any of the materialist views, right, which involves phenomenal conservatism can also work with reform epistemology. So like for example, if you take like intuitions to like be justifiers for beliefs to have an epistemic import, right? Then like what was your question again, Jeff? What justifies the belief in God?
No, I was just asking what justification is. Because if you
Yeah. So like it depends on the theory, right?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because when you say it's not infringement justified, usually justification is like when you're referring to something. That's what I mean when I said. And like, yeah, I don't really like the other definitions. You know,
I
because
think like it can work with any definition. I think it can work with any theory of justification. So whatever theory you want to pick out, I think you can use it to say that God is justified in that way. Without like, so like, I mean, if you're a foundationalist, you might hold to basic beliefs, and these would be non-infringed, justified, right? God would be this basic belief, it's not justified. That would be the theory there. For, I mean, you can hold to like.
But what's justifying here is not a difference of words.
What do you teach in this philosophy now?
Say that again. I mean, it's the same thing.
Shut the fuck up.
You can have it's the same thing that we just discussed in like the axioms, right? Whatever system that you have, this would be non-inferentially justified, right? And so in the same manner and in the same epistemic theories that you hold on to, right? You just import that to God, being taken as a property basic belief.
I wanted to ask you something.
Give me a chance. I mean, I'm teaching.
Go ahead. You're a fat fucking bitch.
Are you familiar with the author Dostoevsky? Dostoevsky?
Yes, I am familiar with that author.
Remember the note that he gave when he talks about the book with the brothers, and he talks about not believing in God. It's goes over a character in the story. Are you familiar?
Vaguely familiar. So what do you want to go with that? So like, what do you want to say about that?
The Brothers of Karamazov.
Okay.
Oh, there was a character, his name is and he says if there is no God, there's no ultimate judge, no eternal truth, what grounds are we? So he goes to this story where he tries to explain this world out from bad behavior, there's no foundation. So there's this book
over how this person is really accidentally but yet still deals with the things that he's justifying not to do, or they're not being done. That's pretty interesting. Reinforced nihilism equals chaos. It's pretty interesting.
You know what else is interesting, Bart, is if you went into chillism and said that Mikhail, yeah, Mikhail destroyed myself and MJ on the Trinity. Hey Bart, did Mikhail destroy MJ on the Trinity?
He put him in his place.
Yeah, no, you said he destroyed it. That's what you said. Did he do that?
Yeah, I say things.
Yeah, you're an
from
idiot.
the
You're an
conversation.
idiot. You're an
I say
idiot.
destroy.
You're an idiot. You think Mikhail, the
Can't
Muslim,
defend.
you think Mikhail, the Muslim, doesn't have any truthful training, doesn't have any training in philosophy, doesn't know the stuff.
I trained him.
You think he, who is not a Christian, doesn't understand Christian theology, doesn't understand philosophy the way that MJ does, you think he came in and destroyed him? That's what you just said. Literally, this
I
is
said
part.
that.
Yes, you said it. You said it.
That's exactly what I said.
Okay. You said the same last 24 hours in Chile. You came in and goes, you guys should have seen it. Mikhail destroyed MJ on the Trinity.
No,
I don't mind him saying he destroyed me. I mean, I didn't really hate him. I said I don't agree with your metaphysics. I just accept what the Bible says about the Trinity. And I don't agree.
What does the Bible say about the
But
Trinity?
he engaged
The verses.
MJ took him to town and destroyed him.
Oh,
And the fact is that Bard was sitting down there just flapping like a little eel. And I take eels flat, but he was flapping like a little eel, like a little platypus. And then he goes in and this is from him being a Christian too, which is bizarre that he's supporting the Muslim. But he just butchers both theologies, both Islam and Christianity. Yeah, it's just absolute nonsense. But anyway, yeah,
You're not telling me that like destroyed them. That's like
Can't win the headlock, bro.
I don't think it's a very well trained philosopher.
Yeah, I don't care what you guys say about him. I care about what he actually says.
what he actually said is he was pointing out.
I don't care
that
what right he has in it.
he didn't know what different heresies were biblically, like historically speaking, according to the church fathers and what they had established in the councils. He didn't know what certain heresies were. I can't remember what the last one was.
That's pretty important to know.
No. MJ knew, and your boy didn't. Your boy actually didn't know what he was talking about.
I think he did pretty good. I think he did better than MJ.
Wait, so what is
MJ should be teaching him. MJ should be teaching him. I mean, is philosopher playing in this way?
What's the point of your argument for why you think like I don't know?
Because Mikhail used to come into my room and used to talk to me and Daniel all the time. And used to argue against it. And now he actually understands it. But he can
Which I think that's like the one of the
somebody else.
I think like that.
Pull somebody else out.
Come on, man. I try to say we got right down the team thing. I think it's every
The logical problem of truth.
Yeah.
I don't even know. He doesn't think there's a logical problem of truth.
Oh, I thought that was way
His problem was trying to get him to say that he was a modalist. MJ was he was flip-flopping on certain things about the councils. He was asking about, is there one divine mind, or is there one knower, or is there one divine mind? And he said there's three minds.
Yeah, he thinks Craig's
Put him in a headlock.
What's wrong?
Yeah, if you're taking Greg's view, then you're a heretic.
Wait, why? The one trying person would be there are 33 persons who are being Greg.
Yeah, but it's one divine essence.
Oh, that's what Christology was concerned now with the Trinity.
Yeah, the Trinity he was saying is within the Trinity. Well, you should have heard the stuff that MJ was saying. He would have stopped him.
That's why everyone was like, MJ's very well trained in like philosophy and theology.
Listen, you want to kiss his ass, then just kiss his fucking ass then. Stop asking me questions. Just sit here and kiss MJ's ass.
Idiot.
Don't even,
Megatron,
don't even bother trying to understand.
Megatron.
Just kiss Andrew's ass.
Megatron, well, it's not mine, but Megatron That's what he believes, yeah. And how did he get that? How's that wrong?
Yeah, I think that's kind of challenging there. Why would he
How's that
say
wrong?
this
That's
for
what William
wrongs?
Lane Craig. Hey, that's what William Lane Craig believes. Cool.
I can't
How's
really
yeah?
like
How's that
Craig.
wrong?
I
How's
don't
that
care.
wrong? How's
I
that
don't.
wrong?
I
How's that
don't.
wrong?
I
How is that
don't
wrong?
care.
How is that wrong? How is that wrong?
Because it goes against
It goes
the
against
medical councils. Correct.
it goes against the councils.
Correct.
That's you know, Lumi had him.
I don't.
That
I
just
don't.
means that MJ takes the
I just
burden.
don't think.
MJ has a model of the
Why would he
Trinity.
pick?
MJ has a
Pick
model of the
William
Trinity
Lane
that may not be
Craig?
orthodox.
Why would he pick William Lane Craig?
How can someone lose just because they have a certain position?
That's stupid.
Well, he lost.
Yeah, how did he lose?
How exactly he lost?
Name it.
Couldn't explain it.
Oh, he couldn't explain it. Right. No,
Well,
I
he
think
couldn't
that's
explain
you're
the
right. You're right.
to explain
Now
it.
you're
If you
right.
couldn't explain it, explain it. Explain it.
Yeah, don't say what he couldn't explain. Point it out.
Explain it.
No, no.
Explain it.
Explain what he.
Well, I just
right.
told you what the view is wrong.
Yeah.
So
What
I think
he
it's wrong.
said, no. MJ believes that yeah, you have three co-eternal. Yeah, it's co-eternal.
Dude, this grandstand
Versus
is odd thing.
no,
I mean,
no. Bart. Name what it is that MJ was not able to
told
explain.
you the three minds
He
and
claims that
agree.
Yep. And what's wrong?
I said it already.
What did the Lumi say that pointed out? You said a Lumi destroyed MJ. Where did
You
this
destroyed
happen?
him. You destroyed him. I made a statement. I'm a man. I make statements.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Well, explain how it is that
That
it
was the
destroyed.
statement I made.
How did the Lumi
That I
destroy him?
made.
How did you destroy him?
Why are you such a child?
Answer the question, bro.
I just want to stand up here.
Yeah, you can show it when you say MJ
I'm gonna go
MJ
and
got
show
destroyed by
it.
everything.
It's
How
not
did that happen?
How did it destroy him?
Yeah,
It
explain
fell
it.
apart.
Explain what happened.
Okay? Like a wet pool in rain. MJ had his tail between his legs. Okay?
And this is because MJ has destroyed
Three
you.
minds.
MJ has
Three
destroyed you.
minds. I've never
MJ got mad at you. MJ got mad at you because you backstabbed him. The dark
stab.
No, this is what actually happened. You backstabbed him. Dark. You turned dark against him. And you were you did some super lame. You did some super lame. No, this is what actually happened. Super lame stuff. It was super lame. And so now you have some resentment because he freaked out on you. That's what actually happened.
3 years ago. You guys need to get over this stuff, man. Like, I thought we were more. Like, what was this? Why you guys bringing up stuff?
There's no way.
It's like Discord, like 3 years ago. What is wrong with this stuff?
There's no way. There's no way this Lumi guy, this Lumi guy had any was able to interact with them today.
Hello? You say he takes away the name Craig's view.
No, okay, so what's wrong with
Linguistics? We know
What's wrong with
linguistics. You know, you have issues with the name Craig's view.
No. So it might be.
He may not hold to it, but he doesn't think it's logically. There's
Yeah, I don't think it's incoherent. I don't think it's incoherent.
What's the issue, Major?
I think it's incoherent.
What's
Doesn't
the
follow linguistics. He's inventing his own shit like you do all the time. And
That doesn't mean that it somehow is shown to be wrong by a Lumi. You haven't shown it. What's wrong with what he said? Go ahead.
if he isn't, I'm a Catholic. I follow the Catholic dogma. If you don't follow the Catholic dogma, according to my rules and my establishment, the people that I believe in, they would call it heretic. Do you have an issue with that, Andrew? Are you not a heresy right now? You're saying I need an argument or saying you're a heresy? Is that even fucking mine?
I don't care if you say his view is heresy. That doesn't matter.
Yes.
The point is, how can you show that
That's
it's
how it
either,
works.
how do you show that it's either logically there's some kind of logical problem, or that it's unbiblical? You aren't able to do that.
It's not biblical.
Oh, yeah, it's not biblical that Jesus talks to
Same
the Father and
words.
the Holy Spirit has a mind. We also
Those are persons. Those are persons.
Yes, you think that
Yes,
it's
two
unbiblical?
natures.
And you think that it is unbiblical that the Holy Spirit and the Father and the Son all do things that person seems
Holy
to do?
Spirit, Father, and Son. It's Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
I know, I'm saying that all three of the persons do things that minds intend to do. So what are you talking about?
not incoherent, Andrew, right? Almost nothing.
And it is
It's
consistent.
incoherent attitude.
You can say one divine mind or three mind with three self-awareness.
That's three heads.
Three centers of
All
consciousness.
with three heads.
Yeah, three centers of consciousness.
That's what the patristic say.
Sorry, quit saying stupidity. Three centers of consciousness.
That's
Three
exactly how they
centers of
explain it.
consciousness with each of the persons.
Three centers of consciousness.
Yeah. Three
You say
centers of
that.
consciousness with each of the persons. If you say one divine mind, okay, but some people understand there are three centers of consciousness. Both of those are consistent with the Bible.
That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, well, you can say that.
Joe, I mean, for 2,000 years they didn't say that. All of a sudden, when mankind comes around, and you fall deep into his ass.
But that's irrelevant.
So, like, it explains it.
No, it's irrelevant whether it's heretical or not according to patristics. It's relevant if it's coherent philosophically, and if it can be compatible with the scripture, right? With the data that we found. Right?
It can't be.
Well, so if it's a clear, okay, so what's the logical problem with Benjamin's model?
I'll explain it. I'm gonna trust it.
You have to show me the P and not P, right? The P and not distortion in the model that Benjamin presents. I will never be able to believe, Andrew, that Lumai had like an upper hand and an upper hand.
It was very lively, though. They were slugging it up. Wow.
But I don't think that Lumai knows much philosophy, right?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. But he was trying to break down the metaphysics of the Trinity as he understands it as being a Muslim, which is wild. So he's blending the two. He's got his prism on going on. Yeah.
I mean, you have hillbilly backyard church stuff mixed in with Christianity also. You know,
So show the logic. Show the logical contradiction. Oh my goodness. Daniel, you're funny. Show the contradiction.
A church made out of the double life. A church made out of the double life.
Megatron, show the contradictions. Show the contradictions. Megatron, show the contradictions. Megatron, show the contradictions. Megatron, show the contradictions.
I just make shit up.
Yeah, show the contradictions. Do you want to move you down?
Of course you want to model use.
No,
I told you, give me a
said
second.
you were going to show Bob.
Yeah, give me a second, okay?
Yeah, give you a second. I can't chime in right now. So why don't you talk?
Oh, so
I wonder what his model is.
I think like there is like an agreement in thinking within philosophy, which is that Grant's model is like the most coherent, even though it might be coherent, right? It's not strict, of course. It's like the most coherent. Right?
Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
It's not controlling. It's like
Yeah, I
how
want to hear it make sense of it.
Yeah, I mean, he even presents like this illustration, right? The three-headed dog, reverse. Like you can really see it, right? This one tri-person, like three heads with one dog, or one dog with one body. And that's very coherent, right? Like I was one of the concerned incoherent. I mean, you can clearly illustrate it.
Hey, Daniel, our claim judge.
Don't take the bait. This is what he says. William Rankin says.
Nice try to dodge
He says.
through.
God's one being. Okay.
No, I'm not
But
trying
that
to
one
our
being.
is just being stupid.
Listen, okay. He says that one being is comprised of three distinct centers of consciousness.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
yourself. The self-awareness part makes sense. But did you hear the way? See, when I said self-aware, he said, no, that this fucking heretic says, no, he means three.
I said self-aware. He has three centers of consciousness, is what I told you.
Centers of consciousness.
Yeah, don't be weird. The point is the Father can
That's
say, the
different.
Father sent the Son was sent by the Father. The Father can say, I sent the Son can say, I was crucified. The Father doesn't say, I was crucified.
See what I mean? Like, this is why Luther was destroyed.
Yeah, how's
Because
Luther
you say
destroyed?
dumb shit.
Go ahead. How's Luther destroyed? Go ahead.
Because he was destroyed for this reason.
Yes,
Why
he
he
did.
says that.
And to be a part.
God is simple. God is simple in all parts. He's three persons, not three minds, but three relations within the one divine.
Yeah, but when you're saying that word consciousness, but that's nothing coherent.
If you want to suck this guy's dick, just get on your fucking knees
Thank you, John. Just
and put two hands.
what's wrong with it? Well, we're just having a discussion.
He's being a degenerate, like you know.
No, I just want to see the contradiction within his model.
He doesn't have that. He doesn't have it. He's just drawing. He's drawing.
I don't know if I'm trying to get into it. There's no contradiction, but it just sounds weird. Like, why three? It sounds arbitrary. It does make sense that if there was something, it'd be one.
Well, that's a different knowledge. Now you're just saying that you think that the Trinity, just the Trinity seems like there is an issue. Which, that's different.
Just three anything.
No, not three. You don't think three. You don't
Like
think
Rama, Vishnu, and Krishna.
you don't think three anything are a problem. You don't think three apples are fruit are a problem. You obviously don't think
Three
anything
apples is not Rama, Vishnu, and Krishna.
Yes, you're talking about three deities, three supreme beings, three persons that are one being. I mean, yeah. What are you talking about?
I don't know, like the Hindu mythologies. And you can do all this like verbal stuff to try to say three is one and that's three. It's just arbitrary. If there was something, like I said, I find if there was something, it'd be more likely to be a
You've known
three different minds.
Yeah, got you, brother. In the entire time that you've known CM Kajik, have you ever heard him give an argument against God?
No.
He's an atheist. Yeah. Yeah. CM, what's the argument against God?
I did the other day.
Yeah, go ahead and get it. What is it?
No, again, it's not really the argument. Basically, like actually, just it seems not only no room for a God or something like that, but actually that's how it happens. Like any mechanism is completely ambiguous. We still have to figure it out how possibly working out in this case, like it's just you don't remember what it's like 2 or 3 days ago probably.
Why can't you just say it here?
I just say that it was about the possibility of almost, defining like what supernatural is, like what how it would interact. The point is if there's any interaction at all.
There's no
And
room.
I still
There's no
I
room
still
for
don't have
God.
a good definition. I haven't heard a good definition of supernatural or anything. I was just saying that's what I have good reasons.
Hello, guys. How are you?
You have good reasons to know.
Check good. Andre,
Hang tight, Jim.
what's up, bro?
Be ready. Just hang tight.
Andre,
Alright, you want me to move you down?
no, Andre. Andre,
Or move you up, Bubba?
whatever, bro, Andre.
Alright.
Alright,
Appreciate it.
alright.
Thank you. Okay. So, go ahead.
Alright. Thank
I'm gonna move you down, Bubba.
you.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, bro.
Why is it that you never
simply because our belief or the possible belief doesn't have evidence, you're saying it not having evidence is in of itself reason to not believe it? Is that what you're saying? Or what? It's the same thing that that is.
Yeah, what's evidence to say? It's Michael to know where Michael's friends question. He thought we would have a problem with Michael.
What's happening today?
Oh my goodness. Well, we went through claims or evidence. Been dealing with people on that for quite some time. I don't know where you're at with that idea, but the claims can be evidence. But then, yeah.
What side are you on the claims or evidence?
Claims, yes, claims are evidence. A lot of the time they are.
So brother, here, so I'm saying this is, we're on different, there's a fault line, you're on different sides.
So you think that claims are not evidence in any case?
I would like to be convinced that a claim is evidence, but to me, I think a claim is a claim and evidence is an evidence, and that's one of the reasons you can tell that there are different words that describe bars.
Okay. Okay, but you know what's so funny? Here's what's funny, and Bob, I hope you're there, just listen to dishonesty. So you just said a claim is a claim is a
claim is a claim was the fucking title of my room.
Not from you.
Okay.
Not from you. I'm saying CM goes drop bars like that, right?
Yeah, because he said what I said a few days ago.
CM, shut up.
I named it, it was the title of two rooms.
Read that. No, what, here's the thing. He already has admitted that claims, in fact, a lot of the times are evidence. He's already admitted that. So he just did drop bars to me, which is super stupid because he said that he doesn't actually hold that position that he just said. But he wants to do that just because he likes to gaslight you and other stuff and it's all over the place. But anyway, that said, Michael, I think the simplest way to put it is if you know somebody for 80 years, you're like your best friend, you've never seen them lie to you, they come up to you and they tell you that they bought a dog. Okay? Is it more likely true that they in fact, in reality, bought a dog than not that they claim that they bought one?
Interesting position, right? Yeah. And so what you're saying here, for me, doesn't say anything about the central argument of claims being evidence. It's just saying something about trust.
Well, before the person says I bought a dog, the chances of them, the proposition is true that they bought a dog at that particular time.
You should follow the.
Yeah, the chances that that position is true, or the chances that that proposition is true that they bought a dog prior to them giving you the claim, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying after interference. The chances of that being true are like you would say that you would put a very low credence on the idea that it is true that they bought a dog just out of the blue. You wouldn't just think at that point they bought a dog. The only thing that's changed between that point and the next point when you really think they bought a dog is that they told you something. And that is, namely, I bought a dog. So it's the claim that's the evidence that's moving. It's moving your credence up to closer to one, that they bought a dog. And why is that? Well, because they give you evidence.
But no.
Before you go, I really think he said something that's good thing. That trust thing. I think if it ends up kind of amounting to, I think just more or less is the fact that you think that they're telling you the truth or is true, and by like verifying other means,
validity of their claim, right? And so, let's say in a court setting, you have beyond reasonable doubt, right? But in a lot of other settings, let's say employment tribunal, you don't have that, right? You have the balance of probabilities, right? And so the balance of probabilities is really what Andrew was saying, is that like the credence of the claim is what's being because we don't have evidence, but it doesn't make it evidence in and of itself. So what we're now assessing is like how valid is this claim? So how valid is the claim that this man has a dog? Well, he's my neighbor, and I like him. He doesn't lie about shit, and he has no reason to lie about this, right? And so there are loads of different tests that I'm using to give that validation. And so if you pass a lot of those tests, like motive, ulterior motive, and so on and so forth, that's what adds that credence. Reason, rationality, guarantee of guilt, all of those things add to the validity of the claim. But does that make the claim evidence in and of itself? Any point? I would say no. If you want the evidence, then we go to beyond reasonable doubt. And so I know that when you went into this room, when you went into the room, X was alive, and when you left, X was dead. You were the only person in that room. Now, beyond reasonable doubt, you're cooked, right? But, sorry, beyond the balance of probabilities, you're cooked. But beyond reasonable doubt, you're not, because you don't have the weapon. And the weapon is the evidence. So the claim, the evidence, are never the same, right? And as dangerous as we ever think.
That's just the one specific piece of it. That doesn't mean it's the whole thing. That's obviously silly.
I mean, that's obviously silly, right? Is your claim, but you've not explained to anyone here why it's silly.
Well, because other things could be used to infer the same conclusion. So they would also function as evidence.
So other things can be used to infer the conclusions in the balance of probability, but not beyond reasonable doubt. What we're talking about here is the standards of evidence.
Even if they have it done, you can still doubt that it was done.
Somebody else help me fill the gap, because I feel there's a gap between what I said and what you understood.
You said it's 100% doubt. Either no one proved that beyond reasonable doubt, whatever whichever, but even if that's evidence, it's not beyond reasonable doubt. So you have evidence, it's not beyond reasonable doubt. Because you could have it done and not prove it. So, I don't know what's happening here, but so if they're not following up. So Michael, the point is that before you hear the claim that your friend bought a dog, you did not believe that they bought a dog. You did not have that belief. You had a very low. If somebody just came up and asked you, "Do you think your friend bought a dog?" You would not think it's true. Okay, it could be, but you would think
That's not the objective, legitimate starting point, right? The objective position there, the starting position is, I have no thoughts about that.
No. But I'm saying if someone said, place a bet right now, do you think what percentage, like, if you think what percent chance do you think it is that they're actually at any given moment, like somebody just walks up to you and says, hey, do you think your friend who loves dogs, that they bought a dog within the last 30 minutes, right? You wouldn't think it's very high. You would think it's low.
Why wouldn't I? Because the outcome there would be based on the prior knowledge that I have of the person.
Yeah, I'm just saying, let's say they buy a dog randomly. They don't buy a dog
this context, you would say, no, they probably did not buy a dog.
No, there's always context. You don't live out of
I
context.
just gave you the context.
No, what you're saying is to take away context and then.
No, I'm saying in the context. You know that they buy a dog, let's say every year, okay? Once every year for the past 80 or 40 years, let's say they bought a dog, okay? Once every year they bought a dog, okay? Let's just say once every year, but it moves around a little bit. It's not always on the same day. It's like, once roughly every year. Okay. Let's just say that you are, and it'd probably be better not to have it at fixed frequencies, but let's just say that that they come up around the time, and it's not exactly a year, somewhere around there. They come up and said, your friend, do you think your friend bought a dog right now in the past hour? You wouldn't think that. You would think it's low chances that they bought a dog in the last hour.
But what's called, like, the answer to this is not relevant, right? But I don't understand how you're coming up to that conclusion. Right? The fact that somebody's asked you is making me think, oh, maybe they did, right? All of these things have influence.
No, okay, so let me make it natural so you don't think that that's what's going on. So you're hanging out with them, and you're like, dogs come up for some reason, just out of the blue. You bring it up, let's say, and you're like, yeah, my friend, he really likes to buy dogs quite frequently. Once every year, roughly, he buys a dog, and you'd be like, you say that to your friend. Your friend's like, do you think he bought a dog in the last hour? Stop talking, or I'm gonna move you down. Do you think that you bought a dog in the last hour? What would you say to that?
I don't know.
I would say no.
But there's many reasons, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I know there's reasons. But my point is,
the reason is statistical, right?
Yeah, I agree. That's fine.
1 second.
Yeah.
Any one point, right, between when he bought the dog and when he buys the dog again, right? Let's say there are 361 days. There are only, and he's only going to buy a dog once, right? So the probability, if we go back to what I've talked about, let's say, in the balance of probabilities, the balance of probabilities is that there is only a 1 in 365% chance, that he buys a dog at any one point.
That's right, and even less than an hour period of time, right?
Not less than an hour period of time, but you use a different measure, right?
No, but I'm saying it's less likely you're going to get it right. If you have the scope of a day, you could say 1 in 365, right? That you might get it right, okay? But if you have the scope a day, but you have to narrow it down to the hour, that's even going to be less. You're going to be likely to get it right.
It's still a third of a percent, no matter how you split it, right? Between the two positions.
Well, I don't, well,
It's a third of a percent, so it's 0.4.
There's 24 hours in a day, there's 365 days in a year. So if you said that with the
I'm saying you can simplify it, right?
Yeah, that's fine. But my point is just you wouldn't bet on it, given you don't know the exact day it's going to land on, and you don't know certainly which hour it's going to land on. It's probably going to be during daylight, so you might say within the daylight from 6 a.m. to 6, or whenever the dog pound's open, or wherever they normally buy the dogs, whatever. The point is, you're going to get down to the hour, the half hour, and you're most likely going wrong on that. Do you understand?
Because that in and of itself is unlikely.
That's right, in that particular half hour.
If you ask,
sure.
if you ask the same question of, did your mate, Doggy Dave, who also has a bad cough, right? Cough within the last hour, right? And now we can see that the probability of this claim is going to change based on.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So
Okay.
if he coughed within the last hour.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. But Michael.
Now, did he buy a dog in the last hour? I'm going to say no.
Okay, so here's the point.
This says nothing about whether claims are.
I got you. Just listen to. Okay, I got you, brother. So he tells you. So you're this other guy who's not your doggy Dave, let's say friend, right? He tells you, hey, he's just talking to you. Hey, do you think about a dog? And you go, no, I don't think he did. Not in this past hour. I think that's unlikely, right? Okay. Then you go up to your doggy Dave friend, and he says, hey, actually, I just wanted to let you know, right? Because you're like, hey, did you happen to buy a dog? And he's like, oh, hey, actually, I did buy a dog in this past hour.
going in circles here, right? What I'm saying is, right, is that the validity of the claim, there are multiple factors about the
I
validity
agree.
of the
I
claim,
agree.
right?
I agree.
So we agree on that, right?
Yeah,
And
there's multiple
so when you,
factors, and I'm saying they all gear towards it's more likely that he's telling the truth than not. There's some stuff that you
but
can.
what I'm saying, but what we discovered is that actually the what's called those mechanisms in which we use to assess the claim, say, have nothing to do with the claim in and of itself, right? We're talking about the likelihood of the thing happening naturally, right? Factors in, right? The validity, the intention of the person telling. There are so many different things that need to be factored in to that claim. But then when you find out that the claim is true, and this is what's called one of the gambler fallacies, right? Is that they think that like if you bet on red, there's if you bet on red, that it's more
Then it has to
the
turn
next
black.
time is going to be it's more likely that it's red the next time.
Yeah, I know. I've
It's
seen
not.
it. Yeah. And no, you're right. That's the gambler's fallacy, but that's not what we're talking about. Right.
So the time in which what's called what I'm saying, well, I bought a dog, is this claim true? And it was true, says nothing about tomorrow, says nothing about Wednesday. And so the statistics are still the same of whether he buys a dog over his entire life. And even if those things happen 4 times in a row, it just means that now they're going to probably happen 1,200 times in which the opposite is true.
Okay, but the proposition is your friend bought a dog in the past hour. Okay, you don't think that that's true, but what your friend says, who's the one in question here, once he says I bought a dog, that's all he said. Now, do you believe that it's true that he bought a dog?
I don't understand. I didn't get what you're saying, right?
Okay, if you say yes, which you should.
If there is a claim that is
Completely
true, right?
Talking about trust.
Okay? He bought a dog. I know he bought a dog, and he bought a dog, right?
Yeah.
So the claim is true.
I'm saying that even if you haven't confirmed it by seeing the dog, he tells you that he bought a dog. I'm saying, isn't it the case that you would believe that that's true, that he actually bought a dog? No.
Can I say something?
It sounds like, but there is whether I believe that again is my friend Doggy Davy also a compulsive liar? Is my friend Doggy Davy?
No, that's why I said he's generally telling you the truth. You've never caught him lying.
He's generally telling the truth, right?
Yeah, you've never caught him lying.
But here's the thing: but you can simplify this again into if somebody tells you something, right?
Yeah.
Just take it down to X, right? If the claim is X, is it more likely to be true or false, right?
Well, I think it does depend on the claim.
Hold tight. No. For one second.
Okay, go ahead. That's fine.
This
And I know
is
you
what
want to
we
convince
mean.
you.
This is what I mean by context, right? We haven't even if we even have this conversation in context or out of context, right? Out of context, the facts of the matter is it's a 50-50. That's where you start. So when we're going to court, looking for the balance of probabilities, we're looking to move it from a 50-50 to a 41, what's it called? A 51. That's the balance that we're talking about. We're looking to tilt, right? What makes that tilt is context, not reinforcing the claim. Not finding out that, oh, well, we see this guy has a dog, what's it called? And then that now makes it a positive claim. No, like it's context that we're using to assess the validity of the claim, not the claim within itself.
Okay, but if there was a third explanation, do you think that percentage would be true?
What do you mean if there was a third explanation?
Like a third explanation is he himself is true. Like, is it now that explanation went from 0% to 33%?
1 second, right? So this is what I'm saying, right? So let's take X, right? So we're saying X is real, right?
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, the whole time. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, right? So we now have a bag, right? In which we don't know the colors of balls in the bag, right? But we know that there are 2 types of balls. One is red, one is blue, right? So now we're at 50-50, okay? So now, what's called any claim, right, is in that
if what if you reach in, you get a red ball. You reach in, you get a blue ball, it's 50-50. You reach in, you get a purple ball. Is it 33-33-33?
It would, yes, it would be
Okay.
based
So
on.
that would mean that the purple ball, as an explanation or as a theory, was at 0% before, but then after someone claimed it went up to 33%. So that means it went from less likely to more likely. How is that not evidence? Same as someone said it, it went from not likely at all to now it's 33% likely.
Cool. So this is again, right? You're conflating claim and evidence, right?
No, I'm
So
not. You just agreed. You said it went from 0 to 33.
let me finish, right? If we know what is in there, I think you're proving my point, right? If we know what is in the bag, right, that it's red or pink, right, and then somebody comes along and makes the claim, right, that there is 50% chance that you can pull out a 30% chance that you can pull out a purple, right? If the purple isn't there, right, it's just a claim, but it doesn't affect the fact.
Yeah, so the point is
So
that
the claim, what I'm saying is the claim is everything outside of the bag.
but Michael, remember earlier that there's the two alternative claims?
Andrew, I thought you said I was gonna get to talk. Why you let this munchkin man cut in front of
Just
me?
hold on. You said there's two of them. You said it's either he's lying or not lying. And you said because these are both just claims, it's 50-50. I said, okay, what if we had another claim that he's confused, not that he's lying or that he's telling the truth.
Hey, representative of the Lollipop Guild, it's my turn.
Just one all last black guy.
You don't just have a third
Because you
claim.
should
You have a
that.
fourth claim or fifth claim.
I've been with a white man for 9 years.
Give it an extra one.
Thank you, Alvito. I hope you're feeling better. You know, I'm a woman, so I had to think about it for like a good 30 seconds. I was like, yeah, that's gonna hit. But anyway, so thank y'all. Andrew, after you left the room, me and Jacobus were talking about the claims are evidence thing, and I almost feel bad because I didn't think that they were, and then we got to talking about it more, and I feel like now they are. This is what Jacobus told me, right? He was essentially saying like we only know about God because somebody told us, right? And that's a claim, like, and then I thought about it more. For example, like when Mary Magdalene saw Christ resurrected, right? Like her evidence of that, or I should say, her claim, she would, bring that claim to someone else. Is that evidence? Like, what evidence do we have today that Christ actually resurrected, other than the written words of somebody else? And that's essentially a claim that we take as evidence. So, like the way Jacobus pretty much said it to me, to explain it to me is essentially like the way we get our faith is like through these types of claims, and that's what our faith is dependent on. And yeah, so that kind of, I don't know if that's like where it started from, but um, like, do you get what I'm saying about that? And even like in the court, I think you guys talk because you guys been talking about this for a few days. Even in court, right? If I'm a witness and I come and I say my version of what potentially could have happened, my claims or my testimony, which could be considered a claim, is considered evidence, right? Is that something you guys brought up? That's all I'm gonna say. Go ahead, Munchkin.
I agree. Why are you calling me push?
Cause you're shorter than a sedan. You're shorter than like a 4-door sedan. That's why.
I'll obviously apologize for saying shit. But this is what I was saying, okay? Let's say that I say something and you've never met me before, okay? You have two theories in your head. Either I am lying or I'm telling the truth. Your friend next to you who's never met me either adds a third one. He says, oh, what if this guy's just confused? What he's saying is false, but he doesn't know it's false. So he's not lying and he's not telling the truth. It's third eye. Given you have no reason to take any of them over the other, you have a new claim. And it's just as likely as though the 33%. So this theory, this explanation, before someone claimed it as true, was at 0%, and then after they presented it to you, now you added it to your possible explanations, and it went from 0 to 33%. So that means someone saying it to you increased the likelihood of being true, even if it wasn't really true. See what I'm saying?
You there, Michael?
Is my mic on? Right. Okay, right. So I think, so we're being honest here, right? So if we say the claims are evidence, right, then this makes it more supportive of arguments like, well, Mary Magdalene said that this is what happened, and so that claim, I'm going to take this claim as evidence.
This is always
Yeah,
the
but
concern.
give me specific argument. You don't want to answer the argument.
That's the actually, Michael, the only evidence I have. I didn't witness it. I only have the evidence of other people claiming that this thing happened. That's my only evidence. That's a better way of me saying. I said
Yeah,
a little better.
and this is always the concern, Sheila, that people have. They have this lingering in the background. They think, shoot, if I concede to this, then that just means that when people claim, let's say, that Jesus rose from the dead, that I have to take that as evidence. Well, actually, yes, you do. But that doesn't mean that it's true. Evidence doesn't equal proof. So obviously, people can claim Jesus rose from the dead. Muhammad can say whatever he said. You have all these other people saying, yeah, it's all evidence. All of that's evidence. But it doesn't mean.
Oh, right, sorry. Yeah. You saying it that way, right? So
Yep.
let's get can a claim be given as evidence in like in the non-technical parlance of everyday language? Yes.
No, it's
But
technical.
that obviously is not.
Well, no, we're not saying it's proof. Evidence just means it raises the likelihood of it being true.
No, evidence doesn't mean it raises the likelihood of anything. No, evidence means an objective artifact.
I'll read evidence to you. I'll read the definition of evidence so we're all on the same page. And there's many definitions, but this is fine. This is the first definition on Google. Okay. Evidence is information. Think about what we're talking about here. Evidence is information, objects, or testimony that supports, notice what it says there, supports, proves, or disproves a claim or belief, serving as grounds for establishing truth. There you go. So it's a testimony.
So it supports, so it's on both sides.
Yep, that's right. It can disprove too. Obviously,
Right.
somebody can
So it's
complain.
not the proof in itself, it is part of the process depending.
No. Evidence is
No, it's not,
information.
because it can disprove.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to say it again. Evidence is information, objects, or testimony that supports, proves, or disproves a claim or belief, serving as grounds for establishing truth. Okay, so evidence is information or testimony. So the testimony, and in fact, my brother, testimony is called testimonial evidence. It's direct evidence.
Can I call to Andrew, like, inference, like, just a proposition that, like, if you have a proposition, you have, like, another proposition that which you infer that proposition from, providing evidentially support for that proposition. As an example, you have the three types, right? Induction, right? That makes them, yeah. And that's, like, very technical way, like, people like that would describe it. But of course, you still have what's called, like, I'll even go further, and this is going to be controversial. You can have, like, what's called, quote unquote, non-propositional evidence. Right? So you don't even need claims for to be construed as evidence. Like, if you're non-conservative, as an example, you hold non-original justification. Intuitions themselves can just be evidence.
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah, I think they are. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But even more than that, look, you have stuff that's like direct observation, right? You see something and that can be evidence, right, or whatever.
These are what's called probabilistic beliefs. They're just like direct observation.
No, but I'm
Yeah, so that's, you don't even need claims, right? So like, for example, you know, like the proposition that I exist, right? Like propositional evidence for that, you know, like that's just from direct experience. That direct experience, right, provides evidence for the proposition that I exist, right? So you could even even like go a little bit further and say not only evidence can be thought of as not only claims can be thought of as evidence, but like a propositional evidence. You can even have non-inferential evidence or non-propositional evidence just from direct experience. And if you're phenomenologist, you could go further and specify maybe like an intuition, right? Having this, yeah. What Andrew was saying, yeah, absolutely, that's correct about claims. Just wanted to like.
But here, this is the sleight of hand claim, right? So if we're now going to use the word autocracy, right, and we're saying that a claim can be evidence, yes, a claim can be evidence. So we want Protocol to know that whether this person hit this person, the person that across the road comes over and they give a testimony in their claim, and that is their evidence, right? Neither of them want no evidence is proof, right?
Do you think, Andrew, that all claims are evidences?
I mean, I wouldn't try to argue that here, just because that's a more
But what it says is that all evidences are claims, though. So any evidence that you have ultimately then proves that it's just to be a claim, or maybe even like a non-proposition, like a non-proposition justification, like a direct.
Well, yeah. Well, I wouldn't say looking at a couch is a claim. You know what I mean? Like something you see, I wouldn't say that's a claim. You're directly observing
And
something.
that direct observation counts as evidence. So someone like that.
So Andrew, like, if you don't mind,
That's not fair.
Andrew,
What's not
if you
right?
don't mind, let's cut to the
All evidence is also.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't.
is the claim that
Bob, I'm keeping track of Michael's. Go ahead, Michael.
is the claim
So instead of taking out all evidences, just taking out
Yeah, you're good. You're good, brother. You're good. Go ahead, Michael.
right? I have two questions. Right? Is the claim that Mary saw Jesus rise proof that Jesus rose?
No.
No, it's evidence.
As long as we're on the same page with that.
Well, yeah.
And
Right.
is the claim that the Romans said that nobody left this tomb, right? Is that claim proof?
No. Nobody's saying these
Right.
claims are
So
proof.
we're saying that neither Mary nor the Romans' statements are proof of anything.
Yeah, they're not proof. No, we're not saying like it's
Thank God,
conclusive.
we're on the same page, right? Because I
Well,
thought we
right,
were trying
but
to conflate
oh,
the
now
two.
we're talking. No, but from the beginning, though, no, Michael, from the beginning, I said claims are evidence, and you said you're on a different side of that fault line. Evidence just raises like the likelihood or lowers the likelihood.
And it's important that what I was hearing people saying is raises. It neither raises nor lowers. It could raise and it could lower.
No, but in certain cases it raises, and in certain cases it lowers, and it just depends on the circumstance. But I'm saying
Depends on the context, yes.
yeah, but it still is evidence. Okay.
And nothing, and there's nothing about it's just
Well, no. It can be enough evidence for you to believe justifiably that something is the case.
yes, that's true.
Okay.
But one used in and of itself is not the qualitative fact.
Well, I mean,
That's to say, a lot of people think stupid shit does make it more true.
well, I mean, a lot of people who say something that you say is stupid, if that by that you mean they're saying something impossible, no, that doesn't necessarily mean it does anything. But if they say something that you think is improbable, no, I think you should consider what they're saying. You know,
No, it should be considered, right? But
considered as evidence.
I can't use volume. It's everything should be considered evidence, right? But I don't think that adds what's called substantive quality to the argument because a lot of people say, right?
Do you think miracles are impossible, Michael?
Do I think?
Andrew, really quickly, can I give you a scripture that lends to your point?
Sure.
Out of the mouths of two or more witnesses, 2 or 3 witnesses, right? So something is, they believe something is true. It's
one of
okay.
many
I'm
stupid
gonna talk.
things.
But that just demonstrates my point, right?
So like I was saying, Andrew, so that's more proof that, the more people make a claim, the more evidence you have that it's true.
But
right? If you believe in the Bible.
One second, you don't want to go down that route because, right? If you believe in the Bible, then your proof, the fact that you're a woman, right?
the claims do not count as evidence. Now he's saying he was taking that, for some reason, was taking it to mean proof, I guess, is what he's saying. But then now, I don't know, I'm not clear on if he's acknowledging the claims are evidence, but you could tell what was written in the background. It could be said, well, look, if we're going to accept this, and that means when Mary Magdalene says whatever she says, that counts as evidence. So it shows that he was, kind of safeguarding against it.
No, so he agrees that someone saying something can be
I hope he's agreeing with that. Let's see. Michael, did you find the verse real quick, Michael?
I'm multiplating, multitasking. Let me go use the verse. But you said my name, you brought me up. Then I think you.
I did bring you up. I did. Just so currently, Michael, is it the case that a claim can be evidence in a technical sense, actual evidence?
A claim 100% can be used as evidence. Yes.
Okay, so we're on the same
A,
side.
a claim, but then we're not on the same page when you say something like, well, he's saying it to safeguard against the
Well,
no, safeguard.
That's psychoanalyzing you. That's me
Safeguard against the conflation of evidence and proof. Yeah, there we have one.
Sorry, what? It's conflation, the evidence of proof.
Yeah, I'm not doing that at all.
No, you just said that, right?
No, I was saying that you're safeguarding against people being able to. Once you agree to this, Michael, it seems like the concern lingering in the background is then you're going to have to accept things like supernatural claims.
No. Claiming what's called. No, because we both agree that this is technical sense, and it says nothing about proof, so I don't have to accept anything.
Yeah, I know. But the reason we got but I'm saying the reason we even started down the religious part of it is that you brought it up, and I think that a lot of people have that lingering in the background because it concerns them that if they have to acknowledge that those claims are evidence, that then they're going to have to take supernatural claims and consider them evidence, which a lot of people
Well, not just supernatural claims, any claims that are distorted by loads of like the fallacy of what's called a volume. A lot of people said it, so it must be true.
Well, you do agree. No. Nobody's saying a lot of people said it, therefore true, but a lot of people said it, therefore evidence. And
No. One person saying it therefore evidence. Two people saying it therefore evidence. A small person saying it therefore evidence. That makes no difference.
It begins to make it more likely true than not at that point. It doesn't make it true, but it starts to make it more likely true than not.
It's obviously better to have two witnesses.
Here comes the slight. If you're saying that evidence makes something more likely, that's not the case.
What? That's what
Evidence does not make something more likely. Evidence is simply
Enough evidence does. You get enough evidence.
the volume of evidence does not make something more likely.
Oh, really?
No, it does not. We're saying that, now that there are lots of now that there are a lot of flat earthers, does it now make their claim more valid? It does not.
No, that's not the reason. The reason their claims are more valid is because we have really good reasons to think they're not. But the point is like if you're accused of a crime and there are like 10 witnesses that saw you do it, that's obviously
people believing in the flat earth is not witnesses to the flat earth. That's just people who believe.
It's better to have 10 witnesses that you did something than having one witness, right?
Those aren't claims, those are beliefs. That's belief, not claims.
Sorry, ask your question.
What determines the quality is not.
Sorry, I asked your question.
Sorry, you're trying to stop me from talking somehow in some time.
I'm trying to get you to answer the question.
Right, and I'm saying what determines the quality is not the volume.
Okay, so it's not better to have 10 witnesses rather than one. That's not better. It doesn't make it any more likely that the guy did it if you have 10 different witnesses than having one witness, right?
That is not the quality. You can still have one person, right? You can have.
No. Now you're dodging the question. Is it better to have 10 than one?
You can have the inverse.
Is it better to have 10 than one?
No material difference.
Then you're completely insane.
Cool, right? So
now you're just off in the stratosphere.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Of course you are. Because everyone in here obviously knows that if 10 different people testify same event, it makes it more likely that if only one person testifies it, you know it, I know it, every single person in here knows it, and now you have completely disqualified yourself from this conversation by being so obviously dishonest.
So Bob, essentially,
That wasn't a joke. It wasn't. That was
Of course it was. He completely tapped out once it was called.
You know what's hilarious, Bob? Bob, you have this
Immediate tap out once he got confronted with that obvious dishonesty.
Bob, do you want to hear this though? Listen, when he said claims are not evidence. At the beginning, see him, hold on. He said claims are not evidence. Claims are things you need evidence for. And CM's over there going 100%, bro, 100%. Even though CM's yeah, but it's not dishonest because CM said in some cases.
No, of course it is. Of course it is. I
Where I agree. I expect nothing. I know. I'm sorry. I should have quit saying this. Okay.
talking about, in some cases, you're talking about trust. And now,
Sorry, Mister had something to say?
Yeah, let Mr. go. CM, you're so dishonest, bro. Go ahead.
in choice,
Yeah, go ahead, Mister.
people probably
Go ahead, Mister. Right. No, that's conceded, obviously. Obviously, there could be evidence against a certain proposition. Yeah, that's true. Well, there could be only one piece of evidence that demonstrates the truth. No, but I'm not saying there could be, if you have a proposition under dispute, it could be that you only need one single piece of evidence to prove that fact. It doesn't have to be seven. That means how good the evidence is, and how much it should move your grievances. Yeah, that's what. Well, it's also evidence, but it's evidence sufficient to warrant belief. Yeah, exactly. So you can demonstrate a particular claim by only showing one piece of evidence. And if the evidence is much more, if the claim is trivial, then obviously, just trivially, you can come up with a million examples where one piece of evidence would demonstrate. Would demonstrate that the proposition is true.
Yeah, and just to be clear, in practical terms, or in everyday life situations now, especially with the time of AI, you got to be careful with the video stuff, right? So, given if it is, scrutinized to be an actual video, obviously, yeah, that's true. It's still good evidence depending on what you're trying to prove. But
Yeah, authenticity is obviously always an issue.
Yeah,
Just authenticity.
yeah, that's fine. I was just making sure that we're clear, because I'm just saying in real world situations, testimony is very good, and it can be extremely good. You have corroborating, independent testimony. That's just amazing. And depending on what's being said, I mean, it can be really strong evidence. And obviously, generally speaking, for like mundane things, it's very good evidence. Usually, if somebody comes up and says, "I just bought milk and put it in the fridge," pretty good chance they did it. Most likely going to be true. It's good evidence that they bought milk and put it in the fridge. I don't know. Anyway, but
It's crazy. Like what compels a person? What compels a person to say that like 10 10 witnesses aren't.
He left.
It's just like unbelievable.
Yeah, that was
Unfucking
actually
believable.
that was one of the most gnarly face plants, and he was so because he spoke so eloquently, and then you realized where he was, and he felt embarrassed.
Oh man.
Well, but I mean, he's doing he's got
He had a smooth cadence.
he's got the accent and everything, right? Yeah, show the sliding hand.
Absolutely nobody cares about what you have to say.
I didn't. Yes. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what the fuck you're yapping on about. Nobody fucking understands or follows what you're saying. Nor is anyone interested, nor does anyone have any respect for anything you say. I have no idea. I didn't hear anyone mention trust.
Yeah, the thing about trust was me just telling him, giving an example.
When
of
you give him
somebody.
the context,
CM, I gave him the context because he said claims are not evidence. Okay, he said they can't be, and I told him, yeah, I said somebody who comes up and you trust because they generally don't like you, and they tell you that they bought a dog. Should you believe it? That was the example I gave him. That's why I brought up trust. Now, what are you saying? What's the problem?
yeah, that's trust. You're talking about if somebody you trust tells you that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And
That's all you're talking about.
no, it's not all I'm talking about. I was talking about evidence, and I was talking about if claims can be that, and I gave an example where you trust the person. Yeah. Yeah, and they say that they bought a dog. Should you believe it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you should. Yeah, you should. And the claim is evidence that they bought a dog. You just admitted claims are evidence over the past few days. What are you doing right now, CM?
We're being more technical. We're not just saying everything in the world is evidence.
Nobody said everything in the world. Nobody said that. In this particular case, are you telling me that it's not evidence when your best friend comes up and says, I bought a dog? That the claim is not evidence for the proposition? Answer question, CM. You just said it's about trust. Is it the case? CM, we were just now talking about if you bought it, if somebody said, CM, it's about buying a dog. Is it the case that it's more likely that the person bought a dog? That's what we were talking about. No, not whatever they tell you. Not whatever they tell you. You're saying is you don't even track the conversation.
This is a classic example. When you force someone to concede that they're wrong about something, they'll go, okay, yeah, you're right, you're trivial, or technical.
I hate that. I hate that.
And they'll like, no, yeah, you were wrong. You were wrong. I'm not qualified with technical or trivial. You made a claim that was incorrect, and then just fucking accept that you were wrong. And then you like this is like trying to fucking cover your ass and like, oh, I was totally wrong. No, you were wrong. And that's what it means. Like you came, oh, I was wrong in these sentences. Yes, you were wrong in those sentences. Correct. Yeah, you don't even know what I was saying because you were talking when I was talking. Sorry, you don't even know what I said.
So do you think CM is just a usual, like a Barth type person? Nothing explains this.
Trust is all in both on it. So,
We got Sanchez here. What's up, Sanchez?
What's up?
Brother, I forget. Are you an atheist?
Yeah. I'm agnostic.
You,
Agnostic atheist.
okay, I like that you said that. Oh, are you an atheist? You're like, yeah, I'm agnostic.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Michael was like talking about, he's like, I don't know what he meant by quality, and I was like, here's what he meant. He's like, exactly. I'm like, oh, well.
I'm glad that was recorded.
And it's just, like when stuff like that happens, obviously with this guy, it's just such clear evidence that people don't actually internalize stuff that you're saying. Like they don't actually stop to think about what they're saying. Because you would never respond, like you would never say, I have no idea what this guy meant. And someone was like, here's what he meant. He's like, exactly. Well, what are you saying exactly to him? What understand. I don't trust you to recapitulate anything. I don't trust you to recapitulate anything. You're like really confused and you get stuff mixed up and wrong all the time. I don't trust you to recapitulate anything anymore.
It was
No, I
painful.
know.
It was
I know.
painful. It was
I know you're
painful.
not.
I'll just tell you, it was painful. My heart hurt. Sanju, why are you in? Well, you're saying there. Are you saying that you just don't know if there's a God either way?
Yeah, we don't have the evidence, scientific evidence.
Scientific evidence. Is that what you require?
Here's something interesting though, Andrew. You might
Yeah.
I do think there's a sense in like I do think there's a sense in there's some of it track that's happening. There just does seem to me to be a difference if you want to have some sort of if you want to have some sort of conversation about it. Like evidence in the scientific fields are taken slightly differently.
Like a scientific claim. Is that what you mean? Like
right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like someone just making a claim and then on a scientific claim.
I think we were talking.
I think there's a way in which that doesn't constitute scientific evidence.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I wasn't noticed out of all these different fields because he divided it up in like 3 fields before. I didn't take the scientific one because actually I had said that I think that you can. Hold on. I still think that you can make scientific claims. Hold on. Depending on what you mean by that, I think obviously somebody could. Hold on, Sam. Somebody can make a scientific claim, and obviously that should be taken as evidence. Like if you know somebody who's decorated in the field or whatever, and they have whatever degrees, and they know they've been peer reviewed and their stuff, and they come out and make a claim about some discovery. I think that should be taken as evidence.
And so, everyone, I would say when I make that controversial statement, right, that's all evidence of certain claims, and you have all jumped on that. But were you guys thinking about like scientific evidence along those lines? Because the way I was
I just wanted to throw some a bone. I think there's an idea. There's at the very least an idea of scientific evidence that differs from this regular sense of evidence where whereas it's like what it counts to be scientific evidence is something that empirical in nature, verifiable and interpretable through some sort of method or scientific heuristic.
Because the way I think, I was thinking about it was like, I mean, of course, you and also like the general sense, maybe it dips in the sense you have a chain of inferences, right, for a certain proposition. It goes, it leads to like a basic belief in a proper proposal for all of the
What I was going to say, what I was going to say, I hear what you're saying. I think well, the thing is, so hold on, Sam. The scientific claim, I think, is different. Yeah, but if we say that somebody makes a claim who is a scientist, I think that's something you should take as evidence. But hold on, but with what
No,
you're saying,
I agree with that.
But there's
But that's not scientific evidence.
No, I got
that's just regular evidence again.
Yeah, but the thing that you said, Koptic, direct observation, I think would be an example. For example, right? I observe a couch. I observe this thing that I can sit on with. That's evidence that the external world exists. Now, it may not be true, but I think that's evidence to the external, and that's not a claim. You see what I'm saying?
That's not big. Okay. Yes, that's why I said not all claims are evidences. The way I was imagining it when I said the controversial statement, all evidences are claims, is that if you're taking like a proposition and you're looking at the chain of inferences leading up to that proposition, it boils down at the bottom, right? It bottoms out into like a basic belief. And I think like, I mean, even with things like science, for example, all the science theories that come up, like it leads down to like the axioms, right? Or assume for the modern project of science to even work, right? Like certain axioms, like like maybe the physical causal quotient methodology, assuming that reality is a closed system of only physical causes, for example, physical entities. Well, all the all scientific theories that you come up
signs that those become basic beliefs, right? And so that's why I was making like a controversial statement that all evidences are going to end up being claims that they are going to want to cover these basic, according to foundations, of course, according to some of these foundations, that multilateralism could be like a pragmatist, or even a coherentist, it doesn't have to be a case.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Like, when you say like propositions, evidence raises a probability of proposition being correct, is that the same thing as a claim, or is it like a
I
relevant
think like a claim,
claim?
like what you meant by a claim is like a statement, right? That has meaning and truth value, right? That means something, right? It's intelligible. It has truth
Yeah, I
value.
mean like a speech act.
Proposition, right?
Yeah, a
But
speech
is
act,
it
right?
that the speech act is evidence of the proposition? How do you make that distinction?
Well, the proposition is what's carried, is like the meaning over the claim that's being expressed, right? Like, so claiming I bought a dog, the proposition is that that I bought a dog. That, the person, whoever bought a dog, right? Me, bought a dog. I did. I bought a dog. That's the see, I mean, the proposition is I bought a dog, right? So if the claim happens, the words are I bought a dog, right? So that's just the sentence, I bought a dog. That's the claim. But the proposition that is carried in, the meaning of that, the proposition in that is that I bought a dog. And just me claiming that I bought a dog is evidence to raise the likelihood that it's true, that in fact I did buy a dog. But the proposition is true that I bought a dog. Does that make sense?
Right. So you're saying that the speech act is separate from the proposition?
The proposition, yes, it is.
Okay.
But it happens to be that the claim carries the proposition with it. The claim does carry the proposition with it. Like the proposition, because yeah. So when I say I bought a dog, now the proposition is on the case.
The proposition can be expressed as a claim.
Yes, exactly.
Separate from
That's right. That's right. That's right. So the claim is that the sentence, but the proposition is carried on top of that sentence in that case. But it's not always the case that that.
You want to hope that the sentence makes sense, right? It's intelligible. And thus that would be like it's not going to be a non-cognitive thing, right? It's going to be like a cognitive thing. That's just like a proposition, I guess, or a statement.
But this is there's no separate speech act claims, but it's not one proposition. It's a proposition you care about.
Correct. About probability. That's correct. It's going to be the proposition that you will care about.
Yeah, okay.
Now, of course, there are instances like Andrew and I were discussing that don't even need propositions for evidence. They could be like direct observation.
Now we're back to the probabilistic.
No, like
They will tell you. So trust the probabilistic, and then keep bouncing back and forth.
They say it must be. They say like just because there's evidence for a certain proposition that this proposition must be true or is true even, right? Because having evidence for something doesn't mean that it's true. Like I read, by the way, for example, that naturalists do have evidence for naturalism. Right? I think like maybe I'll use master argument for naturalism. It serves as evidence for naturalism. And I grant that as a theist, right? But that doesn't mean that naturalism is true just because you have evidence for naturalism.
Yeah, it's interesting making a distinction between the claim and the proposition. Like saying I am, like I'm the one telling you that I bought a dog, right? That's me. That's the claim, right? My proposition is that I bought a dog, right? That me, that I'm the person who's speaking, bought a dog, right? So that's the proposition. But there are claims that are not propositions. I mean, and sometimes this is disputed, but like saying something like, whatever, some ice cream flavor is my favorite ice cream flavor. People typically might, well, it depends. I mean, there's debate on this, but people would typically want to say that that's not actually a proposition. It's a claim, but it's not a proposition. Because that's an expression of taste, and it's not really saying that it's not either
just saying, I bought, I'm sorry, my favorite ice cream is vanilla, right? That's a claim about my taste, my preference. That's an expression of my preference, but it's not a proposition. Now this can be disputed, but that's one of the things. And then obviously, like you said, a nonsense, gibberish thing can just be, um, it can just be something that you're, you know, um, you can say that it is a claim, but there's no proposition. Um, when you say something nonsensical, like therefore West, you know, weighs dog, whatever. No, that's not there. That's some, yeah. It may follow grammatical rules, but there's just, it's got logical contradictions in it, or whatever the case is. There's just stuff that don't make sense. It's malformed. And so you can say, well, I mean, it may follow grammatical rules, but there's certain logical problems with what's being said, or whatever. So you can say, well, that's a claim, but it's not a proposition. And then I think the other one is like saying something like, I will go do something, or like talking about like an appointment, or you're gonna go, you know, you're gonna go do something, something performative, like I will go to the store, or um, I promise to be there, or something like that. I think stuff like that might be claims of, those are like claims of your intentions, but um, but those aren't like propositions describing like the state of the world. So it's not like that's either true or false.
But I mean, wouldn't that be like, would that be like actually, because like, I will go to the store, right? That's gonna be a statement. That does have truth value.
There is a truth value to it. So when we're talking about Molinism and stuff like that, and we're talking about like how God knows that there is a fact to it. There's a fact of the matter whether you will in fact go to the store or not. That's true. But I think the idea is that when you say it as a claim, there's no proposition period there, because it's not about, it's not it's not a proposition, because it's not really describing the state of the world. It's not like something that's true at that time, that, like you saying I promise to be there is like reflecting your intention. It's not something that's about the state of the world. You're not just saying, so the difference between that and saying like I bought a dog, that's something you actually did in the real world, that's objective, that's, you know, verifiable, third party, anybody can see. Yeah, that would be a proposition. But if you say that my color is red, or that I intend on doing X, you're talking about like your intentions or your preferences, and that's something that people don't necessarily have access to, and it's not really a proposition in that way, right? So it's a different kind of claim, and so it's a claim that doesn't have a proposition period. And so I think there's a distinction there.
Something like anti-bites vanilla is considered a proposition.
Proposition. I think that's true. I think generally people, I think that's true.
What if someone says that, oh, that can't either be true or false, and Andrew likes it? So like, maybe you could that is not a proposition?
Saying that my favorite color is red.
How is that not a proposition? Yeah, I've always seen that it is.
Yeah, so, well, let's see, sorry. If I say, no, sorry. I'm saying that wrong. Tell me if this makes sense. Red is the best color. That's what I mean to say. Not my favorite color. Red is the best color.
I think in the clearest case, Andrew, you say, "Ooh, red, ooh, yeah, red, ooh."
No, but here's the
that's
line.
not a proposition.
Red is the best color is clearly like a declarative significance.
Yeah, but do you think that this is, would you call this a proposition? Red is the best color.
Yeah, there's a sense in which it's a proposition.
Yeah,
And the truth is fixed by some stance dependent thought.
Yeah, but I think this is supposed to be. But I think if you say true, it's because you're claiming not just I think it's the best color. You're saying it is in fact the best color. So it's like if you say that that's true.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
No, you don't have to accept that. You're just saying it implies there's something objectively true.
Well, but I'm saying, but doesn't that lack of truth value in like independent of the person? Like, so if I say
It's just like a stance-dependent fact.
But it's different than saying, no, but see, but Bob, hold on, just real quick, whoever's trying to say it, just real quick. It's different than saying it is in fact the case that red is what sorry. It is in fact the case
Just
in reality.
depends on what you mean by it is in fact the case.
No.
If by fact you mean objective fact, yes.
Hold on just a second. It is in fact the case that I think red is the best color. That would be a proposition. But I'm saying
It is also a proposition.
right, I think that is. But saying red is the best color, the problem that I think the problem is here is if you say yes, how can a proposition be true for me but false for you?
Because it's fixed by a stance-dependent fact.
Right, but I think that's the problem.
Why is that a problem?
Well, I think the point is that the proposition is supposed to be something that independently is supposed to be like the truth value should reflect. No, okay, well, I'm just telling you what I think. If I'm wrong, I'm okay with that. I'm just saying.
I got what you're saying.
Yeah, from what I understand, what's been argued, and I understand this is debatable, but the point is that it isn't something that independently the truth value stays the same. And so because of that, I think people want to say that that's not a proposition. And that's fine, I hear what you're saying. I guess you're saying it's still okay because if I say...
some people will disagree about that because they think what propositions, what truth, like, there are no stance-dependent truth makers. But I'm just saying there are, like, a lot of people are just going to say, yeah, that's a proposition. And what fixes the truth of that proposition is a stance-dependent fact.
Yeah, I mean, because if you say...
I'm confused why we didn't make it stance-dependent. Why can't we just say the universe has a range of the colors that are the best? Some people are right about it, some people are wrong about it. And
well...
like, why is that not just a
well, let me just say this. So I'm kind of working against myself here because I actually do think beauty is objective. But let's just say something different, like vanilla is the best flavor. Okay? Vanilla is the best flavor. I think that might be a good thing. Okay? To point out. Okay. It is true to me that vanilla is the best flavor. There's going to be a lot of people that hate vanilla, right? And so, well, I'm sorry. Just be clear, it's not my favorite flavor. But let's just say it is. Okay. Vanilla is the best flavor. Okay. Then somebody else can look at that same proposition and it's just going to be false for them. And so since it's not something that would be independent of the subjectivity of each person, then to call it a proposition, some people want to contend with that. And I can understand why. I mean,
not that they might.
Well, but the problem is it should be true. The point is they want to say it should be something out there. It should be something that's true about the world.
Like that would be like I don't think that's going to be fair to the conception of proposition that has to be out there, right, or something like that.
Well, some people want to say that value judgments.
No, but like think about examples, Andrew. Like Andrew is tall. Like that doesn't have like some objectively defined truth value, but it still makes sense to say that's a proposition and then it's either true or false. It's just that it's going to be like it's going to be contextually understood.
Sorry.
And some people might say something like, well, I reject those types of propositions because they're not well defined. But I think that's fine. I think broadly those are just incomplete propositions.
Well, is that Michael again?
Yeah. Sorry, my back.
Oh, Michael. Hey, battery died. Remember the thing with Congress, Bob? but Michael, I'm glad you're back.
My back has been died.
Okay, no, it's fine. Michael, can we go back to the 10 people thing?
Yeah, we can go back to the 10 people. But wait, I say something before we go to Michael. It's just okay. You're talking about claim, like when you're talking about claims, right? You wanted to say that this pertains to knowledge of things, right? Like it pertains to the evidence has to be knowledge. Knowledge has to be propositions, right? Like
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And so like in that particular context, claims seem to be propositions.
I think most claims are propositions, but I think there's a lot of claims that are not propositions. There's claims that are not propositions, depending on how you pick.
When you're making a claim, you want to say that something is true or false.
Yeah. But there are some things that like aesthetic judgments or personal preferences, or let's say intent to do things, like something about my mind state about what I intend to do. Saying, yeah, I intend to be at the store tomorrow. Like, okay, like
you can say like whether that connection is true or false.
Yeah, but you should also have the ability to worry about different perspectives as to.
Marie, you left us yesterday, just mid-conversation. What happened to you?
I was bored.
Oh, okay. Is that how you leave? Okay.
By the way, Andrew,
yeah.
if you did say that to Jack Jackson,
all propositions. So like he thinks also like
Well, I don't know about non-propositional knowledge. I'm not committing to that. I'm saying that there are claims that don't carry propositions.
I'll give approval to that one. There are things that
Have you studied theory of knowledge, Arthur?
There are claims that don't involve propositions.
I
He's
don't.
not using the theory of knowledge.
What does that mean?
I don't understand what that means.
Because I feel like you're not using accurate framework to test claims and probabilities.
I'm about ready to start mimicking your voice, Bree, and I don't want to get in charge of it.
I bet you can't claim.
I know, I know, but I.
Probably higher hypothesis is understanding. You say not all claims are propositions or something.
Yeah, so I think that you can. So if you say that you have something like therefore West Penguin much whatever.
I think he's trying to say that claims are not propositions to invite actions, not all of them.
Claims are actions.
To invite action.
Here's an idea.
Propose.
You don't comment on that.
I like how Perry's coming in here strong, but I feel like if you ask her, give me
I'm
a
just-
theory of knowledge, she would just fucking laugh at her.
No, no. Why?
Can we not get distracted?
Yeah, hold on. Copy, can we revisit, because I don't want Michael to leave, because there's a brilliant point, and we can, I'm totally fine with going either way on the claims proposition thing. I just, from what I understand, there's like 3 or 4 different categories maybe, that from what I understand, there are people that want to argue that certain claims do not carry within propositions. Most claims will be propositions, but things like about your aesthetic values or preferences, things about what you intend to do, intentional states, and then like nonsensical, or claims where there's like contradictions involved. You could say maybe it's a claim, but it doesn't carry a proposition with it. I think that's the.
I think if you take the view that something like that isn't fixed by an objective fact, isn't a proposition, then obviously claims don't have to be propositions.
Right.
That is, however, as far as I know, how they're typically understood.
Yeah, and that's fine. And I'm not like super sold.
Right. I'm just saying there's no right or wrong here. Just like people are going to disagree. Yeah, the most meaningful, best view is.
Yeah, the best theory, the best way to go about it. Yeah, I agree. That's fine. But so real quick, so Michael, you were saying one witness versus 10 witnesses wouldn't have any qualitative difference. Can you explain that to us, brother, please?
Yeah, kind of. So
is saying that a lower quantity of
No,
witnesses
I'm
is
not going
better.
to listen to anything that you say.
Then we can go back to the previous conversation we had.
So, Bob, please.
Shut up! You're just being grossly. You're being insulted because you're grossly dishonest.
I'm not insulted by the fact that you believe.
I don't care if you're insulted or not. I'm just explaining why I'm insulting you. I'm just explaining why they insulted you. I don't care that you don't care. I don't care that you don't care. I just explained it. I don't care.
Hush your mouth.
Right.
Okay, Bob, will you break down what he said though, or will we go? Michael, don't leave.
I don't care that you're not insulted by what I said. I'm just explaining why I insulted you. You fucking idiot.
Can you explain to him why, so he knows why you insulted him?
No, well, I can't explain to him. I can explain to the audience, and he's just going to be dishonest.
I mean, right now, can you say it?
Well, the reason is that obviously nobody remotely suggested that the quality of evidence can't be outweighed. Sorry, that the quality testimony of one person can't outweigh the lower quality testimony of 10 people. So it's not like anyone suggested that automatically, in every single case, it's always better to have more. Obviously, there could be reasons to not have that. There could be undercutting reasons. But what you suggested, Michael, you dishonest piece of trash, was that volume never matters and it's never correlated with it. And that's obviously fucking false. And the example you gave doesn't undermine that. Because nobody in here is claiming that it's never the case that more witnesses can be worse than having fewer witnesses or better. That just wasn't at all what was in dispute.
Right. So 10 witnesses, you were saying, Michael, or the more witnesses don't make any impact on the quality of just the initial witness. Like the initial witness is as good as 10 or 100. That's not true. That is what you were saying at first. Hopefully you can respond to that.
Can I say something really fast? I don't think Michael can be dishonest.
Yeah, I mean, you are allowed to hold multiple perspectives at once. That's
Yes, we like to hold contradictions, Tari.
Yeah.
No. So what I'm going to do. So.
No, I feel like there's nuance.
Hold on.
Andrew.
Yes.
You invited me up to this
I know, I want to hear it. Michael, I want to hear it.
You invited me up to this stage to have a conversation.
I did.
And what we're ending with is name calling.
No.
We do better than this. So,
Okay.
Bob, you need to sort out whatever personal mental issues you're having in your own personal life. Do not risk shit, Michael. Okay? If you
The only personal issue I'm having is with your dishonesty.
You cannot discuss the substance, you little fucking basement dwelling cunt. That's a you, not a me. Okay? So you would never call me whatever name you feel like picking up.
That was pretty good, Bob. Gotta give it to him.
I'll slap you back to the 80s. You should never, ever be that way. You are all in fucking life.
That was good, man. I like that.
Stop.
Make a decent argument and all you have to do is leverage the fact that you're wrong.
Basically,
Where it is a disappointment to yourself, to your peers, to this group, you are a liar.
What is this coping session over?
Michael, don't go anywhere.
What is this coping session over?
Michael, don't go
You
anywhere.
need to cry, you need to bring out the tissues.
Bob, you basement dwelling sewer.
You were impolite first, so.
No, don't leave, Michael.
Please immediately leave. We can't have those conversations.
Bob's gonna tell you to leave, Michael, but I don't want you to leave.
No, we can't have these conversations. This is nonsense.
Well, can we hear it? Can we hear it?
Sorry, he's just mad that his dishonesty wasn't unopposed.
Will you let him? Bob, will you let him? I really do want to hear him, Bob. Can we hear him?
Why do you want to hear him? He's always already been like super
I want to
dishonest.
see how he squirms out of it now, because I
But he's just gonna squirm out by being dishonest. This is like, it's not gonna be unexpected. He's just gonna lie about whatever it is he needs to say in order to squirm his way out of it. But he's already been completely demolished.
Don't go anywhere, Michael. Just let me. Okay, so Michael, originally you said
Look
one
how
testimony.
fucking mad he is.
Originally you said one testimony. But Michael, Bob gets a little testy here, Michael. Just hold on.
No. I don't get testy. I respond very poorly to dishonesty.
Just
Obvious bad
You're not
faith
making valid
dishonesty.
point.
No, Bob's correct. Bob's correct. But Michael, here's the thing. One testimony versus 10. You said there's no qualitative difference.
No, but he's just gonna be dishonest. He's just gonna bring up a bunch of irrelevant examples that don't actually undermine that principle.
Yeah.
Which is what he did when he went to speak before I called him retarded.
Yeah. Okay.
Your mother is retarded. Your
It's some good stuff.
People can't handle being called up.
Did you guys move him?
No, I didn't touch nothing.
No, you left.
Just happened
You
to
moved him down.
but we can bring him up and I'm sorry.
No, but he can insult me. I insulted him. It's all fair.
Listen, Paul, you can insult
It's okay. No, that's fine. That's fine.
I don't mind him insulting me. Like it's unfair to say you can't insult the moderators if the moderators are insulting you.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
And are you great? Yeah.
No, you're good, buddy.
Like my position, Adam, is that if I'm dishing it out, I'm fine taking it.
Hey, Jamal, how much have you missed Bob? Be honest.
Don't prompt this creature. Don't prompt this creature to the back.
Don't prompt this creature. Oh, Bob.
Michael has had interacted last week. He's like, grandstands. He's like,
Yeah.
Jamal, I can't do anything, Bob.
It's all a bunch of like pointless posturing. So,
No, I can't do anything. I'm not gonna just let him. Bob doesn't want.
I don't mind the fact that he insulted me. I was quite amused and
There's
entertained.
no I'm saying about Jamal. It seems like you.
No, Jamal's a piece of trash. He's an absolute piece of trash.
but are you guys hearing me now? Actually, cool. Bob, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
But yeah, Michael, I've talked to him before, and he just ran in, was always overconfident about everything. Choked he's wrong. He does not take losses gracefully, let's put it that way.
Jamal or Michael?
Well, neither of them. Jamal is so retardedness and not being a human, whereas Michael is just an arrogant, like, prick, you know what I mean?
But do you think it's stupidity or dishonesty that motivated him to say that really dumb thing he said?
I think Michael saw that he was kind of trapped by one person. Word salary. I don't think it's too much inside. He just feels like panic. You know what I mean? Like he's just saying something little escape the America.
Yeah. Welcome, my bell. Come on up, Damon. Matt Damon. No.
I honestly didn't think his brain would break like that. Like when
That was pretty funny. Hey, just so
I expected him to kind of like insult me back, but then go on with the
No,
points.
it was pretty funny. But my bell, I want to welcome you to the stage. You are a former TV news anchor. Woot. Also, educator of children living with autism. We need your help here. We have a stage full of autists. Okay, so we're glad you're here.
Autism. Yeah. The reason I just have to explain myself to you. I don't think at the point we were at, I don't think there's any point in like letting him continue or like I don't think there's any resolution coming from that, which is why I'm comfortable just blowing the conversation up. Because past that point, all that's going to happen is he's going to just double down and it's going to be dishonesty. He's not going to get the point, and more dishonesty, more bad faith.
But for me, I
It's just not like I at that point I'm like no longer interested in
I hear you, bro. The thing
hearing him
I'm
out.
interested in this part.
But
Okay, go ahead.
again, I wasn't expecting him to blow up like he did.
No, I got you. Part of it for me is just kind of entertaining to watch how when somebody's cornered, to watch them be dishonest. Part of that's true.
Right.
The other part,
That's right.
the other part of it is I like the dishonesty that get like a long track, or like build up a like.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? Because then it's just you have something that's on tape, it's recorded, we got replays on. Somebody who was dishonest for an extended period of time. Yeah, and there's about that I think is they have, you know.
That can be enjoyable, I guess.
Yeah, and I kind of enjoy. It's like Sasha. I mean, tell me, when Sasha was just like doing the just the cut on somebody, you know, when it was just hardcore. Like the thing, the first debate with Roger was so beautiful. Oh my gosh. But yeah, but so when you watch that, when you just see them just in the clutches, like it's just like, and you could just tell you're like dishonesty forthcoming. It's here it goes, and you just see them just start. Yeah, there is something in it. I got
That's just like crazy. He's like sitting there with a straight face, suggesting that it's not better to have 10 evidence as our 10 witnesses compared to 1. He said that with a straight face, and it was obvious. You could tell from the small pauses. You know, the pauses that were like a couple of seconds long, and then the buffering he has to do. Like a lot of people don't, you know, they can't like extemporaneously just respond. They have to buffer a little bit first. So a lot of posturing and grandstanding, and then they're trying to assemble what they want to say. But you know, if you wait too long, that looks bad. So you have to pad the silence with something, which is where all that like meta crying comes in.
That's so good, Bob.
Can I get some context about the debate? Because I heard it, but I don't know how it started.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, but don't you think you could hold nuance to it? Like, I get that more witnesses is social proof, but qualitative factors also apply. Like, what if the witnesses are crackheads? No, I'm serious. Like, I feel like a lot of factors
Yeah, like
apply.
one mark versus 15 Seamuses. Whatever.
Well,
How do we calculate that?
Let's get my bell in here. My bell, are you a believer in God? Just the title. Okay, good.
Roman Catholic.
No, there we go. Nice. What do you think about all these people who say they think there's no God? What do you think about all that? My God.
Many of the experiences that I have had, where I actually have had out of body experience, you know, what do you call it? Out of body, you know, experiences, or God is real for me. Now, there's some agnostic, there's some people, you know, who are atheist. I know some atheists, I know agnostics, you know, I know all sorts of people. But for me, only God could have taken some things away from me, and is doing so now. I believe in a higher power. If it's Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah, whatever, you know, I believe in that. And I live. That's just me.
Yeah, the book of phrenology exam came back, and it's not looking good.
When you say you were translating and you mentioned Allah,
Yeah, I just did all of the names.
Oh, wait.
so you think Allah is the same as the God of the Bible?
Well, he's a God to people who believe in Allah, who are Muslim.
Yeah, but you said they were all the same, though, right? You're saying
Well, according to their religion, that is their higher power.
yeah, but you don't think that our higher power is the same as their higher power, do you?
Well, it's contingent upon their beliefs and how they were raised.
No, I know, but in reality, there is a triune God, according to Catholicism. In Islam, there is a unipersonal.
Yes.
Yeah. But in Islam, there's a unipersonal God, and it excludes Jesus. Jesus is not God. Not only that, Jesus didn't die on the cross, right? Much less than God.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a problem, right? So now it's fine. There are people who believe that Muslims and Christians worship the same God. I don't agree with that, but what's that?
Eating crawfish for breakfast.
You're eating crawfish?
Saram.
Oh, is that? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's haram. Well, it's also not just haram.
It's actually not. They only don't eat pork.
Well, it's not kosher. No, I don't think they can eat other. No,
They do.
That's right.
They just don't eat pork.
No, hold on.
No, they don't.
No,
crumb of the earth.
No, I'm sure they do. Yeah, Mike was giving some crazy ass medical data, by the way.
Andrew, you can look up, is shellfish halal?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. So in
You don't want to put kosher, but put halal.
I got you. Hold on, hold on. So in Islamic dietary law, Sharia, the permissibility of shellfish is one of the primary areas where different schools of thought vary. While all Muslims agree that halal, permissible food, must be slaughtered or prepared according to specific standards, sea life has unique interpretations. Shellfish, shrimp, lobster, crab, etc. The ruling generally depends on which Islamic legal school a person follows. The Sunnis, these three schools generally consider all seafood to be halal, based on Quranic verses stating, lawful to you in the pursuit of water, game, and its use for food. The Sunni, this is the largest school of thought, and it traditionally holds a stricter view. Most Hanafi scholars believe that only fish are permissible. Under this view, prawns, shrimp are often baited, but creatures like crabs, lobsters, and octopuses are typically considered makruh, disliked, or prohibited. So, and then the Shias generally only fish with scales, and shrimp are considered halal.
Yeah,
So,
no scales.
so it's divided. Well, no, scales has to do with the Christian, Old Testament view. They're not. They have different views. Yeah, the fish with scales for the Shia. It says only fish with scales, and shrimp are considered halal. But general dietary prohibitions is that they do not eat pork. They do not eat blood, and they do not eat other animals. This is for you, Sheila. Animals with fangs or talons, and unclean animals like rodents or reptiles are generally prohibited. So it's not.
Well, I don't eat rodents.
Well, you shouldn't. No, but I think actually you can, biblically speaking, believe it or not. I think you can eat all animals.
No.
But I'm not saying you should. Michael's back up in the house. Come on up.
Are you gonna control your room, Andrew? Are you gonna
Shut up, baby.
the
Shut
animals
up.
run the
Shut up.
place? Are you gonna be a zoo? Are you a zookeeper?
We do have it. Michael, listen,
I will
I
slap you back
just wanted you to
20,
know,
sir.
Albanian, come up here, brother. Come up here, Albanian. Michael, I just wanted you to know, Bob didn't like what you did because it seemed like, and I'm not going to just say he perceived it, it did seem like what you were doing there was a little bit dishonest. I'm going to be quite frank with you. It does seem that way. Now, I know you want to respond to that. I don't know if Bob will let you. I'd like to hear you respond. But we're all kind of our own island. So, Bob and Nadia, if they're converts or secular, if they don't like somebody, they can kick them down. So, that's up to them. But I wish you'd come up and give an explanation as to why you said at the beginning that one testimony. Oh, hold on, Sam. One testimony is not as good quality, or 10 testimonies is not as good quality, or not any better quality, I should say, than one testimony. That's crazy, because obviously 10 testimonies are in fact better. That's just generally speaking. Now, obviously there can be circumstances where that's not true, but it's generally going to be the case that you have 10 testimonies is better than one, right? 10 people who saw the rape are better than one, right? Right. They put somebody to death in 2011 with 9 testimonies about a guy that beat a cop to death. Okay? Just testimonies. That's all it was. 9 people testified that this guy beat this cop to death. Okay? That was enough for them to put him to death in 2011. I believe that's correct. But anyhow, he's not here anymore. Whatever. Come on up, Matt. You know we love
I
you.
would slap you back to the Stone Age, Bob. If you
Come on up. Come on up, Martha.
insult me like this.
Come on, Martha. We need to talk to you. You're on a good one. Come on up, Matt. You know we love you. I know, Nadia, I wanted to hear you. Come on up, Martha. Matt, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love Bob? 10 being the most. intelligent yourself there, Matt. You know that? You're pretty sharp. Except for that whole atheism thing. That's not very good.
Well, I'm not an atheist, so
Well, what are you?
I'm not. I'm a human, so I don't. So I don't know if you know any Catholic. We don't really do the thing that you guys do with words and the interpretation of the Bible. We just
Yeah.
follow what the priest tells us, and we say our Hail Marys in the morning and we're done.
Well, why do you believe in God? Why do you believe, Matt?
Because one is that connection, and two, my personal experience with God. I've had experiences in life where I find it unable to explain why things happen, so therefore I chalked it up to a higher power, quote unquote, protecting me. You know what I mean? If we want to call that higher power God, then you know who it is.
That's a little loosey-goosey, though, Matt. I mean, like, when you say that if we want to call it, because I thought in your room, I thought when we were having some heated, lovely discussions of chillism, I thought you told me, I thought it came down to something where I was like, I tried to use the Bible or say something, you're like, well, I don't believe that or something. I thought, but maybe not. But if you're going to say you're a higher power, why? That sounds a little bit tenuous, like you're not very specific.
Right? But I think that if you use the word God, I think we mean something that it doesn't necessarily mean. But, I mean, what is God really? Is it a higher power? Is it a supernatural force out there? Right? I think we can, the word God doesn't really, quote unquote, mean anything. It's what we decided to call the forces that help us in our lives, that we think help us in our lives. And this is why I use the word belief, because I have this saying that believing is the absence of knowing. When you know something, you don't believe it, you just know it, right?
Right.
You don't need to believe it.
Wait, believing is the absence of knowing.
Yes.
When you believe something, what was that last thing you said?
When you know something, you don't believe
Yeah.
it. You just know it.
Well, that's kind of strange because when you know something, so let me just ask you real quick. Do you know that your name is Matt on here?
Yes, because I picked the name. So yeah, that's what I know. I don't believe.
Okay. You don't believe your name is Matt?
No, because I know my name is Matt. I don't have to believe it.
Okay. Well, you know that a lot of times knowledge is taken to be like justified true belief.
I've heard that true belief that I don't believe in true belief. I believe in the truth is the truth.
You mean you know?
Right, exactly. The truth is the truth, right?
Let me ask you this.
I'm working my daughter's book.
Yeah, you're fine, Matt. Let me ask you this: Do you believe the sun's going to come up tomorrow?
Do I believe the sun is
Say no. I know it. Just say I know.
I know the sun is gonna come.
Oh, do you? What if it doesn't?
No, wait.
You know it, right? What if it doesn't?
If this sun doesn't come up tomorrow, it maybe might come up. We have a definition for what come up is, and I'm not talking a cloudy day. A cloudy day, the sun doesn't come up.
What if God just stops the sun?
Then we want to come.
No, I agree. It could happen, though, right? That could happen.
It could happen, but it's what we know what that doesn't happen.
Okay. Well, look, I know a lot of people operate with this thing where, like, they know, they say they don't believe things, they just know things. And I don't know. It's almost like they don't allow for any in between there. There's like, well, I'm neutral to I know for certain. Like, they don't have any, like, you don't just affirm something is true without knowing it, which is kind of interesting that you're saying that's what a belief is. Belief just means you affirm that something is true. It doesn't mean you know. So if I say I believe that the sun's going to come up tomorrow, I don't know if I'd say I know the sun's going to come up tomorrow. I'd probably be okay with saying that. But
Do you know that? That's a matter of language, though, right? But then again, how do you know that?
yeah.
I mean, how do you assert believe in something that you can't prove back?
said something that was kind of peculiar there. You said God doesn't really mean anything. Um, I mean, God's typically taken like to be like an unembodied mind, right? That has certain properties like omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence. I think that's a pretty decent definition. A creator.
No, no, I agree with the definition. It's the fact that we put so much emphasis on God that you know how we make this distinction between God and Allah, God who sits in the heavens, so that Allah is just God in a different language, or in the aspect you mentioned, I would say two, right? Because those are names we call kings, but the king is still the king, regardless of what you call him. And I think this is what creates so much confusion in the world. We're so focused on the fucking name that we forgot about the king himself.
Yeah, so you do think the name means something.
Right. I mean, the name describes something that is meaningful.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like the creator of the universe, the powerful being that created the universe. Yeah, I think that's God. Right on. Well, Mr. Welcome back, Mister. You said some interesting stuff. Did you say you're an atheist, or you said you believe in God? I forget.
I'm a believer.
What did you say? What did you give as the reason that you believe? Is there anything that other people like said? Do you have like a good argument or a reason for somebody to believe that there is a God?
I would say personal experience.
Yeah, but that's not for somebody else. How does that compel somebody else, though, Mister? Like,
That's a fact. Like the
I
poor.
mean, I'm just a crazy. So atheist position is very pessimistic. It's like I only believe what I see, what I perceive, what I can touch, what I can feel, what I can in the reality. Mine is more optimistic. So mine is, there must be a creator, behind the creation. There's no war in God, so I have to believe there's something out there and believe there's God. So whether we can prove God,
yeah.
very unlikely.
Well, when you say there must be a creator behind the creation, what makes you think there is a creator? By the way, can you join the house? Anybody that hasn't, there's a link right above you that says join God Talk. You can start making rooms in there. I will start making rooms in that house sometime soon. Um, but yeah, but anyway, please join the house, Mr. Chris Kirkpatrick. What'd you say, second?
I said, what's up with that? What's the deal with God Talk? Is that still a thing? Or?
It is. We need to recommune Rob, and I haven't seen him in a while. I hope he's okay. I need to reach out to him. I was just trying to do public rooms because it opens up for more people to see the room, I think. But I was just kind of testing how the algorithm works and the visibility of the rooms. But yeah, I think we will do some in the house as well. Give some people some notifications that have just the notification triggered so that we open the rooms and God Talk when they see it, because they probably have been wondering, you know. But anyway, that's it. Yeah, you should join it, Mister. But as far as God's existence, like, what makes you think that there is a creator behind the creation? Because somebody like Bob, who's agnostic atheist, or Daniel, or Beef, Daniel Beef, and these guys see him, they think that there is not a earth behind the creation. They just think there's what we have. And in fact, the universe could be eternal. There doesn't have to be before. It could be past eternal. Past endless past. There is no stop. Right? There's no behind it. What do you think about that?
I mean, we have to look at physical and metaphysical in this case. We can perceive what's physical, and I'm a very scientific person myself. I my knowledge
is your atheism dependent upon what you can prove, or what you cannot prove, or what you actually believe to be or not be? I'm asking you, are you atheist because you cannot prove God exists, or are you atheist because you truly do not believe in God?
He's not an atheist.
Oh, he's not? Oh,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no. He's saying he's a believer. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, did he say he was agnostic, or did I mishear?
No, I think he said he believes in God. He thinks there's a
Okay,
creator.
I'm sorry, I misheard.
No, you're good. You're good. Um, yeah. Mister, what tradition are you? Are you a Christian?
I would like to lead out for Christians together.
Okay.
I don't believe in, I mean, I don't like total submission, obey traditions. I just believe all traditions are valid. I love those in anybody else, but honestly, it's everybody's way to love. So I think that's fair. As far as my opinion, study
Okay.
without being funny.
Okay, I hear you. It's fine. If somebody said that the universe is past eternal, what would you say against that?
That's like a big thing.
If somebody said that there's no beginning to the universe, it just goes on in the past, what would you say in response to that?
I mean, clearly, we can see the evidence there was a big bang. It's expanding, so it can't be never end. At some point, it's going to explode, right? But I don't think science doesn't believe in that. And the expansion has a limit to it as well. Right? We can look back in time and we can look back to the beginning of still everything from the beginning of the Big Bang. We go back in time by with that lens, so we can see the progression of it, how it evolved. And I don't know. I personally don't believe it's eternal.
Bob, what do you think of that? Or secular? What do you think of it?
Well, I mean, but I always hear this kind of this caricature of the quote atheist position. Something comes from nothing. There must have been a somebody, that kind of stuff. And I think for me, it's obviously the universe we live in, like from the time of the Big Bang forward, has a quote unquote beginning, right? But the naturalistic processes that would have like whatever caused the expansion or these things, right, would still be considered naturalistic processes, right? And but the thing is, like before the Big Bang, when we talk about time, it gets really foggy. And to be honest with me, it's beyond my head space. Like I can't comprehend these things. And it's the same way when we talk about God. The first thing, um, the affluent kind of like uh, theist apologists will say, well, God is beyond time and space. He's eternal in a different sense, right? And I think that can still apply to a naturalistic process. Because I mean, you could ask the same things about like a theistic God. Did he have a thought? He had to think about creation. Did he have a thought before that? When was God's first thought? You have an infinite regress, but it's like no, but he's outside of time and space. So I think that like snowflakes, sand dunes, all these things that come about through naturalistic processes, it's intuitive to me that whatever quote unquote was before the expansion of the universe was a naturalistic process. Now, how time applies to that, I have no idea because I don't have any concept of time before the expansion of the singularity, right? Just like we don't understand like God's methodology before the expansion. Right? We can only really speculate, if that makes sense.
What do you think of that, mister?
Um, I would say the arguments we're giving here not in favor or against. Right? Again, I don't believe in God. For the most part, the cosmological argument.
this universe exists, and the universe is expanding, and it has confined certain physical laws, and the laws are constant and they don't change. So that sounds to me more like a system than really like a law, like a that is played out. We can call it, the physical world being created by God or instrumentation, whatever you want, whether it's playing out, it is the progression of time, right? And that's something we can rather we can observe, right? So including the laws of physics. We are currently witnessing about the last 50 million years that we are right now. But we cannot say as we are now still here, right? Maybe more than what we are, maybe more than what we are. So what if there is something which is more than we are already and understands more than we are? So that's an optimism. I we as human beings, as the shift in the universe, we are ready. I don't believe in that. I don't believe that there's more out there. We are on a very tiny planet, a very thin atmosphere, very all the surface, all the crust. If everything falls from us, where we go? We blow up like everything. Basically, we are so fragile. We go up in the atmosphere 10 miles per hour. We are not empty. We don't when it comes to the universe. The complexity of the universe is so vast. There must be something out there. Or maybe not. Where does it come from? It's not just
That begs a question, right? Those types of questions, like why do things exist rather than not exist? Who made it? Like it's a lot of us built-in assumptions, right? That are kind of like leading to a certain conclusion. Right? So to me, that's just kind of like question begging and like loaded kind of questions, right? But he mentioned like the cosmological arguments and things like that, like things that begin to exist, have or that appear to exist, have a beginning or a cause. Sorry, I kind of messed that up. But those are still shared. Like I could have that in my worldview as well, right? It's just that next step of like assuming that there's like intelligence and agency there that guides it. And I would kind of argue, from my perspective, that a more rigid system or a more confined parameter for things like life to exist or the universe to be stable would be more consistent with the naturalistic view. Because if I was to believe, for example, an all-powerful being can will things and it's just arbitrary, and I wouldn't expect that consistency because it almost makes the argument that God is confined to these natural laws. They're external to him. I always hear, well, it has to be this way. The constants have to be that way. But that wouldn't be the case in an all-powerful God. I mean, I could turn on a light switch and it might be bubbles if God willed it and not light. Like that's the type of universe I'd expect to see if it was supernatural. There wouldn't necessarily be constants. It wouldn't be. We could be made out of mashed potato if it's just by the will of some infinitely powerful being. Right? But within a holistic view, there would be confinements. And the reason that we, in our observable universe, most of it is not is in fact very hostile to life, right? We can't live on the moon. There's places on Earth we can't live. That's not suited for life. So it seems like a big waste of space if it's like by the will of some divine intelligence. Like I just don't. It just seems more intuitive to me that it comes about through natural processes. We may never understand them. We probably will never understand all the secrets of the universe, right? It doesn't mean there's not an explanation. And I because that's not the theistic position. The theistic position takes the extra step. I would argue someone like myself, right, would say there's just a limit to my knowledge. Like there's just things. I'm a fallibilist, even though I'm an atheist. I could be wrong, right? Maybe that makes me more agnostic in that sense. I'm not sure, but I think it's most probable there's not a God because everything I observe that I'm aware of comes about through under the physical laws and conform to that. So I would assume whatever quote the causation of our universe would follow the similar rules, except but on the theist perspective, they're taking that extra step and saying no, it's an intelligent agent that is God.
Absolutely.
That's
I agree with that. You're right. So let me ask you a question. Do you think consciousness is something physical, or is it both physical and metaphysical? What is it?
I'm not. See, this is going to get into the psychophysical harmony thing, and where I stand on it. And listen, I'm a layman, and I'm farthest from the smartest guy even in the room, let alone clubhouse that deal with these things. Where my problem is I'm not convinced that phenomenal states or the mind, consciousness, we can say, is an ontological primitive. I think that ultimately it is reducible to physical states. So in the end, it's physical. It's an abstraction, but it's physical.
I'm not sure about that because you can observe like byproduct of consciousness in the physical world, but we can't for sure say the result of any touch consciousness. Even our body consists of so many different parts, and I'm not talking about body parts here. I'm talking about the elements that make up us. We are a recycled bunch of atoms, and that come together and somehow is self-aware, right? And that awareness of oneself is that very physical? Of course, it exists because there's a physicality to it. You have a body, you have a mind, right? Naturally it exists, but what exists within it is that really physical. You can't touch consciousness. It's only in your brain. It's in your mind.
Yeah,
The
I
worst
mean,
part of it is
like Matt Silk always says, you can't freeze it. They can't bury it in the backyard. They can't, it's an intangible. That's why I call it like an abstraction, right? And these are the things that kind of like twist our brain when we try to think about it. And, I think it's a conversation we'll have in a lot of things for sure, right? But I look at it similarly. Maybe I'm over simplistic. There could be people grinding their teeth right now and rather explain it. But it's kind of the same way on a more simple scale. Like if I tear apart a calculator, I'm not going to find the numbers in there, right? It's physical components that do this computation that produce these numbers that we solve, right? And I just think our brain is a much more advanced biological kind of system similar to that, right? Like I cut out my brain, I don't see new memories, right? But I do the same thing with a computer, right? We see AI. I mean, what happens if AI gets to the point that it has awareness and consciousness? Does it then have a soul? Like, does it have or is it just an emergent property of a physical process we don't quite understand yet? And again, this is above my pay grade. Right? I'm a layman. I have no idea if it. To me, it seems that it's an emergent property of the physical, right? But I mean, maybe someday we'll find. I don't even know how we would find out if it's wrong, though. If it is like some kind of duality, right? I don't even know how that other side of the coin can be like downstream.
right. Well, have you ever accepted that you're not an atheist? Right? You use the word maybe.
No, I still love atheists because I think, and no offense to people who claim to be agnostic, and I think there are people who are legitimately agnostic, but in these types of spaces, my experience has been a lot of atheists will take the mantle of agnosticism to try to get out of defending certain positions. I do actually agree with Darth Falcons on that a little bit. Not all, but I think it's more of an argumentative or a position that people take so they don't feel they have to defend something, right? Which others would argue agnostics still have to defend it, right? I'm atheist in the sense that at this point in my life, I'm pretty positive that there's no God. At least any God concept I've heard of, I've never been compelled.
what you're saying is not inconsistent. It's clearly not consistent, and that's why that makes them not reliable in your view, which makes sense. I agree with that. Um, so I completely understand that, right? But I'm in the position now to sort of go right now and figure it out for myself. That's my position in that, rather than reading about the experiences of other people. Um, I want to see it firsthand and then decide for myself first.
Seth, what is his name? I can't see that. Seth.
Secular? I mean,
Oh,
secular.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, secular.
Yeah.
I'm Catholic, and I'm from New Orleans, and I do believe there is a higher power. I do. I'm a Christian. Not a perfect one, but anyway, I'm a Christian, and I entered heaven, and he used to be his wife. He said, Michelle, and I'll give you the kicker after this. He said, Michelle, he said, put a piece of a ribeye fillet in front of a pit bull. That's how I attacked religion. He said, because of his upbringing, both his parents were alcoholics. He had to step over them in the kitchen. He was afraid to bring people over. He went to Vietnam, and he could not believe the suffering that he had seen. He said, how is there love? Now, one of his friends would speak with him all the time about how God works in mysterious ways. And it made him understand the suffering that he had seen. Why would God allow this to go on? If he's such a good God that you worship and pray. He said, never mind. And I was like, and he said, just one light, a bright light had come to him. He said, I'm God. Something to that effect. They became, don't remember exactly. But he became a member of the diaconate. That's when one looks like a priest. They can be married, they can do everything except the consecration. And then you just get it. Everything. It changed his whole perspective of his identity because his friend would challenge him all the time. But he had such a horrible upbringing, right? That's why. I'm not saying that you can't be secular, but you have to understand the underlying reasons why people are who they are and how they react to things. As I said, I speak at the beginning, the guardians of live in salvation with Moses. And that's what it is. So he is not a prince, but a deacon. I'm sure they're gonna have him indicate that. What you say?
Well, the only thing I can add, I mean, I appreciate the testimony. Um, and I want to make clear, I think, especially in these types of spaces, I've met a lot of people who have the mantle of atheist, but they're just, they sound to me like they're just mad at God, right? There was someone who was a Christian, and, you know, I prayed for grandma to get it to through, and she didn't, and there's no God, that kind of stuff, right? There are those types of people. My experience is actually the opposite of your friends, right? Which is actually, just to touch on that really quick, is like what I was saying is a matter of perspective. And hey, I can't speak to his experience. I mean, if I had my road to Damascus experience, that's what I'm saying. If I had something like a light appear to be talking to me, that would
ignore signs and also the fine tuning that obviously points towards the thing.
So like I touched on this before, Michaela, just to kind of save us time, to me, the fact that there's these constants or constraints would be almost polar opposite of what I'd expect to see um, under a God, all-powerful God, will things into existence, right? To me, with under a naturalistic, right, a worldview, it would make more sense if we would have these type of constraints.
Well, that doesn't make that you think that makes sense. That's your
Well, it doesn't make sense to you because you presuppose an intelligent agency. That's why. I'm just saying we don't know. We don't know before the expansion of the singularity. Right? We don't know. To you, you speculate that there must be an intelligent God. To me, it's more intuitive that it's a naturalistic process.
Michaela, if you can't be an honest interlocutor and stop talking over people when they're talking, no one's going to want to talk to you. Yeah, but no one's going to want to talk to you if you're just talking over us with your presuppositional talking points. No one's going to want to talk to you. Okay? No one's going to want to talk to you if all you do is talk over us with your presuppositional talking points. We're trying to have a conversation here, and you're just talking over it. It's rude.
talking over me. And yeah. Who is this? I can't see this. I'm sorry. Okay, I made my point. I don't think he understood it. Maybe other people.
We're aware of it. We're aware that you don't understand that. We are aware that you don't understand that.
I don't understand what?
His point.
I said I made my point. I don't think he understood.
Okay, great.
Does
We
anyone
get it.
else
You don't think.
understand my
Okay, then you don't understand his point. We get that.
Does anyone else understand my point? Why did
No.
Einstein resist the idea of a Big Bang?
You're misquoting Einstein. You're misquoting science. You're misquoting everything.
Okay, what did he say?
Go do the research yourself. I'm not your homework teacher.
Oh my God. He resisted it until he went to see the, what was it?
Stop pretending you know what Einstein said. You don't. You're just totally misquoting him. This is somebody who knows a little bit about the subject. You're totally misquoting him, Michaela.
Please, you are condescending, ignorant. Anyone else know what I'm talking about?
I don't know the position of Einstein.
Don't say it.
Don't know.
Oh my God.
I don't know his position on the Big Bang. I'm not familiar.
Just really quick, Andrew, as far as I'm aware, his resistance to the Big Bang initially, because he changed his mind later, was to do with scientific reasons, and he had to propose this cosmological constant to account for the expansion of the universe. But again, he changed his mind later. But it had nothing to do with, like, I reject Big Bang because there must have been a God.
No, that's not why he rejected it. He rejected the Big Bang. He invented the cosmological constant to negate the idea of expansion because expansion would point towards a beginning, which would point towards a creator.
And why did he end up on
He
expansion?
had to admit that when he saw the evidence of the Big Bang, he had to cave in. Now, you guys can go through your...
Yeah, he caved in because of Hubble's observation.
That's right.
But it wasn't a conclusion that, oh, there must have been a God. That's how you...
Never did Einstein say that a God did it. Sorry.
He took a deistic, he had to cave into deism. He would not admit that there was intelligence.
No, he did that somehow. If I have read that, I could just...
You just totally don't know what Einstein said, Michaela. You just read one book probably.
But his attitude...
The question of whether or not Einstein thought this or that is not interesting.
It is. But just to satisfy what you're saying, Michaela, I did a search, and this is what I've quoted to everybody knows. This is not me encountering this. It says, why did Einstein reject the Big Bang theory? So it says, Einstein's resistance to the Big Bang theory, originally known as the hypothesis of the primeval atom, is one of the most famous examples of a great scientist being held back by his own philosophical presuppositions. Ironically, Einstein's own general theory of relativity provided the mathematical foundation for the Big Bang, but he spent years trying to avoid that conclusion
goes down and says some more stuff for some other reasons. Cosmological constant, skepticism, George, the major, I guess I don't know how you pronounce it, and then the turning point, Edwin Hubble. So anyway, list several things, but I guess there was some ideas that sound more like a theological form. So maybe that's what Michael was saying. I don't know. And be fair to it.
And like a good scientist, he revised his ideas when he got new information.
Frank, you're such a hack. You're such a hack, Frank.
I don't know what you're saying, but I'll move you down.
No,
Thank you.
Frank is a hack.
Oh yeah, I'm moving you down.
Thank you, Andrew, for moving Mega Hack down.
Yeah, he's definitely.
He's not an honest interlocutor, he's just a loudmouth with a microphone.
He's definitely not. But welcome, Anthony. How are you?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, Ian?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. So,
Yeah,
we
Jason.
had thought that the universe was a steady state. This is exactly what Andrew said. Before Edwin Hubble, right, everybody thought the universe was static. When you look at the sky, it doesn't change. Most people assume the universe is just the same forever. It wasn't until Hubble discovered the expansion of the universe that they just started reasoning, well, if it's expanding, it has to, like, for the first time, it starts contracting. So then eventually you have to, like, obviously accept.
Yeah, that's fair.
Before Hubble, nobody had even the slightest idea the universe is expanding.
And it wasn't about his deistic beliefs, it had nothing to do with that.
It says that Edwin just realized it says that it pointed towards the theological. Pointed towards it was like a theological concept that there was a beginning. It was obvious to him that it pointed towards a beginning.
And then he corrected that once he got more information. And then he corrected that once Michaela.
He admitted there's like if you read on.
Okay, I'll read on.
If I understand, I think he initially rejected the Big Bang as a point at the beginning, and he thought that was more of a theological question. And then later, when the physical evidence showed the expansion, he was forced to accept this.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, that sounds right. Welcome, Islamic, Anthony, King. But yeah, Anthony, are you there, my brother? Anthony, I don't know if you can speak. Anthony, type. Okay, go ahead. When you come back, it's all good. King, are you there? King Avocado. You be back also. And Islamic, welcome. What's up? Hey, Islamic, I have a question for you. Have you ever, I know we had a passion discussion last time you were here, but have you ever been in Frank's room? Have you ever had a discussion with Frank?
Yeah, I did.
We had a good conversation, if I remember correctly.
We did, yeah.
Did he give you, did you, because Islamic's got the kill shot for the, as he views it, for the people who want to save the past continuous. He wants to say that there's a contradiction involved there. So there's no way. Well, that's what he said. So does Islamic, do you still hold that position?
Well, I usually am on the causal argument now. tuning, even using the words fine tuning is begging the question. It's neither fine nor tuned. That sort of assumes that it's fine and assumes that it's tuned. And I don't assume either of those things. They're just numbers. They're numbers in a world that we have no denominators to compare them to, so you don't know how fine they are. And between two possible float precision numbers, you also have an infinite number of numbers. So it's clearly not fine. It's just a description of the way things are. That's all. And until you can compare the way things are here to the way things are somewhere else, you can't call this one fine just because you get a number out of it. That does not impress me at all.
Okay. Yeah, Bob, do you remember having a discussion last year?
Remember having what discussion?
With Frank about the fine tuning? He says either fine or tuned.
Do you keep notes on us? I'm curious, actually. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember you guys having a discussion. I thought it was interesting, but I don't remember how it ended. I can't remember.
Yeah. I know when I first started on Clubhouse, I used to keep notes about all my conversations, and it just got to be impossible.
Yeah, there was a lot. That's one thing about
Did we have a conversation about that?
you did. I think you did.
Okay, yeah. I'm just wondering what you were saying.
So Frank,
Sure. I don't see that they're fine or tuned. So to argue whether or not there's fine tuning, you sort of have to demonstrate what fine means and what tuning means. And neither of those things have ever been demonstrated to me. To me, they're just numbers that reflect the way this universe operates. And between two flow precision numbers, you have an infinite number of possibilities. So it's clearly not fine. And tuned implies intentionality, and I don't agree that there's any evidence of intentionality. So fine tuning kind of just falls on its face for me. Sure.
I understand what you're saying. It makes sense in terms of the definition, correct? Because maybe they're not the right words, but
Yeah.
but we cannot deny the position, right?
No, yes, I can.
Yeah.
Yes.
So for example, right, let's take an example. So one of them is, for example, mass of neutron and proton, right? So neutron is slightly heavier than the proton. I believe 0.1 or 0.50 percent.
Okay.
And the precise difference is what allowed atoms to be stable, for example.
Yep.
But neutron were just a tiny bit heavier for
Yep.
the neutrons. Atoms would fall apart and the whole atom
We wouldn't be here.
would be.
Yeah.
So what do you have to say about that?
We're here. So clearly it happens. That is an attribute of the universe that we're in. But that doesn't mean it's fine, because it's kind of like, why would it be any other way?
What do you think? What do you think the fine refers to? Like when someone says.
It depends on the person offering it. I get a couple different versions of it usually. One is just, kind of a look at the trees version, which is obviously not very convincing. The other one is like, there's this number, that if this number were slightly different, we wouldn't exist. I'm like, so that's not fine.
Well, that's all that's meant by fine. I don't
Yeah.
understand what it means to say that's not fine. That's what they mean when they say fine.
Yeah, but okay, then I just say that's just the way it is. It's just that's the way it is means fine to you. I'm kind of like, fine implies sort of a quality though, right?
No, there is a quality.
I don't think there is.
No, but I don't understand what you're disputing.
I'm disputing that it's fine. I'm just saying it's
No,
it's a number.
not the word. I'm saying you dispute the fact that if the number was, say, some order of magnitude or some interval larger than it is, then life couldn't exist. Do you agree with that?
Again, I don't know that. I'm not a physicist, but
No, I'm not saying if you know it. I'm saying if it were, you agree that if they were different, according to our best understanding of physics, if it was the case that the gravitational constant was like 10 times stronger, then stuff like the planet, and that's an example. But let's say the strong nuclear force was way weaker than it is, then atoms couldn't form.
Okay, and what?
Do you agree that that is the case? No, you don't actually have to. Absolutely. No, you absolutely do not have to.
Yeah, I can finish this. It's still just describing the way our universe
Do you
functions.
agree that that is the case?
I don't know. You have to ask a physicist. I don't know. I really don't know.
Then why are you saying? Well, okay. If I were to tell you that it is the case,
Okay.
like stipulating that, yeah, if the strong nuclear force was way weaker than it is, then atoms couldn't form, or atomic nuclei couldn't form. By extension,
Okay,
atoms.
so let me just, if strong nuclear force.
It's not. If I were to stipulate that if the strong nuclear force was way weaker, then atomic nuclei couldn't form, and by extension, atoms couldn't form, and by extension, you couldn't have any interesting chemistry. Do you agree that the range that that number has to fall into, according to our best understanding of physics, is quite limited? That if it was way stronger, then they would collapse into each other, and if it was way weaker, then they wouldn't form.
Sure, I can go with that.
Okay, that's all that is meant by
Okay.
Okay.
That doesn't take me into anything theistic though, that just takes me to.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand, but
Okay.
that's the general understanding of what it means to be fine-tuned.
Okay, I can accept that.
Yeah, and by the way, physicists largely agree that it is fine-tuning. They just the word tune, I agree with you, is kind of a misnomer because I that at face value it implies intentionality.
Or at least some agency, yeah.
Right. A lot of physicists don't hold to that view, obviously, but they still think that the apparent tuning, let's call it apparent, it does cry out for some sort of isolation.
I think they might push back on the word tuning though. They might just say.
They don't. I feel like this is just what is meant by the tuning.
Okay.
Completely excise any. The tuning is just we have a bunch of numbers, and if they were, the possibility space is enormous, and for anything interesting to happen, you have to be in this very, very, very small sliver of the possibility space, and that's the case for like dozens of different constants and values.
Okay.
And physicists
in our universe, yes.
on this, even if physicists agree that this is the case, even though we want to like excise the teleological language from the fine-tuning.
It's difficult because we use that term, and I think that term maybe is misused a bit. Maybe there's again, I'm not a physicist.
Oh, it's a little ambiguous.
So yeah, it's kind of like if I were to say the fine state of the universe, right?
Sure.
That might be a little bit less burdened with agency.
No, but as long as, for the purposes of the conversation, as long as you and I agree on what is meant by fine-tuning,
Yeah.
I'll happily concede that all these like teleological connotations are problematic.
Yeah.
And then the idea is, if that fine-tuning, then you come up with different hypotheses, and what the theist wants to say is these values are unexpected on a different blah blah blah, and then the atheist, like you did, responds with, well, maybe they couldn't be any other way, and that might be true, but that's a metaphysical necessity.
Yeah.
And the argument isn't saying it couldn't be metaphysically necessary. What the argument is saying though is that it's epistemically possible that they could be some other way, and that's all you need to run the argument. Like, is there some item of knowledge that we have that precludes the possibility for these values to be different? No. As far as we know, the answer is no.
I've heard somebody run this argument and just say that the initial state of the universe is metaphysically necessary.
Yeah, but that's also doesn't
No, but it's a starting point, right?
But it's not a starting point because the idea is just to say that it epistemically could have been otherwise. Now, if someone wants to posit, well, an explanation is that there was some metaphysically necessary first state.
Yeah.
That still doesn't address but it's epistemically possible that it could have been otherwise. And there are reasons beyond that. There are reasons to just think, scientific reasons, to think that these alternate possibilities are real possibilities.
Yeah,
for example, there's
well,
the idea it comes from science itself. It comes from physics. Like, think about, are you aware of how we, like, for example, Einstein field equations describe. Okay, well, I'm explaining. Like, Einstein field equations describe a possible way that space-time could be oriented or configured or look like, and a solution to those equations would give you the structure of some given area of space-time. And a complete solution would give you the total solution. But the idea is these equations, and this is completely uncontroversial in physics, at least the people who hold like the majority consensus. there are a bunch of different solutions to these equations where you get this state or you get that state. And those just, in a very scientifically real way, represent alternative possibilities. And we can do math on those possibilities. And moreover, they are just in fact treated by physicists like real possible differences, which is why you have issues, like problems like the flatness problem, if you know what it is. The flatness problem in physics is there is like a kind of the way that the universe expands. Um, it has to do with how like flat the universe is. But yet, and that goes into its whole own spiel. But the idea is just to say that they are treated by scientists in theoretical physics as real possibilities. Like the way you do science in this field is just to admit, yeah, this could have been otherwise. And the flatness problem, if you just look at it on Wikipedia or something like that, is like what's called like a cosmological fine-tuning problem um, within like with the Big Bang model, where it's well, I'll leave it to read about it. So those are just going to be good reasons for me and good reasons from science to think that not only do we not have any reason to think that this is a metaphysically necessary state, physics doesn't treat it as such. Physics, with stuff like the flatness problem or Einstein field equation, just treats all these different possibilities as real possibilities.
Okay. I would say it's probably a better conversation with the physicist than me, though, because I don't have any sort of, when you say things like the consensus and all that kind of stuff, I really have no experience in the argumentation in that space. So, just being honest.
I didn't hear that. Sorry. Can you repeat your response to that statement?
I just said I don't have the experience to really have any, like when he says things like the consensus of scientists and just, really don't know, without spending lots of time on researching it, I probably wouldn't understand what they're talking about anyways.
Yeah. And I got you. That's
But in the meantime, you could, Frank, are you saying it's a bad argument though? I mean, because
I don't know, because I don't know the quality of the argument. I just know that this is somebody on Clubhouse talking about this, what physicists think and how they do things, and so it's not going to be persuasive in any sort of theological sense to me. It's just is this truly the way scientists do things? This is two things I really don't know.
no, it's interesting. One would be to look at what say Bob is not a believer, and
Yeah.
it has one of the things that kind of tilt in this direction, which I appreciate that. And I do think it is one of the stronger, generally speaking, atheist kind of way and professional philosophers. Like it's probably one of the most cited arguments on the theist side that they can have some weight to it.
Sure. Yeah. I hear it a lot. Put it that way.
Yeah, for sure.
I was built to think that way. And, I think there's any good compelling reason that other people can access. I don't know. In nature, does anything else worship other than humans? Why do we do that? So I would like to approach conversations more in a psychological point of view.
That's fair. That's a fair question. Do any other animals do that? Maybe do any other animals?
No.
Yeah.
So why do humans do that?
Because God's real, and we're smart enough to realize it.
As for me, he doesn't do that. You tell him what you think on that.
Why are we the only one that do it? I think that as a species, we needed to coordinate with strangers, so we came up with cultural tools in order to help us, a bunch of strangers cooperate with each other. So like, oh, there's a guy watching us at all times, so why don't you group that? Kind of helps people organize themselves and not steal from each other and kill each other.
Andrew, you're an atheist, right?
Amen. And yes, he is.
No. No. Oh. Okay.
Kelly's an atheist, BB's an atheist, Carlos, Daniel are atheists, Bob's an agnostic atheist, Nadia's agnostic, I guess, and secular's an atheist.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Who created mankind?
When you say who, beef, and the other atheists here are going to say you're begging the question. They'd say there isn't necessarily a who. Like they're not necessarily left. Yeah, that'd be fine with just saying natural processes.
Let me ask the question.
Yeah.
What created heaven?
What created what?
Heaven. H-E-L-E-D. Heaven is earth.
Oh, H-E-L-E-D. What created Earth? Processes.
Think about processes.
Beefy.
Gravity, you had like a bunch of dust in the universe, and then they accreted into a disk, and then like the center of the disk became the sun, and the outer part of the disk became the planets. Gravity.
statement. That's a faith statement.
Yep, I would say almost certainly. Because otherwise, that means that things that exist came from nothing. I have no problem.
I want to go down that route.
Oh man, I think Joel's gonna challenge me on that. So wait, both you guys see a mention and you were saying you wouldn't go down that route?
Yeah.
Oh, sir, right?
Chandler, dude, what's up? Don't go nowhere, brother. Chandler likes to live on the wild side.
Oh, I know Chandler. We've had many conversations.
Yeah. Chandler, dude's like, you're like, nobody's crazy enough to go down that route, right? He's like, oh, it's like a body. So Chandler dude wants to tell you how nothing has causal powers and created something.
That's absolutely nothing.
Now he's saying like, now I'll grant this, right? In a sense, we agree. Like something came from nothing because, well, things were created ex nihilo, but that's not the point that we're making.
First of all, I didn't say something came from us.
Right, you saying that something, we saying something always existed or no?
No, I'm saying I don't know. I have an answer. I have nothing to that question.
But you just
What I'm
said,
saying,
you just said you don't have a problem with that.
exactly. That's correct. That's exactly what I said. So I said I don't have a problem with the idea that something came from nothing. But I'm not saying
But you
that
don't
is
believe
what
that.
happened. Exactly.
That's not what you
Same
said.
way I don't have a problem with like things eternally existing. But I also don't believe that's the case. I'm like agnostic. Right? But I'm just saying that the two concepts are coherent.
Would you say that if you were to believe that something didn't always exist, this would necessitate that something came from nothing since something exists right now?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and you don't find that problematic. Okay, so
Not at
because the
all.
way I'm looking at it is, you know, if something came from nothing, then the something would be the effect, and that means it's causeless.
Nah. You don't need to call it
So
that.
where is the cause in this?
Listen, can you listen?
Yeah,
All
go
right,
ahead.
like, listen. You don't need to call it an effect, right? Because if effect just implies a cause, then it is not an effect. It's just an event. So it's like it's like an uncaused event. Yeah, no, you don't need to see how it's reasonable. You see what I'm saying? Because you're not saying coherent.
But Chandler, what would lead you to think that that's even possible?
Again, what do you mean by that's even possible? I'm not saying that it's a coherent concept to me, and I don't hear a contradiction to it.
It seems like that if you say nothing, the absence of anything, the state of affairs where there is
That violates the law of excluded middle. Right, it's either something is an effect or it's a cause.
That's kind of is what he's saying.
You're
Yeah,
calling it an effect, you're smuggling in that it's
real quick. Just real quick. Absence of all causal powers, all there's no matter, there's no energy, there's no forces.
By the way, before you guys go on, sorry. And did you ask me something before?
Oh, I did probably, but it was right quick. What did I ask you?
I remember.
Oh yeah. Anthony said his fart went from 38% to 58%. And how long did you say, Anthony? 2 days?
Yeah.
Or 4 days?
Which person? What percentage?
Functionality.
There's no such thing as functionality.
Fraction percentage was at 38.
Oh, you mean your rejection fraction?
Yeah.
Yeah, your
Tuesday we have left at discharge. Car continued in October said
your claim that it's impossible to go up from 38 to 55 in a couple of days?
No.
Why do you think that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
It's not like that's
how is it, the question is, how is it in a matter of days when it's been low for 10 years? That's what I'm saying. It's been low for 10 years.
Do you have some underlying cardiac issue?
Yeah, I said,
Myocarditis? You had chronic myocarditis for 10 years? But those are all right. But are you saying if you have heart monitoring, it was like 38%? That's 38% is a very acute condition.
Well, the other
I don't think you had 38% for 10 years.
Well, the other part of it is you said that you prayed too. So how did that go?
It's been up and down. It has not been in the 50%. It has not never been to the 50 percentile until Tuesday. That's my whole point.
No, but why do you think that's impossible? Like, I have no idea. I have no idea what
I'm
you're trying to
just
say.
saying.
But I'm just saying I'm not saying, I'm just saying in a vacuum, there's nothing extraordinary about your EF going from 38 to 55 in a couple days.
What I'm asking is, this is what I mean. You know, 4 days I was in our friend. But I can tell you what he said. Before the car even came to me, he said, your heart is healed. You will be fine before you get out of this hospital.
Right.
Said that to you? Who said that to you?
That's what the Lord
No, but
is.
what is the issue with that? I don't understand.
Well, I think what he's saying is he's saying the Lord said that.
Oh, the Lord? Yeah, I don't know about that.
Specifically. And that's
Now,
what
Bob,
I'm
here's the
saying.
thing. Are you saying that it's not really possible in the sense that it's happened before? Or are you saying
No. I'm saying it's kind of a normal, mundane thing if you have a cardiac event that your EF should skyrocket.
so? I guess in this case, I would look to are the number of processes that have to happen for the heart to heal in some sense.
What processes?
Physical processes.
Yeah, and what are those?
Whatever heals, but the function of how the heart, will heal itself. Your all the processes that go into it, all the processes of your body are involved, right? Blood has to flow.
Can you stop talking behind me?
What are you talking about?
You're just saying, well, whatever process is there. Like, what point are you even making?
I'm saying there are a lot of constraints, right, that led to that.
Okay.
Okay. That's what
Which constraints are those, and why are they interesting for this company?
Well, the point is that there are many.
Right. Which are they?
I don't know. I'm not a cardiologist.
Well, yes. I'm just saying you provided zero value.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, whenever you have a lot of processes involved in something, that that is the sign that we use to show that it was intentional. Obviously, I know you
I
can't.
have no idea what you're saying.
I have a question for my atheist friends. It's a little bit of a weird one. Without getting too personal, would you guys say that you have a good life and have been lucky enough not to experience much suffering?
Sure. Yes. I have a good life, but I'm also free from suffering. And so my life is good now, and it has been good in the past. And also there's been suffering. Like it's like normal.
I've not experienced suffering.
Would you guys agree?
Then what?
It's very typical for atheists. Usually it's
It's very simple for everybody. Most people in
trying to figure out like where you're going.
No, what I'm trying to say is sometimes in life, this happens to me, alright? You have a revelation. You go through something extremely traumatic. You have a million questions. How could this have happened? And you try and put the pieces together.
You answered it. It must have been a holy God, an all-loving God that made this horrible thing happen. That's a fascinating response.
How about this? A different question. A different question. Again, like I said, it's a sound weird. Have my atheist friends here ever seen the devil? Okay.
I mean, just like a person, like physically.
Has an atheist ever seen the devil?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I don't think I've ever been an atheist if I saw the devil.
I've never seen the devil.
I mean, it's an unusual. It would be unusual for an atheist to say that. There are some that might.
Well, I'm sorry, have you ever seen the devil? Have you seen the devil?
Twice.
What does he look like?
What's that? I don't know what that's.
Sorry, yeah.
Well, I don't want to go
What point are you trying to make?
I don't want to go to a personal experience.
No, but what point are you trying to make?
I want to tell you guys that I'm a rational person, alright? I'm not one that has always been religious.
Did you just tell me what point you're trying to make?
Well, give me a second. I'll explain.
No, you haven't made seconds or something. I just want
Sure.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what this point of rhetorical padding is.
Okay. Well,
You don't have to tell me that you're a rational person. Just tell me what the point is.
no, I do have to tell you because I'm
No,
not.
you don't.
But I have to tell you. When you're a 40-year-old man and you've never experienced this, where you just wake up and you saw something in your dream, and you are just crying hysterically over what you saw, all right? And you don't know what to do, and you're like, I worship the devil, I need to pray. It's not that I just got scared. The dream was fucked.
The dream scared you?
To the point where you don't know what to do. You think you gotta go talk to a priest.
Okay. What does that have to do with us seeing the devil?
So what does he look
I know you're
like?
trying to
Well,
argue
the point,
atheists.
what I'm trying to say is, atheists can experience something in life which causes them to have a revelation, and it's usually through suffering. And life comes at you in different ways. God bless your good lives. Grateful you have a good life, but shouldn't be denouncing God.
I am kind of curious about something. Why does suffering make you believe in God? Like my life was good, and then I had a huge amount of suffering, and therefore there's a God. To walk me through what the logic is, there must be an all-loving God that tortured me. That's like, how did you get, as a rational person, from one statement to the other? Oh, I'm so thankful that an all-loving God allowed me to be tortured. Just, can you get me to that point?
That's what it sounded like to me. And then why is whenever I hear the testimony to these people, like I would never trade lives with them. Like if that's what your God is offering you, your wife's in a wheelchair and you're like got heart conditions and you're both on the verge of freaking like, why would I ever want to believe what
He's offering you
That's
insight. He's offering you
it's
insight
awful.
to the
That's
things.
an awful life. These people have lived awful lives under their God. Like what? I would never want to. I just look at the fruits. It's like awful.
Our scriptures say, in order to reign with him, you must suffer with him. The same kind of suffering. And it's that he Calvary's cross, guys. So this is another reason. This is another reason. Hold on, Brad. This is another reason why suffering is important in this particular faith. I'm just trying to help you out.
But why is it? Like, I don't understand. It seems like a bad thing to want people to suffer for any purpose. It seems bad. That's, whoa.
Now listen, man. No, listen. Rabs is a perfect.
Saying it right. You're not gonna.
Yo, can I say something? So Rabs is a perfect example, right, of why this happens. Perfect example. Because people often get too comfortable with the things that they have. Right. And then when it's taken away from them, they realize the true value that they took it for granted. They felt in some sense that they had a right to have it. But in essence, they don't have a right to have anything.
That's good. That's good.
That has nothing to do.
So it's nothing.
Again.
I'm not done, sir. I'm not done. And so basically what the concept is not that the eyes that are blind, it's the hearts that are blind. Right? They're not gonna
That wasn't the question.
go to that. They're not gonna want to go to that second level of
That wasn't the question.
But that's part of the suffering too, Brad.
He gave you an answer. You said, why does suffering?
That's part of the suffering.
When you suffer, there's a lot of things to that. When you suffer, obviously, your reliance on what you have, whether it be your wealth, your good health, whatever it is, right? Well, your status, okay, that is dissipated. You don't have it. So it causes you to reflect, and some people are able to see, hey, look, I lost all this stuff that I had, all these positive things that I had, they're gone. And now I can reflect on that a little more and realize I took some things for granted. And I can think about, hey, maybe there's a creator that provides.
So no, in this that part, I missed that part. Like you just jumped to a creative part out of nowhere. Where did that come from?
Because I think when people have lost everything, they're more
my
open.
argument from a favor comes in, Andrew. He's just gonna say he appreciates his stuff more when not thankful type of person. Just he doesn't think it can be one person.
But you're supposed to be grateful to God.
But that's where if your heart is open, I think the idea is that people who are suffering tremendously, their hearts do become open.
Yeah, but he thinks that's like irrational.
That's what he said. That's not what God said.
Joe was a believer.
Right, and he lost everything. He suffered.
He was a believer before. He was a believer while he was alive. He was a believer the whole time.
But you're not believers after having something like this happen to you.
This isn't gonna apply to everybody.
That's the man of suffering right there.
Well,
Job's a Bible story. I was like, I don't
It shows creator. It shows forgiveness. It shows restoration, Brad. It shows suffering. It shows what God was doing. It gave that man everything that in his suffering he found a new revelation in the Most High Creator. It's not all about you, Brad.
I didn't say any of this stuff. No. It's none of that. I never said it was. You're making up a story here. Why
No, the story's in the Bible.
Stop. Okay, I understand the story of Job is in the Bible. Yes. I would point out before we go on, little side note, horrible story, just for the record. But before we go on there, the idea is I'm having a good life. You're right. There are plenty of things I'm taking for granted and I'm not appreciating enough. They go away. I'm like, yes, I appreciated that I had those when I had the chance. I should have done more with them. Yes, I get that. That doesn't mean it's like, oh, therefore there must be a God to worship who took all this from me. That I don't fall in the line of that. doesn't require that you want to be returned to him when that happens.
Okay,
He
is
doesn't have to
somebody,
return to God, but help us. When you've got everything you need, technology has protected you from all the vagaries of systems. You know, you don't need God.
hey,
We live on earth. We're in the physical world, which could cause a lot of suffering.
God just sounds
These
like.
are all boiled down to. It's very more expensive.
No, I mean, look, I mean, well, I didn't know what I said, because I think that is from a Christian standpoint, saying that people who are completely despondent and have lost everything, then if God is seeking to have a relationship with them, they're going to be more open to that, given that they have no, buffer between that and thinking about, does God exist, or is he
What
there?
what is the logic behind this?
But Brad,
What do you mean? What do you mean? What is the logic?
he ain't gonna get it. You answered him questions, he not gonna become representative.
Is it a foxhole?
What do you mean? What is the logic?
Well, those obviously any of those like atheists and puzzle, those are just I don't know, completely normal, expected psychological knee-jerk impulses. But I understand what it means to say, well, when you are despondent, you're when you've lost everything. Obviously, that makes it easier to come to God. But what is the logic behind that? Why do you need any of that to come to God? Why does God to be in that state for you to know Him?
I think it just has to.
You realize you can't do it yourself.
Right, I think it
There's
just
too
has
many
to be
variables for you to account for.
Do what yourself?
It's not gonna work, guys. It's not gonna work.
That's not helpful. I keep repeating that. That's not very helpful.
I mean,
Like, I understand.
yeah, you already said that.
Yeah, I got your point. Let me just get it. I get it.
Like if you're living with a disease or catastrophic, injury, there's only so much doctor can do. And
Yeah, well,
I realize that they put their full trust in it up, but they know that there are cases where people have not come out of it. So they know that it's not entirely in the doctor's hands.
well, that's also true of God's.
So they're gonna look to, logically, they're gonna look to the one who put it together in the first place.
Absolutely.
And hey, you know what? If I'm gonna ask him for help since he's the one who put this all together in the first place.
Right, but He doesn't always help the user, so it's
But so Bob, I mean, you're saying, I mean, I guess I'm trying to.
This wasn't. Also, this wasn't. I thought this was about coming to God, not
Well, he's saying, why is it
asking someone.
people who are suffering are more likely to believe than people who aren't? And I think that obviously, you can explain that.
Yes, that has a very trivial psychological reason.
Sure. I mean, that's sure.
Why do people cry out to mommy when they're about to die, even if they're grown ass men?
What do you think about the idea of if said if somebody thought about like
Punches.
if they thought about like aliens, or they thought about like some other kind of force, or some kind of whatever it is that they think they might cry out to. Do you think it might be more likely they would cry out to God than some other thing that they don't believe in?
Yeah,
That is understandable. Like if someone is at wit's end and they're like Hail Marrying it.
That's exactly what I was saying.
That's the
What I was thinking there.
What is the
purpose of life? Because everyone's gonna die. No matter how much you pray not to die, you're gonna die.
Yeah,
explain to me though? I do have a question. So it's like years ago, like 30 years ago or so, my uncle died from brain cancer. And while he was like, you know, he's diagnosed, it was inoperable. And so his wife, like they were religious, they Christian, go to church every Sunday, all of that. And his wife, in the throes of like, oh, something's gonna do it, started spending thousands of dollars on crystals. From like, okay, I'm gonna buy these crystals because they're promising they'll heal his cancer and stuff like that. It really spent a lot of money trying to get him work through like all of these mystic art things. Didn't work. Just took her money. Was that logical to do? They were religious. She was also for God. Was that a reasonable thing to do and an irrational thing to do? Do you understand? Like she's just doing a Hail Mary by trying to get these crystals. Like what would you categorize that as?
Yeah.
You don't know.
No, it's not biblical practice.
It's just saying it's for the same reason. They're just doing whatever it takes to make it stop.
Yeah, that's fine. But you're saying, but if you're asking me about why would they do that, I don't think that's a reasonable thing.
Well, I think Ron was trying to point out that it doesn't mean that the crystals work, like because they reach out to it at the end. It seemed like that's what you were arguing, because then it makes it true. Like God is real because he reached out to it at the end.
No, I'm saying so.
Andrew, it's irrational.
He was just trying to supply.
And I'm saying that psychological, given all the alternatives that they could love to do.
The law already answered that. He said it was a trivial psychological thing.
Bob said that, yes, from his perspective.
I mean, you just said it was irrational for my aunt to spend money on crystals. That was a horrible idea.
From a Christian perspective, yes. I don't know why you
Right.
I'm sorry. What we're trying to explain, are we trying to explain why someone in that situation would reach out to God? Or are we trying to explain why God in that situation would reach out to the person?
Right here, well, perhaps, perhaps go ahead and explain why you're asking for crystals.
No, I'm asking for the people. Sorry.
Go ahead.
For the people, that missed that kind of. For the people who are claiming that, hey, here's a way, here's how that makes sense. I'm just wondering, what question are we trying to answer?
What I was trying to answer is why it is from a theological perspective, and what's going on in the human would explain why it is that they find God more often than not when they're suffering, right? Or more often when they're suffering rather than not. And I
think that has a, like, if you take 10,000 people, they're all at the brink of death. They're at death's door. Let's just stipulate that. And for those 10,000 people, say all of them prayed. They prayed. They were searching for God, as this proverbial Hail Mary. Say 500 of them improved, and then 9,500 of them died. There was no of whatever mythology was sailing. Those 500 people, and this is completely obvious to me as a psychological mechanism. Those 500 people are now going to attribute the fact that they survived to this like appeal to God to save them. Like, that doesn't give me any reason to think that that's what's actually happened. But it gives me a really plausible explanation as to what psychologically went on when they quote unquote found God.
Yeah,
survivorship bias.
right, I get that. Obviously, I'm going to believe that God is actually using people, at least in some of the cases. And so,
No, I know you believe that. I'm just saying, here's a much more plausible naturalist story about why that happens. Because obviously, the fraction over the amount of people who actually, when God does intervene in this manner, are going to be fairly small. Even amongst the pray, the vast majority of them don't their cancers miraculously heal, don't wake up from that persistent vegetative state, don't wake up from the coma. The vast majority of people don't, even though they were heavily prayed for, or they. So I don't understand what is substantial.
Literally survival bias.
It's not all about feeling. You reach out to God for your soul. Yes, it's very convenient that you win either way. But he might not feel the need to reach out for God.
I'm not trying to argue it you into a belief or say what people do.
relationship as well. You might not need him for healing. You might not need him for anything, but you just want a relationship with God. You might want to be a better person. You might want, and you believe in that. And there's 1,000 gods. There's many gods, and He's the God of all of them. You can believe in the crystals, and the crystals not even work. I know witches and warlocks that ride bikes on water. They sacrifice to the marine kingdom. It works. So what are we saying here? And they believe. What are we saying here? It's a
I think that's why I wrote when Rob brings up the pictures example, like when you're suffering, when you're desperate, it makes you open to anything, you know, whatever that promise to believe that has, so it could be anything, it could be a card, it could be a false religion, it could be a, so it's not much of a value to point out that what specifying Jesus was because if it wasn't Jesus was some other person, then we have nothing to do with any of the substance studies. So unless you're just setting it as just truth, and I'm sure Andrew was careful about that because I mean he didn't demonstrate Christianity as he was trying to assume Christianity, assuming Christianity is true. Here's what's going on. I think that's even true because even if the cult doctrine goes on, it's definitely the cult. It's not that much value trying to find if you don't already assume that your religion is already.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
I think the answer, because I actually think you can answer this question, but you actually have to do what Bob, you have to lean into what Bob is saying and go with, yeah, the psychology is part of the reason, but then we give the explanation for why we have a particular leaning toward that psychology.
Why not?
You know, like places also like talk about Petra or whatever.
Yeah, but I'm not against that. I mean, saying I just don't think that that's holistic necessarily. Obviously, to explain all, although it can be. I mean, you can just chalk that up to that. That's fine. That can be satisfactory from people's perspective. I mean, I don't. I mean, obviously, my perspective on that, when I say, well, no, God's not present. I mean, of course, He cares about humans and He is listening. So, I mean,
Not that they should, like, think about the case what he gave.
Believe in God.
No, just take Bob's case about like the 10,000 people, and it's like half prayed to God and half of them used the crystals.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us are going to think that the people that like survived via the crystals or survived via the prayer, they're going to think there's some kind of relation between their surviving and what they did.
Sure.
And that's like not why they should though. That's just that they're scripted.
But people also have experiences, according to their own, testimonies, that aren't just I got better. It's more than that. They had an experience with a being, as far as they're concerned. Right?
So are you discussing if it's a evidence for any particular religion, or is it just?
No, we're not talking about specifics necessarily. I mean, I do think healing is a pretty prevalent thing within the Christian history, right? Christian narrative, historically, right? Which I don't know if it's actually.
Well, if you believe that God heals atheists, right? And what God did.
We should also figure out what God's power is. God's healing power would be extremely limited now. We're down to God being able to do weird gut biome things and a few kind of strange, like weird little diseases that like people have very strange symptoms for. We don't have a lot of amputation healings. We don't have a lot of like removing of actual brain tumors. We don't have that going on, but we do have a lot of. I had a bowel obstruction and then I suddenly pooped big and everything's fine, thank God. So just want to be very clear. God's healing power you have been decreasing over time.
Have you investigated a lot of the healing things that are going on right now?
Yes. Yes.
Have you?
Yes. And I have seen these healing claims. The majority of them are hilarious, and I have yet to see an amputation healed. Why is that?
Saints So first, next question is, if we look at the quote unquote saints that were incorruptible for a length of time as the miracle, like Saint Benedict, it was only like 20 or 30 years. Like it didn't start decomposing after that time.
That's not what you said though, that you said.
I'm not,
That's
no,
not
no,
what
I'm being very clear. I'm being very clear.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying.
In a matter of days about it.
If you had a body that didn't decompose for 1,000 years at all, you're telling me that wouldn't be a miracle, Rev?
I want to see why it was. I would like to see if there are chemicals on it. I don't have them right off the bat. Right off the bat.
You're saying a body that didn't have any internal or external decomposition. You would say, oh, that's
Do we have? Yeah, no,
that's
okay,
just
fine.
business as usual.
No, I would love to see that. That would be fascinating. I want to see a study on that. Yes, yes. I don't think it's a miracle. I don't know it's from a God. I don't understand why it's from a God.
What about the 30-year one that you did?
I think that the meaning of what you're saying is like, no, that's not a miracle. That's not a miracle.
It's not a miracle.
I think you're trying to say that it's not something that you would say is supernatural, but obviously.
No, I'm not saying I didn't say that. It is supernatural because it's not natural.
Yeah. Okay, but you're saying it's not a miracle. How have you ruled out a miracle?
Yeah, what's a miracle? So a miracle would be coming from God at this point, right?
Yeah,
Speaking from God.
you know it's not. Hold on.
So I've down the path of what? Well, the saints of the court, that's a man-made title. It's a man-made title.
That's in a religious context. It's regarding
Yeah,
God.
it's a man-made title.
So,
Right, no, but God did not call them a saint. Humans called them saints.
no. But that's no criteria.
The Bible does have the word saint.
No. Humans call this person a saint.
The Bible does call them a saint.
Yes, it
No,
does.
humans, say, the people that you're talking about,
Only after their body can't decompose.
right?
Perhaps. What about the 30-year one that you did study? What do you call that? After 30 years, wait a minute, I just want to ask one question. After 30 years, not even 100, that you know you studied, what do you call that?
But whatever.
Yes.
You can explain that.
First off, 1879, I'm not sure how close they're looking at bodies. And it's not that they don't decompose, they don't decompose as expected. That's kind of a difference, right? So, like, I expected this thing to happen, their eyes should fall off. It's what it did. Look at that.
Isn't that thing, like someone who devotes their life to prayer, exists, becomes this sort of indestructible thing? Isn't that interesting to you? Like, no?
Yeah.
Isn't that really?
I don't believe. No.
So, Rab, you said, no, hold on, I'm not gonna let him just jump off this. You said that it was not a miracle. How do you know that it was not a miracle? Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to say again, let's go over what would be a miracle in this case. Well, it's from God. So now the question would be, yes, you're moaning, Jason. I hear you moan. Stop your moaning. So now the answer is, I would expect God to call out, here's a sign. Like if God had it as a sign, and once they die, their bodies won't decompose. That would be a sign that is true. Just
Trying way too.
Why is this a miracle?
Now you're asking a question. You just said.
No, I just gave you an answer. You said that was a couch. So now you're.
That's a question. You're saying God got you. That's different than saying God. You said God.
Okay, it is. God gave a list of signs for what would accompany the miracles. Here are things my followers listed.
Hold on. There's nothing biblically that says God can't preserve a body. So what are you talking about?
So, okay, is it just to verify? Is anything that happens out of the ordinary a miracle?
Yes.
No.
If I
Out of the ordinary.
Is absolutely anything that happens is a miracle.
Lottery in your family. That's out of the
Yeah, it's not a
It
miracle.
obviously depends on what you mean by magic.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so let's say like this person's decomposing and a beetle crawls out of their butthole. That's abnormal. We didn't expect beetles out of their butthole. Is that a miracle?
What do you?
I'm asking, is that a miracle?
No, I don't think it's a miracle if a beetle crawls out of somebody's butthole. Okay?
Well, that's unexpected. That's why would that be a miracle?
Because I don't just think.
Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, you're wrong. Come on, man.
Why is that not a miracle?
We obviously don't think unexpected is sufficient.
Of course.
It seems like.
Yeah, but sorry, go ahead, sister.
Isn't a
Or sorry, brother.
isn't a miracle just something that it has to be from God? God had a hand in X, and that X is like would never have happened without God's hand.
Yeah. Well, the point is, Jason, it's good to see you, buddy. The point is that Rapscuttle said it is not God. It's a saint is pure and never decomposes, and that's obviously not something I think he can validate or corroborate.
I'm going back to why would you expect
Why is
not
this question?
decomposing?
Why is this
That-
question?
I not expect not decomposing to be a miracle from God. I do not expect that to be so. So it is. I have no reason. I have no reason to believe that not decomposing comes from God.
You have no reason to believe that. So therefore, it didn't come from God.
I don't. Okay, I have no reason to believe it came from God. And you yet like so. Do you have any reason why you think it is from God?
From God.
Yes.
I said, fine. There's a chance it's a miracle that God randomly decided that 2 or 3 people don't decompose for fucking years for some unknown reason.
You
Let's
said
go with that.
30,
Fine. It doesn't make any sense.
You looked it up. That is something that you said that you know you studied minutely, and you said proof, and you know that I'm going for just that one thing you
I
said.
said, how do you know it's by God? You don't.
Explain to me how in the hell 30 years no human body could decompose, Ralph. You explain that to me.
And it's not just random. Imagine if you're pious and you're like you pray all day, and then something weird happens to you because of that. There's obviously some connotation to your personality. Whatever you're doing. Why not? Why?
So let's just go down very, very briefly. I'll lean totally inside Christianity at this point. Let's just go down an alternate explanation. I just want to see how you get out of this one. The alternate explanation is this person had a list of beliefs and a list of statements. This saint had a list of documents that Satan really liked because he knew it was going to cause derision. He knew it was corrupting the church. He knew the saint was totally wrong. And so the saint preserves his body for 30 years, not letting it decompose, to trick believers into thinking he's a saint and following his words. And so Satan keeps him from decomposing. Satan keeps him from decomposing for 30 years. Why can't Satan?
Yeah. Satan can do that, of course. Then you can't believe anything. You can't believe good. You can't believe wrong.
But why would the kingdom of darkness be divided against itself?
Wait a minute. I just gave you an answer.
Wait a minute. That means that they cannot divide against themselves. They have to be on the same level. They will not go against themselves. So Satan will not go against you, and then make everybody believe in God. That's crazy.
No. It was to cause a division and divisiveness inside the church. By having this guy, his writings now, if he looks like a saint, his writings will be more like, people will look at his writings deeper, and his writings are more divisive. So he says, so Satan goes, look, we're going to trick people into thinking this guy's a saint, so they pay attention to his writings, which will cause massive disruption in the church and bring more people to my side. That's Satan's plan.
Sure. Why not?
Happen?
Yeah.
Where?
Have you seen that happen? No, I'm agreeing with you. Have you ever seen that happen? That would be awesome. That would be Satan. That would be like almost proof, quote unquote proof, that the devil is actually messing. Hold on. The devil's actually messing with our ideologies and stuff like that. You see what I mean?
Again, I'm curious as to what the question is.
And that's why you need to know and discern.
Is the question, which one of these two is more expected? If the alternatives are, did God do it or did Satan do it? Or wasn't the question originally more like, was this more expected on naturalism compared to
one of these two over here.
Well, just to be clear, it was the first
All of
argument
it.
about rap, but the Saints being preserved came up. He made the point, and God, I was trying to ask him to substantiate that. He conceded, okay, God could have done it. Now I don't fruitful to try to figure out which one is more likely to be the one that caused it, God or Satan. I mean, we can't. I don't think that's too fruitful. I mean, first of all, I don't even know that this has happened. I haven't looked into the Saint preservation. I've heard the claims, but I don't know if that's true. I have not looked into it. I do not know about the 30-year preservation or any of that stuff, so I don't know. But even if it occurred, to say is it more likely God is behind it or Satan is behind it? Either way, from a naturalist point of view, that's going to be a problem if it did occur, right? But I don't think that it I don't think I don't think that there's good evidence of it so far that I know of. But I haven't really done a deep dive, so I shouldn't say that prematurely. But anybody who has done a deep dive, prophetess, whatever, rapscales, tries to look into this 30-year thing, if there is no internal or external decomposition for 30 years, that's pretty something. That's pretty big. That's something. But
How does an atheist explain that? I mean,
Let's just point out, like, so let's pick a case.
That's why I asked Raps to explain.
Pick a case, the most recent one, Bernadette.
He's got it.
Saint Bernadette.
Raps knows.
The most recent case is Saint Bernadette, right? That's what we're talking about, right?
Yes, use it. Use it. Use any case you want.
Sure. So her mortal remains were investigated after she had been coated with fucking wax to be preserved. She was laid to rest and coated with a wax coating. And that's what she was under. And they started digging her up every 10 years and found out, no, he really is kind of decomposing here. Totally mummified was the answer. She had been mummified. So, yeah, the people, when they actually look at these under current regulations and looking at these things, the so-called incorruptibles are fucking corrupted. Their bodies are decomposing. They're mummified. They're making mummies.
Well, let me give you.
It's not surprising to me that the people in the Middle Ages in the 1200s and 1300s didn't fucking recognize what a mummy looked like.
Well, let me give you a more or earlier case, which is hold on, Jane. Les Emmett Till, the little boy that was killed, falsely accused by a black woman, they killed him and hung him. They still, his body still is. He is considered a martyr. He was killed unjustly. He was killed and he was also that little boy's body did never decompose. Let's look at another case. One more, and I'm gonna end one.
I don't think he was killed for maybe his religion.
He was killed because he was an Emmett Till. And then we got.
Yes, but he wasn't killed.
Wait a minute, can I finish before you start? Thank you. And then we've got Mother Teresa. Regardless how the child was killed, lynched by white people, Ku Klux Klan, pretending to be God's people. Let's leave it at that, sir. Let's not have the argument about how he was killed. Let's talk about the preservation of the man's body.
Being killed for your race is different than being killed for your religion. Right?
He's killed because he's considered one of the lost tribes of Judah, according to Deuteronomy. So that's what that is. We're talking about Black history.
No,
So
they didn't.
I have no idea what it is.
Prophets. Who cares? Even if it is incorruptible, they didn't go, he's a Christian, I'm going to kill him because he's a Christian.
So
They
you're
go,
not
he's a...
discussing the merits of individual cases.
Hold on, real quick. What is a martyr?
A martyr is someone being killed for being innocent.
For our religion. No, not innocent. He wasn't killed for his religion.
Anything innocent, killed innocent, I don't care. Anything innocent.
Yeah, I don't want you to discourage me.
Until
well, I don't know what's happening, right? And if that's the case, then nothing's being presented to you that would in fact.
No, but the idea there is to say that there is a case to be made that it's a miracle or a supernatural intervention. If it violates the laws of nature as we understand.
That's not reasonable.
This is yours. This is what we need to remedy.
Well, wait a second.
I'm not saying you should believe that it's supernatural. I'm just saying that gives it some viable outlets.
But like, look, this is you guys, like these constantly make this move that if we think we can come up with something that we can't explain, that therefore we make an assumption that
That's wrong.
okay, so okay,
But there's a difference. There's a difference in
that can a miracle could be by not know.
No, but there's a difference between saying I can't explain this and saying, well, also this violates our best understanding. I think that those are different in nature. Like I think one might not move the needle too much, but the other one should move the needle a little bit. Unless you think those things are possible.
Well, I know, but like Bob, what you're saying is that if there's a situation that there was a situation where we said we just don't understand how this happened, but as part of that scenario, we've made a determination that we see something that is like in direct opposition with like the laws of physics. You're saying that should move the needle towards.
Right, like if there's a guy floating and flying around, and then a team of scientists come in and like thoroughly examine everything, you believe that they're authentic, they're not in on the run, so to speak, and that there are no wires, no gadgets, the guy's like completely naked, do an MRI, CT scan, there's nothing implanted underneath the skin. As far as we can detect, there's no like electromagnetic or other physical force acting on it. Are you saying that's not going to move the needle at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think it might, it would move the needle, but like, but we have many like scenarios where those situations happen, and then we discover that we just didn't understand. Like,
No, I agree.
So I think the needle to be like, this is something that we can't throw out that this is a supernatural act.
The point to just say here's a candidate. Here's a candidate for something. But it might be ultimately that actually this was this other physical force that we didn't understand. There were aliens in orbit that
I agree, but
and I'm even fine, Jason, saying using some sort of inductive argument to say, well, over the course of history, most of these cases have been resolved by pointing to like purely natural explanations. So we should be very hesitant to accept supernatural. I think that's a fine inference. I'm just saying it does move the needle.
I made that exact same argument. We got into a big fight because you kept citing quantum naturalism, saying it's not falsifiable because we can't use scientific, notions to falsify naturalism. But then when he says it, you're like, yeah, that's interesting.
it's not going to be reduced wholly to some sort of empirical investigation.
Yeah, consciousness takes a value. What's that guy's name? White noise Parker.
Yeah.
He's no longer a naturalist.
What about naturalists? Seems species question.
You don't think naturalism? Well, it's difficult. I think I understand what you're raising, and it's difficult to falsify naturalism through that method of like
Observing
because
things.
because I think what you mean is that like whatever you're empirically measuring to falsify naturalism in some trivial sense is then captured like what we mean by naturalism.
Correct.
Because I would rely on instrument X shows blank, and it's like why is it showing blank?
Somebody
What are
shows
we
up
measuring?
floating around, and you all think it would increase, right?
Yeah.
But you can't think of anything that would move the needle sufficiently into the positive zone.
Well, I'm not sure. Because there are a lot of reasons to not be very confident about our understanding of, say, physics or chemistry. Like of physics allows for, however unlikely it is, physics allows for like brains to spontaneously assemble in the vacuum of space. I mean, that's extremely unlikely, but so it's difficult to. It depends on where you put your threshold for falsification. But I find it difficult to do just by like pure empirical study.
I just think that the formation of these concepts of supernaturalism came about at a time when, like, people, like, see things that occur in the natural world and they have no explanation, so they just put a tag on it that it is supernatural. It's something you can't explain. It's gotta be like a mystery. It's gotta be God. It's gotta be a spirit. It's gotta be something else that's causing this to occur. And it's just kind of like it's an antiquated way of framing things. I just think it's kind of silly.
I think it depends on your background.
I'm just saying it gives you epistemic reasons to update in favor of supernaturalism. If we think we have a decent understanding of physics and we do all our empirical investigations and find out, well, this just like violates multiple well-established physical laws.
Yeah, but we have situations throughout history where we thought
That's right.
understanding
That's right.
physics that we were just wrong.
No, that's right.
Right.
That's right. So
And that should compel you to not move the needle as much as you think.
Yeah.
But it definitely should move the needle.
So you have an academic curve that you don't have an explanation for. You can say, hey, look, this increases the probability that it's supernatural, and it also increases the probability that it's just unknown natural.
Because think about yes. Well, think about Jason, the kind of like inductive inference you're making. Well, one could make like a mirror inductive inference and say, well, the vast majority of our like scientific theories have been wrong. So why should we think that this is like impossible? But like you can run kind of a reverse argument. Because what you're saying, I don't disagree with you, but running that sort of like pessimistic meta induction point has like costs.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good point. I mean, somehow I'm trying to think, like, how can I structure this into you that you don't have a way of evaluating whether something's supernatural or not, so I'll just kind of say I don't know. But the other type of inferential aspect, which is if we have, like, that situation where the stars arranged in the sky, it's fell down Christmas Eve, then, like, surely that would, like, it would have some increase in probability that supernaturalism.
Right. And that's all.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's all that's being said, I think. But I agree that it's difficult to pinpoint exactly where that threshold is, because you're always skeptical in some way about how much we know about science and how accurately we understand it. So there's always going to be a possibility space for exotic technologies or scientific anomalies. But what then happens is that, okay, if you take that sort of view, then you have to abandon a very large of science as it pertains to regularity or something like that. But it's just like a star just like rapidly moving position, just
there's like no way of explaining it, no way of describing the method or anything like that. It's just, it's an naturalism can't explain it, so therefore.
But I think that's how we do reason about these things. Like, think about all the anti-physicalist arguments. They all rely on stuff like naturalism can't explain blank, so therefore you have good reasons to think naturalism is false. Right? Various, hard problem of consciousness, or various, zombie conceivability arguments, zombie arguments. All of these run on this type of inference. Of saying, it's implausible or impossible for naturalism to explain.
Idealism,
Sure.
like Mary's rule, all these kind of things about physicalism that doesn't hold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I also think that they all provide some support, but none of them are really adequate. Yeah, none of them are.
No, I get that they wouldn't be adequate for you. All I'm saying is this is just typically how we falsify physicalism.
Yeah.
But that doesn't rely on. It relies less on pure empirical evidence, as in you're falsifying a scientific hypothesis. It's more about doing conceptual analysis on physicalism and other theories.
Yeah.
It's just natural explanations, like the way they were buried, etc. Type of soil, type of climate, coated rocks.
They don't check that for the part of the encroachment. They actually don't look at that part.
I looked up into the things that they have looked into something about their internal organs. I don't remember which one. Decades later, his liver was still fresh and intact. Another one was buried, and they wanted to take their finger as a relic, and despite them being buried for weeks, there was still blood. Shouldn't be there. There's just natural phenomenon stuff. The guys cannot explain all that.
But you just said there was scientific explanations.
What I look back, there's
You're gonna speak, it just goes wah, wah, wah.
No, I said what I did. The scientific explanation for saying that weeks go by and.
The issue is, we don't actually have any of these cases other than by believers who are prone to exaggeration in, so what they call as there was still blood could easily be decrepit fluids leaking out. Right? Oh, that's the blood. That's not the decomposing of the wuss. Yes, I can. If you don't have a neutral point of view. Yes, if you don't have a neutral position. If you don't have a neutral position, they dug her finger up for its goddamn bones to do magic spells with. That kind of feels like someone whose believability I can ignore. I can discount.
Generally speaking, you're saying these are just people that are exaggerating on these types of things.
They're digging up her finger.
Yeah, I got you. I'm saying if people want to claim that some miracle took place, X, Y, and Z miracle, okay? You just hearing that it's from a believer should not be. You should not be doing that.
So, Andrew, Liz, you should have some intellectual integrity here. People that are trying to get a relic to show off, to increase attendance at a church, that should increase attendance at a church. You're not going to discount their claim of it was totally fresh. It was 100% fresh. It was just like she just died.
I'm not espousing that being a real miracle that occurred, okay? That it actually happened.
So you would also discount it.
No, I'm saying I can see my background on that and being like, yeah, there's some stuff that was questionable. I want to look into it further. My point is that you just taking this position just because believers reported the believers exaggerate, therefore I shouldn't. I don't need to.
You can immediately discount it? Yeah, I think I can. It's pretty straightforward.
That's foolish. That's foolish. Obviously, miracles are likely to happen within people who actually believe in it, and actually believe that God's going to do something they pray for, and then something occurs, right? That's going to most likely happen in those contexts. If you ever want to have
I'm sorry, Andrew. So you believe that during the life of that saint, he or she was praying for, I want my body to remain not decomposing?
I'm not saying that. Are you not listening?
Okay.
I'm not saying that.
You just said people who pray for something, and it comes true.
I'm not saying that
believer reported that they found a miracle of something that they previously were expecting. Yeah, I'm gonna discount that. Yeah.
Why would you include that they were expecting something to occur, like
Yes.
God, if the miracle's gonna happen? They say it does occur, and you're just giving discredit.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Do you believe in the floating sun thing from in Portugal?
I don't have a position on that. I'm studying it just.
You don't issue on that. So do you believe all of those people, all of the believers who say they saw it, don't you say it must have happened? Did it actually happen? Did it actually happen?
I haven't looked at all the evidence one against. I don't just discredit something.
Is this where the claim?
Yeah, it's interesting.
What you just said, Tim?
I said Rex was speaking about to valid things that happened, so you were inclined to also believe.
Well, first of all, it isn't just a matter of the teachings, although I do think when people that are intelligent believe something, I think that should give you some reason to at least think it's something. Okay? But that's not even it. It's more when an intelligent person who actually looks into it and actually digs into the details comes out thinking, yeah, I think this is legit.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna give you that as gold. I'm saying he's fighting an uphill battle because even which is true.
Well, no, it's not an uphill battle. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Because
Because the credulous, he seems so credulous that you might actually think it's true, but you have to tell him that's why he's fighting an uphill battle.
it isn't just why. It isn't just because he believes this. Because I have
It's part of it, and that's why the uphill battle that Ralph
the bigger point is, the more important one is, Jim, is that I haven't investigated this, and neither has Rad.
Why haven't you?
That he has no
I'm sorry, why?
I already believe these things.
No, so if you believe it, shouldn't you look into the messages from God on earth?
Generally speaking, I think God does miracles. I think God does.
Yes. So it's just so common that you don't even care about the miracle of God, the living God present on earth, and you're not even going to bother looking into it?
No, that's why I
Lol.
promote listen, that's why I promote what Ethan's doing, and I think it's good what Caleb's doing, and I do want to know what
No, why are you doing it? You're here on an app chatting with atheists instead of looking at the miracle of the God Almighty. Why is that?
I believe in miracles. What are you talking? Brother, you're talking to somebody who knows God, so I don't care. Like, I don't have that kind of view where I need to go and investigate every miracle to prove God exists or prove this.
You're not curious as to what the living God is trying to tell the creation through his miracles? You're not even curious about that?
God is doing miracles with people around the world, and some are authentic, and some are,
So shouldn't you want to know? So shouldn't you want to know what God's miracles actually are? How, like, that's, then why are you here and not investigating?
That's not the top priority for me, but I think
It's the message of the living God is less important than being on a map.
You should at least be sharing. Be like researchers and sharing.
I don't think that I need to go see a miracle to
Why
prove
didn't you
that
see
God
it?
exists.
Research it. Not a miracle. Look, this is not a proof of God. This is not a proof of God.
Now I have.
This is not a proof of God. I'm not asking you for that. I'm saying.
I do think the Zaitun and the Shroud and Fatima, I do think these things have some traction. I do think they're.
We should investigate them to see how well they're the message of God.
The ins and outs of that is a lot of work.
Yes, and you're here on an app chatting with atheists instead of researching the Word of God.
I don't think that that's my calling to go and investigate these things in depth. I don't think I need to do that. Now,
I'm telling you, you don't need to. I can't believe that you would rather talk to atheists than find out the message from the living God.
I would rather, if people do know Christ, rather than to try to investigate a miracle so I can have some confirmation of it. It's not going to prove it.
It's not a confirmation.
Even if I
It's
got
not for a confirmation.
Hey, my brother, even if I got confirmation, that's not going to just prove to somebody else, so why would I need to do that?
Well, first off, if it's confirmation of what's being talked about, you should be a believer in, you should totally be a Catholic at this point, right?
No, if it's something that is confirming of Catholicism, which is going to be a separate point, because even if it's a miracle and shows Mary, doesn't mean the Catholic Church is necessarily what it's trying to show. I would agree with that. But
Shouldn't you check? It might be in the wrong faith.
but I'm not. I'm open to that. But you're just trying to do some weird, like,
You're in the wrong faith.
be ultra motivated to go investigate that.
Yes.
Right now. Yeah, that's stupid.
Yes.
That's a dumb thing. You're trying to
Look,
make that.
I think on pointing out, it's pointing out how dishonest you are with yourself. There's a message Then what was the vision of Mary at that point?
I don't know what the point of it is.
Then maybe you would want to look into it. I think it's something that you would want to look into. Because now you're saying that your doctrine is supported, but you're not looking at the miracle.
That's stupid, Rab. Obviously, I've done some study on it. I have talked to people about it. I have investigated to some degree. But I haven't done a deep dive study. I don't think that's my calling. You have.
Okay, it's a calling. It's not a calling thing. It should be a curiosity thing.
Hold on, buddy. You have people on here like Caleb Jackson who have spent an enormous amount of time documenting what he thinks are miracles. That hasn't done much yet thus far for you guys, right? Obviously, the information needs to be translated to something that's going to be done.
I don't know why you're trying to treat this like I'm trying to give you evidence of an argument here. That's not what it's for.
I don't even know what you're saying.
I will tell you what I'm saying. I will tell you what I'm saying. If it turned out that Richard Feynman was living a block away from my house and had just had not actually died in the late 1980s, 1990s, but actually just continued to live on, I'd be at his goddamn door every day wanting to talk to him. There would be me wanting to find out more things about him. If I knew that my local library had original copies of like Maxwell's equations and everything, I'd be out there wanting to see it, to look at everything. These are things I would want to do if I knew it. I would be curious. I would want to understand more. You do not seem to have a curiosity.
Is that true?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is that true? Have I investigated that? Yes. 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 Yeah, well, it's, the proposal I saw was if you stare at the sun, it bounces around. I've done it myself. You actually can see straight over there. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, if that's what you think investigation looks like, that's pretty pitiful.
Well,
And yes, I've investigated it, and that's why I'm still undecided. How's that?
How are you undecided? I have decided. I did enough investigation. I did enough investigation. I did enough investigation. I did enough investigation to come up with an answer for me. But you have not done enough investigation to come up with an answer. You're still at the top. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. The Catholic Church is the real one church.
I wish Mark Graham was here. I wish Mark Graham was here. Let me tell you how stupid it is for you to just say this. It's not obvious why it is there's a problem with the argument that Ethan's making. Ultimately, Mark's not convinced, but he spent hours and hours engaging with
Great.
Andrew,
and you're taking a position of, oh, I heard some rebuttal, and that's what it's going to be done.
Yes, works for me. Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, then don't be so.
I have the answer. You don't.
There's more on the line for you than there is for me. A lot.
You don't know that. You're worshiping the wrong God. It doesn't know.
No. Saying if we're talking about whether the Christian God is true or not, given the fact that that's what we're investigating, because these are all in context of Christian miracles. If it's the case that you're wrong, there's a lot more on the line for you. Yet you do a surface level investigation like that and you discredit the miracle. Yeah, that's brilliant. Catholic God would accept anybody who's open to God. The point is, God, you'll ultimately find God. And Catholics will say that as well. No. No, it's not weird. They don't have just a view that only Catholics can be saved. It's not a Catholic view. But nonetheless, that's not even the biggest point. The biggest point here is Brad, you're trying to make it seem like, oh, well, I should do it because I should be so excited. And
hear the word of God.
I'm saying, Brad, given the stakes that are on the line, I would think you should be more motivated. And the fact is,
It's not the stakes thing. You're not understanding. It's not the stakes thing. Look, I'll give you another example. People have favorite bands, the Deadheads, right? They follow the Grateful Dead around. If they had heard, oh, in your local music store, there's this unreleased copy of one of their tour songs from 1974, but tons of Deadheads would go and try to get a copy of that album. Right? This is something that people want to do.
God is doing activity in billions of people's lives.
I am saying you would want to know. You want to. Yes.
Yeah. Why would I need to?
Fillmore 78 was big too.
I'm going to say it again. I'm going to tell you again. It's the word of the living God on earth, as told to 50,000. As told. Okay. So now you're disagreeing that the 50,000 to show me your faith. This is not, you keep saying show me your faith. Go ahead.
I don't need to see God at work because he's already at work.
I didn't say that.
Let me ask you that. No, that is what you said. You said if I heard that Rob Zombie or whoever you said was doing his thing down the road, I want to go see it. I want to go do that. I already see it. He's already doing it. That's not my call to go investigate every miracle claim. There's other people doing that. I talk to them. So I don't understand what your point is. What do you think that's going to do? What should be the motivation for me to do this? Explain the motivation.
Can I just, so I'm doing, if I'm pretty committed to naturalism, in fact, I'm so committed to it, I think it can be falsifiable, that's another conversation. But I'm not like running down all sorts of scientific discoveries and things. I'm just not that interested, to be honest. That's all you have to do. Like, you believed it already, you need to hunt down new and interesting aspects about it, unless it's used as evidence against his belief, in which case he might, that's enough.
So let me get like to Andrew, to your point. If someone believes in God, and you said, have you read the Bible? And I said, my father, I already believe in God. No reason to read the Bible. Would that be sufficient? Would you be, no, yeah, I guess you don't need to read the Bible. You just believe in God.
I wouldn't think that. I wouldn't think that's sufficient.
Well, they see God acting in their life. They see God acting in their life. They don't need to read a Bible. How is that going to help?
It's like that.
God that's exact. And I
know people like that.
be in line with this. Christ is God. Reading is who that is.
So wait, they need to be in line with what the truth is. So they have to discover. So they need to discover what the truth is. So when God makes a visitation to Earth, understanding what His purpose was, that's not count. But a bunch of books that people wrote 2,000 years ago,
Wait.
count. I gotta make sense.
No. Sorry. The purpose on earth was him coming and dying on the cross. What are you talking about? So
He visited again. You don't even know the second birth. Why did he show up? Why did he show up in 1917?
all that other stuff is icing on the cake. That's nothing down to the core, the big miracle, the big thing, which is going to save the world.
There's purpose.
Because that's not even what's being purported. What's being purported
You don't know.
I don't know what. I don't know what.
What was
You think I need to go investigate that to know the meaning? Obviously,
Yeah.
people that have looked at it are coming away with it thinking, hey, this is what? What'd you just say? Yeah, nothing's going to supersede that. I didn't push it away. Where did you get that idea? I didn't. I don't need to go and do a deep investigation of all miracle claims.
Christians
I said
that
I
read
have
the
to look
Bible.
into this.
You don't read the Bible. They have visitation all the time.
I am looking into it, but I haven't come to a conclusion yet. There's a lot of for and against being thrown out on this particular miracle. It is not something that is just easily concluded. You, I think, are intellectually the person that is doing that's invested, and you're saying, "Oh, I've just concluded because I saw just one person." Yeah,
I have concluded, yes.
yeah, you concluding that, I think, is the intellectual lazy.
That's fine. Hey, you're totally fine. But you should be more curious.
Here are the arguments for it. Here, like,
Yes, you should be more curious. You're here on an app talking to atheists instead of investigating the word of the living God.
It's much more important that people come to know Christ than me go out and investigate a claim to do any kind of thing revealed to me.
So your message is more important than the word of God.
I have other things that I also need to do, which is to make
So just to clarify, the word of Andrew is more important than the word of God.
This is like really boring polemics. This is so boring.
Yeah, hey, Ryan, I can be boring, but the point is, well, thank you for that, Bob. But that's not really the point of this. I'm just trying to show you what you're saying is absolutely ridiculous. You come to this position that I need to go investigate the Fatima miracle or any other miracle, because if I was to do that and I confirmed to be in the Catholic Church,
That's called circumcision.
Okay, yeah, describe that here.
Well, we had 3 kids that claimed to see Mary floating above a well. This is in Portugal, I believe it's in 16, 17 timeframe. Then they said, so come back to us, and then picked a date at a time, and they went outside, and 50,000, I think it's 50,000 adherents, laid down and stared up at the sun, and the sun danced around. And they said, look, it's a miracle, it's the dancing Mary, and that was it.
Oh, is that it? Is that all
Yep.
there to it? Oh, okay. So you think that that's just all that was said in favor of it being a miracle? You didn't hear
Yes.
anything about the clothes drying, you didn't hear anything about there's skeptics there, people taking pictures, there's all kinds of stuff going on there. You didn't hear anything about any of that, or did you look into any of that?
Well, okay, no, I told you about, that's what the miracle was, and just adding on other things that
No, I'm saying no, because there's more going on there, and you saying that you've done even a surface level investigation.
I gave him 20 seconds, to describe the miracle.
That's just a start. What is the
Okay?
Yeah, I'm saying.
What is the reason,
Right.
Andrew, that God came to earth to do that? I don't know, I don't think it happened. So I am, but you have so you must know, why did God come to earth?
Brad, hold on. Give the explanation that you have to falsify it. Okay.
Oh, if you look up at the sun, when I look up at the sun and dance around, that's what happens.
Stupidness. Really? You really think that's an inadequate response?
Yes.
Yes, people that are much more intelligent than you have had hours debate with Eatman over this. Do you think they wouldn't just say, oh, the sun dances if you look at it, and that would just deal with you? You think that would be adequate? You honestly think that?
If you're gonna repeat it, you go into it today. We actually have repeats of this. We actually have reproduced this
Right,
effect.
so 50,000 people, or how many people might testify, hey, we looked at it and, it looked like a miracle, but really, we were just looking at the sun and really that just makes people see things. Is that just,
Yeah.
that's your explanation?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, but I think that's ridiculous. I think anybody here
That's
would
fine.
say that that's.
You
the fact
have a more
that you say
interesting.
that that's an rebuttal to it, like given the fact that people
So Andrew,
go
that's fine.
retarded.
Andrew, the question I would have though is, now like in your world, it is a miracle. What was the purpose of the visitation?
It's not a miracle because I don't know it is. I'm not saying either way.
Okay, if it were a miracle, if it were to be a miracle to you, would you be interested to know why it occurred?
Obviously, I want to know why miracles occur. Yeah.
Okay, so you'd be interested, despite already believing in God, once you determine that it's a miracle, you would be interested in why it would do it.
For me to break my back, certainly
It's just the word God.
He has less stake than you do in finding it out.
certainly not to the exclusion of me interacting with people and talking to them about God.
I'm gonna have to be on.
Take that. That's not going to work for me. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to be on. I don't have time to figure out what the word.
Brad, wouldn't the stakes be higher for you?
Brad, you're being a dishonest person. I already said that I am looking into it, and I have spent devoted some time to this, and still will, and will continue.
And you're here on an app instead of there.
What?
And you're here on an app instead of investigating
I
the
don't
word of God. It just tells you your priorities.
Investigate. I'm not going
It's
to.
just your priorities.
What are you talking about?
Go on, look, you should have at least
With the brain dead polemics. So
Yeah, this is terrible.
really nobody cares that Andrew isn't devoting sufficient time going through that stuff.
Also, real quick, can I add this? No, Andrew. Come on, man.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like a ridiculously stupid argument that Brad Scull's making.
Do you hear what Brad Scott was saying right now?
Yes.
No, stop. He was there.
I will. I will. Learning to review things like we've done enough of. I'll make it more general, please. More generally, I find it fascinating that Christians are on here instead of reading the Bible. More generally.
Okay, that's very bad.
Yeah, also, can I just sum it up real quick, Rob? You have more at stake, and I think you should be more.
Sum it up because we just kick started again.
No, I'm just saying to wrap it up.
Don't wrap it up. Wait up. Don't wrap it up. If you wrap it up, you will respond again.
Okay,
scandal? Years ago, he's deceased now. Yeah, that subtlety will make Christianity cool. You guys lose that. You don't get what I'm trying. You don't get what I'm trying to give you. No, stop. No, stop. No, what I'm trying to say is. What I'm trying to say is this has nothing to do with anything other than looking at kids and seeing them as a group. Because you guys are so fractured, no one wants to be a Christian. And there's a lot of kids that look up and go, by the way, there's a lot of kids that are influenced not just by their parents, but by who they idolize and who they end up idolizing. People that are like Andrew Tate, for example. I don't know how many. Wait, hold on. No, seriously, your kids idolize. So that's the. So alright, you guys can't have one like Christian thing where you guys go. Like you just in conversation.
They think that people are having, if James is tired, doesn't think that there are people in heaven right now with Jesus. He thinks they don't have that there.
That has to be outside the full of. You guys don't have this sort of thing where it's like. Is that inside the fold of Christianity? No. You're actually in. There's large number of Protestant faiths that believe in soul sleep.
So I'm pretty that they see death not as a final annihilation in Greek Orthodoxy, but as a kind of temporary sleep, a pause before the resurrection. In their view, the soul remains in God's care, waiting for the future resurrection when, at the end of time, both body and soul will be fully restored. So it's a hopeful view that emphasizes continuity, not final separation.
Okay, okay. Is there something that you guys can do that's similar to this, but also includes all the Christians and excludes all non-Christians?
Act in a loving way. You can do that with the dog.
Well, how can Christians not act in a loving way?
Process.
Just repeating the question. What do they do that you would say it's not? They celebrate the dead. They celebrate people burning in hell being eternally punished. They torture other people. Yes, there are Christians that do.
Over time, atheists against torture and oppression. Definitionally trapped them. That's not. I'll give you an starting point. If Christians were noticeably more loving than the rest of humanity, you would be able to immediately detect them without even discussing their religious beliefs. You cannot immediately detect them. Therefore, they're not acting in a noticeably more loving way than everyone else.
I don't think that's it.
The question is, what is the pinnacle of your highest values?
What do you think you can detect Christians without even asking about religious beliefs?
Yeah.
Frank, what's your criteria? Go ahead.
Sure. They tend to walk with their hands behind their back and they're holding their hands like an old man walks. I'm telling you, like stuff like that is like where I go, oh, this
Okay,
is
well that isn't me loving.
no, it's just the way they carry themselves. They do so just to be very clear, the Islamic priests that walk in the same way, the mullahs and allahs that walk around like that. But you know it is an imam. You know, by the way the way they dress. That's my point. My point is.
I'm saying I don't think there's any criteria other than like, yeah, they've got a cross around their neck. Coming out of church. I don't think there's any criteria. But if you're going to give me criteria that are just like, they've got like, different colored hair, that still doesn't prove they act more loving than anyone else.
That's my point. Hold on. My point is, can Christians giving you some advice. There's a reason why people do not respect Christians, right? And there's a reason why, right? You guys aren't looked up at as cool by kids. No one wants. No, that's not it. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Correct. That's it. I know, but they go this. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I have to build it up, or else you guys would ask 15 questions. Yes. Okay. Now you get it.
I get what you're saying, yeah, you could increase the PR campaign in the United States, wherever in the West, whatever. I'll just say
That's all.
Worldwide Christianity is growing, not just due to birth rates. So
That's not true. The 2 billion. The 2 billion. Talk about it. You want to talk about it? Because you don't.
Just say well,
it's not just birth rates, it's due to the conversion.
I think that's all it's for.
May drive up birth rates, but then it's also a big
Go ahead.
First of all, Christians are not a mob, right? And if we are on a mission to let God shine through us being one way is not going to minister to everyone in the world. That's true. Right? We all have our own ministry. And that requires for us to look different because there are different people in the world. So these Christian gang signs and these, personality profiles and all of that are not necessary.
Mark 16 was
God definitely has us, in perfect alignment. I do agree with you to a degree. I don't like Christians who are like, I hate this person and this person, they cheated and this, da, 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 da. And I ask, have you prayed for them? Why would I pray for them? Because you're a Christian. Right? So
Mark 16, 17 was true.
That we need to work on as Christians. As far as us looking one way, I don't think that's going to be productive for us.
But wait, you get my analogy of calling non-Christians who is dying. Is there one that actually is all-encompassing? So I gave a bad example because you said, oh, some Christians don't believe this. Okay, give me one example of something that you can do like that.
Mark 16, 17. Actually, Jesus himself says how to do it according to the Bible. That's the test of Christians right there. Jesus, from the words of Jesus himself,
Read it.
he says, well, sure. This is very, and these signs will accompany those who believe in my name. They will drive out demons. They will speak in new tongues. They will pick up snakes with their hands. And when they drink deadly poison, it will not hurt them at all. And they will place their hands on the sick people, and they will get better. No, this is for all. No, this is for everybody. Whoever believes. Yeah. Is that the straight words? Yeah, the straight words of Jesus. How am I wrong? Because it's, can you explain to me what, when you drink deadly poison, it will not hurt? Can you give me the symbols for that?
Yeah, just that, like, one, you have Christ in your heart. That, like, Christ is your protector. That,
From what?
from, like, the bad things that happen in the world. That
Like drink deadly poison. Just like the money with that.
implication of, poisonous nature of people. Christ will protect you.
Well, there wasn't the snake biting. So that would make more sense if the snake biting was the previous one, but we're just gonna keep saying that same thing. When people do things, when people do things, when people do things, when people do things. How about laying on hands and people are cured?
Yeah, like praying for people, like having a relationship with Christ and being able to bring people to Christ.
No, this would be laying on hands and they will be healed.
You just like the Christ, like he's doing that. You want to take this exact. You want to try to translate, say, this is exactly what the Bible says.
Yes.
Give me an exact example of this particular scenario.
This is a
said I thought that was a smoother interpretation.
Bonjour.
What did you say about that passage?
About Mark 16:9.
Yeah.
Scholars. So all those parts of the Bible that are not real, but that would that would be an interpolation. That would just mean that it's not actually part of the corpus.
It's not word for word what was said.
That's interpolation.
Yeah, just not word for word.
That's okay. Finish this answer. Everybody sort of be talking over it. I can get back to work. Well, I'll do, but everybody get a second. You got it. You got it.
I don't think he says
That's not the reason.
Go ahead, Apollos.
But speak if you can. It sounds a little. Go ahead.
He's on the fucking phone, that son of a bitch. Okay.
he said it was an
No, can I just, okay, real quick. No. Because I'm kicked constant. Let me just ask my question real quick. So you're saying there's no gender? Okay. Is there no?
Who in here is atheist? Why?
So the general consensus is you guys could not do one thing to increase your PR. So when someone dies, and then you go, oh, he was like Christian, wasn't he? Like, no, you can't do that. You really can't. There's not one thing you can do in your vernacular to change whatever.
Thank you.
Alright, so I said, he said it was an interpolation. I said to me it wasn't and he said no. But I thought that's sort of interpretation.
It means it's an addition.
So exactly what he said, it's just they didn't write that down.
What is fan fiction? It's made up.
I'm asking someone that reads the shit.
It's usually something that was not on the original sermon. And they're like, it's stuck in afterwards by the church.
But it doesn't mean it's not.
16:9 elder. 16.
It could be like in the spirit of what they originally believed, but it's probably not something which is about the one where it said we shall take.
Can I ask Jason a question?
Just 1 second. It's Mark 16:9 through the end of the chapter, elder. That is not considered by, that's considered by many scholars that to not be original to the text. Okay,
What would you say, Andrew? What would you say when we say that Apostle Paul was actually bitten by the snake? Remember that story?
Yeah,
He shook it
that's
off and
different
it
than drinking poison. I hear you.
But is it the same? Okay, so if you're talking about poison, what's the difference from the snake?
Well, drinking poison.
That's exactly right.
The other verse is that you will be bit, you can pick up a snake, is the other statement in there, Andrew, so that's also one of the signs,
No, I
right?
agree.
It's one of the,
Look, that's where the snake handlers, a lot of times they come from
We're
that.
not saying big. We're talking about being big.
I understand.
By the snake. So it's the same analogy to me as it is with
That's
that.
right. It's consistent. I mean, let's just say it was added, elder. Somebody might look at those other passages of Paul and see that he's bitten, et cetera, and then just say, okay, this is what we're gonna put in there. Obviously, they can do that. I don't think.
But you can't prove that. You can't prove that speculation. That's straight up speculation.
Well, it's not speculation.
Insert that into the text.
It's not.
I know, but the way you're inserting it, that's
Let me
why
just say
it's
this.
possible. I don't think you should insert something that can be possible that you really.
Yeah. Two things though. I'm just gonna say two things. One is that our earliest manuscripts do not have that. Okay, so our very earliest
I
manuscripts.
understand that.
Okay, that's one thing.
I understand that, but to say that
Number
that
two,
text
I
has
don't-
no
yeah, I'm not-
validation in the scripture, but listen, to say that that text has no validation, because that's how
I'm
it's
not saying
coming
it
off.
doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't.
But Andrew, okay, all right, well, go ahead, Andrew, I'm trying to address the point, because it's seeming like we're casting doubt on the verse that we're saying was written later, and then when I bring it up, now you're saying that, no, I'm not saying that, but that's how it's coming off, which is why I rebuttal and say, well, what about when Paul was bitten by the snake? So that was, and saying it's the same thing, you push back and say, well, that's different from drinking poison. I'm like, how can you say such a thing? Which now, at this point, what I've gathered from you in this conversation
ways, they can rap for a while. Go to rap for a while.
I'm going to say this and be done with it, because honestly, he's picking, why not pick the part about Jesus rising from the dead? Like, that's a crazy part to go with.
So, I'll say why. I'll tell you why. The reason why is because the question came up, how can we tell a Christian from a non-believer? And Christ himself gave a guide. Here is how you'll know if someone believes. These signs will accompany them. So in a sense, Christ and Christians at the time realized that yes, it would be very useful to have a sign for which people are Christian and which ones aren't. So this is what Christ pointed out. Here are things you can do. The fact is today, the fact is that
Christians here today, I just want to know, are you saying that there are no Christians here today, like the scripture teaches from the first century to between verses? That's my question.
well, okay, a Christian means you believe in Christ. My point is, the true believers, like the fact is, what would be a message that would work? This is an example of something that would be a very good epistemological sign. Yes, you picked up a snake, got bitten, and no one cared. Non-believer picks up and died. That would be a pretty easy sign to check.
But that's not
So
how
yeah,
God
that
said
would
it.
be.
Well,
He did. That's exactly what he said. That's God himself said that.
No, it said,
Yes.
no. He said these signs will follow them that believe, is what he said.
Yes. Yes.
It didn't say it will follow them that don't believe. But those who believe, now, it didn't say those who don't believe. Those who don't believe won't have signs, won't have these signs. Now,
They won't be able to drink poison. Right.
wait, bro, this is the gospel we're talking about, not something you're just making up. It's been written before you got here. You can't just insert what you want to insert and say you're talking about the Bible.
I'm not.
That's what it
I'm
feels
not
like.
rejecting.
But that's exactly what it feels like. We're talking about signs and wonders. One second. It's not for everybody who don't believe. And to me, I don't know why. Are you pushing against that before I go further? Like, signs and wonders.
These signs will accompany those who believe. It doesn't say, and they'll only be visible when people aren't there that are non-believers.
But I'm asking you this approach of people who don't believe who have the signs, yes or no? Or is it only people who believe who have the signs?
My understanding of this is whoever believes and is baptized will be saved, but whoever does not will believe or believe will be condemned. And these signs will accompany those who believe. Blah, 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 blah. Right? So that is, for people who believe, they should be able to drink poison and not be harmed. That's a sign.
Now, the people who don't believe, it doesn't apply to them, right?
Right.
Okay, that's the point I was asking. Now, when we talk about belief,
That was the dumbest thing.
what? I didn't know. I'm asking you. So now I'm coming to hear exactly what you're saying now. Those who believe, it starts with, I'm sorry, say it again. Yes, that's all I was trying to think. So now that we talk about belief, we say because you cannot, for those who are Christians, you can't do that with those signs and wonders unless you believe in Yeshua, the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Now, my question to you was, since you say this is how you identify a Christian by these signs and wonders, I say, are you telling me today that there are no Christians here with signs and wonders? You've never heard, you've never seen a Christian testify or someone say that they were healed when somebody prayed for them? Are you telling me that I this? Because I'm trying to figure out, what is your head going? What's your head going?
I will say it. I will say it again. The statement was, hey, or the question was, what would be a way to test if someone was a Christian or not? And I brought up the test. I brought up the test of God Himself. And so therefore, go ahead, drink poison. Find out what happens.
But bro, I didn't ask you that. So
Have you drank poison?
You're here to test my thing. You're not really here.
Did you drink poison?
Wait, bro. I'm trying to figure out what, because you're just a mocker at this point. You're not really.
Have you drunk
We're
poison?
getting into the conversation.
Definitely a mocker.
You're talking about.
Very definitely.
Oh, yeah.
That's also drunk expressive.
One second. I'm going to go ahead. Wait. Well, it's going to let my play that. He's not really.
Did you drink
We're
poison?
having a conversation. Okay, go ahead and go.
Did you? Yeah, but I just want to answer. Have you drunk poison? Have you held like a rattler in your hands?
Alcohol is considered a toxin, so. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I've never been bitten by a snake, and I've never drank poison, but there's one in the Bible who have been bitten by a snake, and he should have died. Okay, so what do you say about that?
That's not the sign. They say, it says no Christians will be able to do this.
Wait. I'm asking a question. Do you accept that happened to Paul in the scriptures? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so right there, Andrew, here's the problem.
next? 123, something gets bit by a snake, justice for Slavas.
These are cool, a bit by snake.
Justice for rank, deadly poison, and vibration
People
for
over
suffer
here
from.
argue, people over here arguing scriptures reading by another person.
Listen. However, you're reading a verse in the Bible. I can pull up the one about Mars, but you're reading one in the Bible that say that it happened. 1 second. It doesn't matter. The point is, don't be slow and dumb. It happened in the scripture. The very scripture you're mocking, it happened after Christ wrote it. What is your issue? You don't have
Okay, the issue is you guys are reading from books that were written by other people. You guys are reading from books that were written. You guys are reading from written by other people, and that makes everyone a follower of information.
And we're just gonna go out there and just get some poison and drink it. No one would do that. Your mama wouldn't do it, and your daddy wouldn't do it either. That's not what Jesus is saying. You think Christians are stupid to just go and pray for the snake. I know some people have done that, but that's ignorance. Ain't nobody told, hold on, ain't nobody told, God ain't told nobody to go drink poison. God ain't told nobody to go get bit by a snake. But you dummies get on the stage and tell Christians, if you're a Christian, let me show me you get bit by a snake. Show me you get bit by drink poison. I'm saying that is ridiculous. That is not the gospel. This is what you do for mockers and scoffers, man.
Someone got hit by a.
Question was, okay, how would you recognize today, right? So whatever happened in the Bible taught me, how was that question? Don't you say, oh, well, woke up with one snake, how would that tell us today how to recognize a Christian? Like walking down the street, knowing that Paul got bit by a snake. It's not gonna help us, right? No. Do you understand now? Why?
Yes, I do. I got your
Pause
answer.
now and go back to what happened in the Bible.
No, but I have your
How
answer.
would you recognize a Christian today?
I have your answer. Okay, listen. Okay, so to pretend like there's things that's not supernatural, like we have shamans today. You guys would accept shamans. You guys would accept psychics who can predict the future and shamans who can heal, right? And most times they don't do it. Most times they don't do it in the name. I'm talking about we got actual healers. You guys have never said, oh, 1 second. Wait, I'm answering your question.
Do the preamble out.
An example. You guys are not being honest right now. Why would you not be honest? I'm she asked me, the disingenuous part is, she asked me a question, and I'm thinking that I'm answering this question based on, based along the lines of the conversation we're having. And as I go to answer the question along the lines of the conversation, she say I'm not answering the question. Then when I go back to get clarity, she do want me to answer the question based on the lines of this conversation. You're a liar at this point. That's how I'm feeling about it.
I think you answered the question. I think you said you need the Holy Spirit to discern another Christian. Did you not say that? Did I just imagine that?
Conversation I'm having with you has been dishonest and disingenuous. You asked me a question, I will answer your question, and you told me I didn't. If he wants to, can I answer your question? If you don't want to raise everyone, raise everyone. Raise everyone. If he wants to clarify his answer, like
I'm asking him if Chris,
clarify your answer.
something very simple. Did you say this thing? Why can't you just say yes, I said it, or no, I didn't?
Since we've been doing that, we're asking him 10 times. There's two ways. 1 second. There's two ways I can finish the question.
Okay, but I think Alpha, you can sit back a little bit, man, because you've been talking too much. Like you
But this is the guy that's answer this question. I can give it the Christian way, or I can give it the way that we're having this conversation, which was supernatural. That's exactly what I said to her. And now she want to pretend like she didn't hear me say that to her. When I go back and say, well, according to the Bible, if we're going to just talk about the gospel, I did bring in the Christian part. I did say that. But that's dishonest, because before I said that, I went to answer the question based on the conversation. She didn't want to hear that.
I did, but you actually didn't really answer that either, because what you said was you believe in shamans and psychics. It's neither here nor there, because that could just be, the supernatural, but
Can
not
we move on from whether or not this answered the question?
Oh my God.
Because of the shamans and psychics, right?
Can I give a submission? Okay, so.
I would wait based on the conversation. You guys were blocking many Christians should have their supernatural powers. And so I'm saying, okay, let's talk about people who have supernatural powers, because Christians are not the only ones. And when I go to try to talk about the supernatural power, now she wants to play, oh no, it's not. Give me that. We don't need other people coming in to complain. Please don't make me complain. Are talking about supernatural powers. To bring something dead, it could be something miraculous. You could be bitten by a snake, a poisonous snake, and don't die. I don't know what you guys call it, but that is miraculous. That's why it's very miraculous.
For ages, people have been trying to define what God is. All through our existence, people have been trying to define God. Is there a God? Yes. Do we know what it looks like, what it talks like, or how it communicates? Nobody does. We all are human beings, and if we start following scriptures from any religion, you just listening on the definition of God from another human being, the way they see it, and then you trying to live according to it. We all can define our own God, because nobody knows what it is. But we all are a reflection of what that thing is. We are just a representation of that thing on earth. So when we come over here and argue about scriptures, about which one is right and which one is wrong, remember they're written by other human beings like you, who think they know God. Nobody does. But it created everybody on earth. Because everything they say, if you ask them what does it look like, human beings will tell you, we made out of God's image. Who has seen God? Nobody.
Now you're just asking a question.
It's not, no, nobody has seen God. How do you know what God looks like?
No.
I know that because I am a human being like anybody that claims to have seen.
That doesn't mean, wait.
It means that.
Are you saying you saw God?
You say what?
Did you see God?
Nobody can see it.
Okay, so, and you know that God, people haven't seen God because why?
Yeah, we all came from somewhere. That's the best we can know about it. We came from something, and that is the God. We define it by any way we want. Anybody
somebody claims that they have seen God, this is how I know they haven't seen God. Because what they will tell me will be something that was described by another human being. And that information is put to their head to think they have seen it. You can't tell me nothing.
No, they don't just say they
Yeah, about God.
No, they don't say they've seen another human.
People tell you they see God. If somebody is telling you, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
It's fine, bro, but people say they've seen all kinds of things that look like angelic beings, beings that do not look natural. They've had things said to them that are supernatural, all kinds of stuff. And you saying that they haven't had that happen, I just don't know how you know that.
Because it has, why, okay, give me like an example, UFOs. They keep telling us they've seen UFOs, and people keep showing you videos of UFOs in random places. How come these videos are never clear or anything on the Bible? Or wait, hold up, the Bible will tell you about people that can see, hey, chill out, I'm talking and driving, chill out. Focus on the message. Focus on the
Sorry, what?
I'm over there, focus on the message. This is the thing, when people always try, there's something, when they want to describe God to you, they have to give you proof. And part of the proof has to be physical, right? They have to show you, so you start creating images of the God that you're talking in your head to people. You can draw, you can describe him, and you can tell them how it comes and appears and all that stuff. So they don't see it, so they keep coming to you, so you keep telling them what the God is. But this is what religion does. Every cult, every group of belief system, they do that with the description and definition of that invisible. Nobody sees it.
Yeah, I got you, but I don't think if you're out there telling how you know that they haven't seen, you're just skeptical and you're just trusting the people.
No, I'm not skeptical. It is facts. They don't want to admit it. They don't want to admit it because they want to keep the story going.
My point is you certainly have not investigated the vast majority of people who claim they've seen God. I'll put my money on it, okay?
And you have.
No, I haven't.
Exactly. So that you stand and believe that. Because you're a follower. You're just a follower.
No, not. You're on the side that's saying God does not exist, okay?
No, that's not what I said. I said, no, do not put words in my mouth. I said, we come from something. But we don't know what it is. So that thing is what people keep trying to describe. People try to describe that thing in different religions, in different cultures, and all this stuff as God. That is what.
You're not even listening. Obviously, somebody can if somebody met this thing that you think we all came from, okay? Let's just grant that you're saying that is a potential God, then you do think that people can be God. So I don't even know what you're talking about right now. You're saying if you're an atheist, if you're an atheist, like what's that?
I'm saying legit, like who cares if this one like fucking arranged logic things I know about it. Yeah, but why? I'm just saying this point is like there's no like I can't possibly think you're curious about this.
I'm on Bob Pledge.
This seems to be a discussion.
I'm trying to get it clear to you. Yeah, that's fine.
It's just like screaming. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to say, but I'm just trying to say, Nas, you're just saying something that you don't. I don't think you've done a pretty adequate
they're just biochemical reactions. Like everything that we have, our thoughts, love, moral views, consciousness, it's just, it's just a biochemical process.
Based off your responses, it kind of sounds like you're not necessarily an atheist, but you're more like the it's an atheist.
Agnostic.
Agnostic, yes. It sounds. Is that am I correct? Are you one of those?
I would say that I'm an atheist for some gods, and for other gods, I probably have a less strong view on atheism. But there could be possibilities in that respect that I wouldn't discount it. But like for the Christian God, I think the Christian God doesn't.
Appreciate the conversation,
Jason, you mentioned that you think there's deductive arguments that prove the Christian God doesn't exist. What are those?
I mean, I would think like the evil one, like the problems of evil, or the divine goodness arguments would probably be the best.
But you think the logical problem of evil?
Yeah, or logical, probably, I think.
Evidential is not deductive.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
What do you mean? Yes. What do you mean? Yes, it is.
I mean, like,
Use it like modus ponens. Yeah, so that makes it deductive.
Good job. You think you're
What about the logical problem of the evidential problem?
Oh, sorry, was he joking? I don't think that. Was he joking?
No. I didn't know that they're like they offer deductive evidential problems.
So next time we'll just ignore you.
Yeah, you probably should.
I mean, if you think it, it's an interesting point, bringing up like a probabilistic aspect.
No, he just said he was joking.
No, she was
trolling?
No, I wasn't joking.
Okay, sorry.
The fuck did you say you were?
No, yeah, I was.
No, I think there was some confusion how that just went down, Frenchie. That's why I wanted to
So
say he was.
confused. Okay, so when you said good job and he said thanks, what was that about?
Good job, failed, because he failed on saying that.
Good job getting it wrong about whether or not it's a deductive argument.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clear that up so you didn't think he was being.
Why are you so aggressive, Reggie?
I'm just completely confused. And I
Why are you
thought
being such a bitch?
I just thought he was joking, and I was just saying, like, so next time, you guys can fuck off.
I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing you.
Can't tell if anyone is serious or not.
Yeah, women don't. I wasn't serious. Women don't think that they were.
There's no way you think I was being serious.
Was Lilith being serious?
Was Lilith being serious?
Lilith did something wrong. I assume.
That's what I thought too.
I'm not making it years, and like she's very, I think she's very smart. She's very socially whatever, right? Like attuned and stuff. But this is like one thing, right? Like she can never really tell when somebody is.
No, that's not.
That is fair.
I'm not used to sociopaths who do not purpose.
I'm like that too.
No, this is fair. Do you remember a few weeks ago, Haiti, when you got upset at me for making this exact accusation? But like, you're like, sometimes you can't really tell when someone is like ironically exaggerating.
Just a minute. Can we come back to this? I thought Lilith was joking. Was he joking?
Okay. No, he was not joking.
Okay. So when he said, "Why are you being a bitch?" was he joking about that? Lilith.
I didn't say why you being a bitch. No, that was not why you
When you said, were you joking about that?
I think that was tongue in cheek.
No.
That was serious.
Lynn didn't say that. Lynn said, "Why are you being so aggressive?" I don't
Right,
think
so that wasn't a joke.
No, that wasn't a joke.
that was a joke.
Right. Okay.
Bob,
Right.
but then Bob was like immediately said like, "Why are you being a bitch?" Now that was a joke.
Yes. It's like when someone, like when someone that if you.
Instead of making a joke, why not say Lilith? She wasn't this.
Because that wasn't the intention. You clearly were being
The intention. Okay.
Like have you never had like if someone asks you why are you upset and then you add to that because you want to tease a friend. Yeah, why are you being so fucking mad, bro?
Yeah, I think that's shitty.
What
It's
the fuck is going on?
It's literally
Why is that shitty? It's just a tease.
literally what trolls do when they say why you.
No, it's just a tease between friends. But are y'all like as a
not like a contemplating to go ethics, right?
like for example, if someone is saying something that in some way could be maybe interpreted as racist, and then like imagine I then said, why are you being so racist? But against like a friend who should obviously know that I'm joking. It's like exaggerating the accusation for comedical effect.
Why are you explaining sarcasm to this lunatic?
Just a quick question, was that aggressive?
Yeah, that definitely was aggressive. Yes.
That's
That was.
I'm really not trying to be I just thought that your original comment was a troll, and I was trying to figure out if this is like what you do in a general way. I don't think that's a complete thing because trying to navigate all these new personalities, and you're the sort of person who likes to make these little troll jokes. I just wanted to like have that as like a point of data. I'm terribly sorry if I was aggressive.
It's just that, and I'm sure you've got this. Sometimes your tone sounds a little awesome. That's.
I should talk like this. I'm gonna work on my French.
That's not intimidating. I just, let me give me the first time you heard of that.
I think that one of the really important things as Christians, and I've been in this room, I've been coming in this room for years now, but that we actually listen to people who may not necessarily believe, right? I think that as humans, and myself included, so don't think that I'm trying to give anybody a tongue lashing. I'm speaking to myself as well as anybody else. But it's really important that people who don't have an understanding or who are trying to interface with people who do believe, we need to hear them out. We are not fucking mind readers, right? And whereby we might think we know what they're gonna say, we don't. But if you can read minds, let me know because I got some gambling stuff that I need, you know what I'm saying?
There's very little people really more understanding because the reason he's been sensitive about people being aggressive against him because his people were Holocaust survivors.
Thank you for that.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead. Brother Leo.
Here's what I really said. The deductive or logical probability will argues that it's of God and evil is
No,
logical.
AI is like notoriously.
Well, the evidence for God and evil uses intense deep thinkers for discovery to show that God's smiling from creation.
Nice.
I mean, there doesn't mean it's not a deductive argument.
Yeah, Leo.
There is a way to do it with. Are you trying to say what the difference is?
You're gonna make it
Oh, I
deductive.
said the evidence for God and evil is deductive, and then Bob and Debug and Chris.
You can definitely formulate it as a deductive argument. But like AI is like mega notoriously bad.
Hey, and the weird thing is that you can make deductive versions of like Bayesian arguments, like like they can be sort of bad. But normally the evidence for God and evil is not deductive, right?
It's just that you think that if an argument contains language that like looks probabilistic, you think that means it's not a deductive argument.
Like you could just say that that type of evil or like using the evidence or probably is like somehow deductively inviolable or
The deductive part just is about the form of the argument.
right, you could formulate it as
And it's standard. Like a lot of times is.
I mean, the CT has it listed as the one they use, and I think it's
I don't think that's what else does.
And then it was like a descriptive one where he was saying,
I'll be able
just the thing that is worship.
like, yeah, worship it.
Somebody,
Right.
for that,
This is
so.
back to my defining that. Like I said, like the unicorn. Okay, maybe I misunderstood what you said, but I thought you were saying that to say that sentence is to presume it exists.
No, it would just be because people worship
Because
that
like there's
statue.
a fact that is like very true that people worship something through history, so he would just be like admitting that there is God. But obviously everybody here thinks that what God really kind of comes, if he took his definition, it's something like the normative notion that he ought to be worshipped, not that like some descriptive thing.
But Leo, what's the issue with God based on you said that God doesn't exist just based on the definition. How does that work?
Because there's, first of all, there's multiple types of gods as we as humans because we use our perceptions ways. However, an objective means the creator can be something to be argued about because the creator is something that's objective. Because if we say God, I refer to Allah, I refer to Yahweh.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So we're talking about a creator being of the universe that's powerful and created the universe. Like do you think that thing exists or no?
I can argue about it, but I don't want to claim it because any claim that I would suggest requires evidence, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, that's so true.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Andrew?
Don't do it, Deepak. Leo, you're saying that you don't know. You're just agnostic then.
I don't believe that I'm agnostic. I just say that any claim that can be thrown out needs to be clarified.
Okay, I don't know what your position is. You're killing me right now, Leo. Okay, listen. I'm saying that there's a God that created the universe and is powerful enough to do so. Does that God exist? Yes, no, or maybe?
No, because anything that's presented with evidence can be without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Boy. Okay.
Take the bait,
Right,
play the bait.
right.
Awesome.
Hey guys.
Yeah. No, it's just, but
I can
Just
just
say it, just say it.
So Leo, so let's say person A shows up and says the number of atoms in the universe is even, and then person B shows up and says the number of atoms in the universe is odd, right? Nobody supports this. Do you think both of those are false?
Okay, so if you want to take it serious, I can argue about it seriously. I use the ancients as just the most simplifying, but if we try to be serious, I can argue with it really seriously. Okay, to assume that there is
You guys think he's gonna be serious?
why
Why did you just say that? And why did you say it twice?
So that could be, go ahead.
Go ahead, Leo. I don't want to hear what you're gonna say.
People's minds work.
Leo, Leo, this asserting and rejecting it without evidence. Did you hear what Sully said?
No, what did he say?
Hey, you didn't even listen to what
Okay, so
Sully
wait,
said.
what did you just, so it's like you have P and not P or something like that, or you have the number of atoms in the universe is even, the number of atoms in the universe is odd,
put his Hitchens razor. Okay, I'm not sure what. So then he put his Hitchens razor on that, and he's saying, oh, okay, well, that being the case, since you're presenting this and there's no evidence for it, I'm saying it does not exist. So Sully is saying if two people come up to you and one says there's an even number of atoms in the universe and they don't provide any further evidence, and the other one comes up and says there's an odd number of atoms in the universe and don't provide the evidence, if you reject both, then where does that leave you?
No, no, I'm not objecting. I'll give you a better example. If someone said to me that there's a case drawn in Afghanistan, right? And he said, can you prove it? Can you prove that it does not exist? Then I can just listen, I don't disagree with them. I don't say that it does exist or doesn't exist. Because it doesn't
No,
have
but you said God doesn't. No, it's not, Leo. You did say that God does not exist. But when I outlined, I said that the greater God. I said, does that God either exist? Yes, no, or you don't know. And you said it does not exist. You said no, it does not exist. Okay. And I said,
let me clarify just one thing.
Leo.
God, as I said, God is the definition of the human term, which is what
Okay,
is
let's
what.
start over. Yeah, no, let's start over. God, I'm defining it right now. The being who created the universe has the power to do so, knows a lot, whatever. That being. I'm asking you, does that being exist? Yes, no, or I don't know.
A creator, I don't know if a creator does exist or not. But God,
Okay. No. The God. I'm calling that God, the supreme being.
no problem with the color.
Okay. So that God doesn't exist?
Yeah.
How do you know that God doesn't exist? Because your Hitchens razor won't work for the reasons Sully just put forward. That shows it's kind of a stupid thing.
No, I didn't reject it. I just dismissed it.
No, you just said no, it doesn't exist. You don't get to say no, and then I didn't reject it.
I wonder how many times I have to tell Andrew that he's clearly describing the length of his position.
Okay.
How many times? How many times do you have this conversation where everything about what he's saying clearly describes the length of his position? But then we're like clinging into the wall.
I'm asking him, but I'm asking him specifically, not just doing the Lactias position, because he's saying God does not exist. No, but he just said God does
What
not
he means
exist.
by it is just that I don't have any evidence.
Why did you force the definition not to be a creator?
That's not, I mean, that's just, I mean, literally, that's as clear and just straightforward. There's no
you can parse from everything else he's saying that that's what his position is. I have like literally a 100% hit rate on this particular objection.
No, I think, I mean, you know, right. He does keep saying from God doesn't exist in our context.
No, I know, but what I think is that people who aren't very accustomed to these types of circles or like very Phil-friendly, that is very, very, very often what they mean by that is the lacteous position. Like they don't know what they're claiming is something much more stronger than what they exactly.
Is it just Mayor Sonic very quiet?
It's echoing. It's
a little far.
Picture Mike. So the problem is to get it parsed out, to get it on the table, you have to walk through it, right? Otherwise, we just get a conversation.
Well, why is it that I always get very earthy on what they're trying to say? Why is that? Is that some sort of surprise? Unexpected?
I'm not saying that you don't have a high. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying to get him to come out with it. It obviously has to be pressed. We have to do the conversation, right?
No, I agree with that. No, I agree with that. But okay. I think there's a point in the conversation where I think a person has said more than enough for you to like reason yourself to the fact that he's a lacteist. But then because of like one specific formulation, this constantly happens.
The problem is that lacteism just is non-theism. So it's very easy to say, right, to say somebody like a lacteist. It's like, oh, you know, you're just not a theist. You know? So therefore,
I'm just saying you can very easily parse out his intentions, right? Like listening to everything else he said.
Well, he's saying no, God does not exist. That God doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he does exist. And I'm like, oh, I'm trying to figure out which direction where he's really planning. Where is he actually at?
I don't know. Can I ask you a question, please?
Anyway, but yeah, what's up?
Right, Andrew. Is there more value in somebody saying they believe God does exist than saying they believe God doesn't exist?
More value? In what sense? Like from an eternal standpoint?
Yeah. One belief have more epistemic value than the other?
Epistemic value.
Big epistemic value.
I'm not sure how to answer that, Elsa. I mean, I don't. I think they're. I mean, obviously, I think people should believe in God, but if you're saying epistemic value, I'm not sure what you're asking, honestly, Elsa.
But you believe God exists?
Yeah.
So or would you say you know God?
Well, I would say no, but I'm also fond of saying believe.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to figure. Good one.
I'm sorry, if I could just bring it back to the original when I came in the channel, I asked why do people worship? And he said he doesn't worship anything, but the human nature is the inevitability, holy moly,
Inevitability. Yeah.
So the point is that everyone worships something, defining worship as what a person prioritizes, attends to, and sacrifices for. Therefore, atheists often unknowingly worship a structure of values, which correlates with.
That's not what anyone means by worship.
That's a bad definition of worship that Andrew's not gonna like. That means he worships things other than God, right? Because he attends to and focuses on things like that are, I don't know, family members. He's not gonna want to say he worships his family.
I just say
Muslims that they want to affirm, I don't think get why.
If you want to say it's the thing that they
Well,
put value
the
on.
idea is to put atheists on equal footing with theists in some sense. This is like it's like analogous to arguments like atheism is a religion.
Well, the problem with the typical atheist critique is that it's far too thin. You say, I don't believe in a full substantive. Right. Well, you heard me right about. That's a great
No, I didn't hear you because you started talking.
But here's
Specifically Muslim. No, I heard this from Christians. Yeah, that atheists also worship stuff.
Yeah, they do. They just mean that they put it at their highest pinnacle of.
Yeah, but the idea is like everybody worships something that they value things, but that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a.
I mean, again, the idea is is to rob the atheist of some sort of critique. Like, you know, maybe worship is silly. Why do you worship anything?
That's
It's
right.
like, well, also you worship things too. It's trying to create some parody about a vice.
I mean, okay, so you are. Yeah, go ahead, Chris. Yeah. That's not a true pattern.
Apples.
Well, yeah, so Andy, go ahead with what your point is, brother.
You aren't what you say you are. You're what you do. And if you look at how you act, if you tell the truth, if you sacrifice your present whims for a better future, if you treat your neighbor right, then you are acting out a religious structure. You're nested inside Judeo-Christian moral framework, whether you like it or not. You want to come to God. It's not about reading the Quran or wearing a cross or a boxy check. Psychological orientation. You start by noticing that you have a highest value. Everyone does. Whatever is the top of your hierarchy of values is your God. If it's your ego, you're in trouble. If it's power, you're in trouble. But if you aim at the truth, the absolute hardest truth you can find, and you're willing to let your old prideful self die to reach it, then you're participating in the divine process. You're coming to God by acting as if the highest good exists and is worth pursuing. You don't start with the belief, you start with the burden of responsibility and see where that path leads you. Thank you for keeping silent. That was it.
I actually appreciate that, Andy, a lot. I thought that was good. Yeah, I appreciate that. And that's actually an unusual angle. A lot of people won't come at it from the way that you did, just like that. I thought that was pretty good.
And Andrew, can I say my interesting fact about the word inevitable?
Hit it, brother.
Inevitable is one of those weird words where like we use the negative. Everyone's like familiar with the negative, but no one uses like the positive, right? Like evitable is a word. It just means like avoidable, but no one ever uses it.
Ooh, is that kind of like vincible? Is a word too?
Yeah.
Look at you.
That's a lot of words like that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Alright,
Uh,
about something where that I mentioned, how my point that I made about God and the Creator. I just want to ask you, if we assume that God created the God that you call the Creator, that you call God, I don't know which God, say the Creator, or God, whatever, which, if you assume that God created the universe, right, do you believe that He created it and let it go, or does He still have control over it?
yeah, he has control.
Okay, that's great then. If he still has control over it, then we can see some empirical evidence. Because the universe has some laws running through it. Every phenomenon can be explained somehow. And do you see any relevance or relation to how we can pinpoint back to God if he still holds these type of laws?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you'd say something like fine tuning. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking there. You're saying since he is still in control or having some sort of superintendent
with the world, and the world is chaos. It's an overwhelmingly terrifying complexity that could swallow you whole. How you deal with that? You deal with it through speech. When you're honest about a problem, you bring it into the light. Think of it like this. If you have a mess in your house and you refuse to name it, the mess just grows and hides in the corners. But the moment you speak the truth about it, you define it. You make it manageable. By using your words honestly, you take confusion situation and turn it into something you can actually fix. That is the logos. It's the simple act of using your voice to make sense of the world. And look, to lie instead, you manipulate your words to get what you want. You aren't just telling a fib, you're pathologizing your own connection to reality. You're introducing a form into the structure of your own being. To live accordance with the logos is to make a fundamental decision that you will prioritize what is true over what is convenient. It's the belief that if you speak truthfully and act with integrity, whether reality emerges from that.
I didn't leave that something.
Yeah.
I think definitely like what is more convenient than what is actually true. In regards to truth, I think there is three types of truth. There's subjective truth, there's objective truth, there's absolute truth. Now we don't have a grandpa of absolute truth because absolute truth is meant to be perfect, right? It's meant to be like 100% perfect versions of truth. That's absolutely true.
It's also the tool to navigating the world, right?
Now the problem is, differentiate what is subjective and objective. Objective truth is what we all agree what is true, right? Like the sea is made of water, this is objectively true, right? Objectively true is that if I say I believe in ghosts, this is subjectively true, right? Because only I can believe in ghosts. You cannot relate that to me. Objective truth is something that we can all agree upon, right? But an absolute truth tries to be flawed. Why? Truth logic. Truth logic. Because think of the breath as like a measurement tool, right? Brain is basically a measurement tool. So if you believe me, using that measurement tool, right? We could. Is the brain an absolute measurement tool? The answer is no. The brain is not a perfect measurement tool. Verify.
MJ, please.
Going on it.
Please, MJ.
No, let him go. MJ, I got a question for you from Rapscuttle here in a second. Okay. Leo, hang tight. That was sweet. That was a gangster submission. I liked it. Just real quick. I like that part about objective truth is something we can all agree upon. I think that's pretty good.
I was about to
Hang tight.
is other things final truth.
Yeah, the final. But hold on, I did like that. But hold on. Yeah, we'll get to the absolute truth. But hold on, MJ. So Rapscuttle, brother Rapscuttle, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Rapscuttle posed this to me. Are you in the Wi-Fi yet, MJ?
I'm walking towards
Are you? All right, run towards it because Rapscuttle's fast. You have to do it, and you have to bounce it around. Rapscuttle tried to press me on why it is that I'm not investigating, even though I am, but to the degree he thinks I should, to come to a conclusion about Fatima and these other miracle claims. And he's saying that is an indicator that I don't believe what I'm saying. Because if it were the case that God was doing this, I would be so starstruck about the potential that, see God's work in real life at hand, right? Now, I already gave him a response to this, but that's his point.
Yes,
right?
yeah, that's well done. Yes,
Thank you.
I guess, NJ, is, do you believe in my, like, does my opinion hold any water, that Andrew should be spending his time investigating the word of the Almighty God?
Well, I don't know why you call it the word, but anyway, it'd be an act of God. But anyway, MJ, are you there? Did you go silent on us, brother? He's getting into what? You want to answer it already?
No. The reason why I say that is because as believers, we don't have to investigate everything that God does. You know, we all have our own side.
Right. He's saying you should want to. MJ, did you hear what he asked?
No, I just got back this time.
Okay. Repeat it. Go ahead, Raph. Go ahead.
Instead of trying to take on the role of God, judging other people's faith, because that's the true judge. Because God is the one that can read your soul, read your life, read the reasons why you do what you do. And all you're doing is a superficial examination based on the limited information. Thank you.
It's still a prelude. So what I'm gonna say is this though. Jehovah's got sermons for
Whoa, your ex-girlfriend. You traveling there or is she traveling to you? Are you meeting in the middle?
I'm gonna
Sorry.
go to her.
I'll tell her.
It's constantly meeting in the middle, Yakov.
Like the moment I said that, I'm like,
Crazy that she's meet up with me. It's so crazy.
you know, the world is mysterious, and congratulations. I'm really happy for you. JCC, what about you?
Yes, I would. I would want to know, and if it was possible to even know the time, I would want to know that too. But you know what that would do? That would raise a question.
Oh, I was just about to ask you that. What would you do once you know the answer? If it came back and said next year, February, like how would that change your life?
I'd live with pretty much crazier, well not crazy, but do as many things as I possibly could that were quote unquote on my bucket list. But it would also raise the question like, so what is it that can do that to detect the actual time of my death? So are we designed? Is there a creator? It would spark those kind of thoughts in my head. Because I don't think it's possible to know the exact time of our death, right? It's kind of hard.
Yeah. Huh. Paul?
Yes, I just saw something. A roommate killed.
No, Paul, focus. Would you want to know the exact date and time of your death?